This was back in 2013 when I was living in New York City as a 23-year-old. I was living with my best friend from college on the west side near Times Square in K-Town. I was going through some tough times back then, as I was unemployed at the time. I had a lot of time, so I would go on walks by myself to clear my head from time to time. And one night, I was feeling especially depressed, so I decided to walk to K-Town to grab a drink for myself. I'm Korean, by the way. I walked into a Korean bar and I got some weird looks from the waiter as I asked for a table by myself. After ordering a couple of soju bottles, I was feeling pretty drunk, so I decided to walk back home. However, as I was exiting out of the bar, this Korean guy followed me. He looked pretty normal, just like a typical nice Korean guy that might frequent that area. He told me that he saw me drinking at the bar by myself and that he would love to walk me home to make sure I get home safe. I politely declined. After all, my apartment was pretty close. But he insisted, and he looked so harmless that I decided to take him up on his offer. We walked like 10 minutes, I think, and it was quite pleasant. We were both a little drunk, but I remember talking about all sorts of things, nothing really personal. When we finally arrived at my apartment, I thanked him and wished him farewell. Now, my apartment was a 5-story walk-up, and there was a main door where we needed a key to open it to get into the building, as there was no doorman. I didn't think much of it and inserted the key to open the door and went in. The door takes a while to close shut, and it was my mistake for not checking before I went up the stairs. While I was approaching the second floor, I heard someone grab the door from closing, and I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. I literally got goosebumps all over my body, and I immediately felt like I was in danger. As I started to pick up the pace, I heard the footsteps going faster up the stairs. I lived on the 5th floor and I started to run up, clutching my keys in my hand. The guy started to run up the stairs as well, and I can literally hear him getting closer and closer to me. This all happened in a couple of seconds, but it felt incredibly long. I finally get to the floor, and as I tried to open the door, I looked back and literally saw the guy's head on the staircase. I rushed to open the door and I managed to close the door right on his face. My heart was beating so fast and I didn't know what to do at that point. It was already 3 a.m. and my roommate was asleep. Luckily, he didn't knock or anything, so I decided to just go to my room and hope that he was gone. Around 7 a.m., my roommate woke me up. She said that there was a man standing in front of our apartment door. My heart instantly sank, and I explained the whole situation to her. She and I went to the door and screamed that we were going to call the police if he doesn't go home. I looked through the peephole and he told me that he'll only go home if I gave him my number. We then called the police and saw him being escorted out. My roommate had to go to work, so she left the apartment and called me a few minutes later. She told me that she saw the guy speaking to the police downstairs, and apparently, he tried to lie to the officers that I was his girlfriend and that we got into a fight. My roommate went up to them and explained to the officers that I do not have a boyfriend and that she doesn't know him at all. The police let him off with a warning. About 2 hours later, I heard a buzz from the main door downstairs. Maybe it's the police, I thought. Surely it can't be him again. I answered the intercom and I was shook. It was him again. "Just give me your number and I'll go away," he said. I warned him that I'm going to call the police again if he didn't leave. A couple of minutes later, I heard ferocious knocks on my door. He must have gotten in when someone was entering the building, and I was terrified at that point, so I immediately called the police. Unfortunately, the guy ran away before they got there. And the worst part about this experience was that my roommate and I were so scared to leave and come back to our apartment. I would have anxiety every time I come home, worried that I might see him in front of our apartment door. For about a week, the police escorted us up when we felt scared, and God bless them for it. I never saw him again, but it was one of the scariest moments of my life. I'm going to start this story off by saying that at the time this happened, I was a 19-year-old sophomore in college. I was living on campus in their apartment-style dorms, and my college wasn't exactly in the nicest part of the city, so I'd usually drive a little bit further to go to grocery shopping, so I could be in a little bit more of a safer area. The night this happened, I was going to cook dinner and realized I didn't have some of the spices I needed. Normally I wouldn't just say, forget it, and maybe something else, but the meat had already been thawed for a day or so and I needed to cook it. I debated just going to Walmart that was about 2 minutes away from my campus, but it was getting late and I didn't want to go there by myself in the dark. That Walmart is right next to a major highway, and being a girl, by yourself, I felt uncomfortable risking it. So instead, I went to the Walmart that was about 20 minutes away and a few towns over. I got to that other Walmart and bought my spices along with a few other things and checked out, no problem. By the time I was done, it was now completely dark out. I was back at the driver's side of my car and putting my few bags in the passenger seat when I noticed a woman. She was African American, maybe in her 50s, looking in the back of my car. At the time, I drove a really old car, and if you knew your cars, it would be surprising that it was still running. I've had a few people in the past, older men usually, look at or come up and ask me about my car. I figured that this is what that lady was doing, and I kind of ignored it until, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her come around my car and stop about 2 feet behind me where I was standing. I was parked next to a parking lot median, so it's not like she was getting in a car next to me. "Excuse me," she said. I turned around saying, "Yes?" Kind of prepared to answer, "Hey, what year or model is your car?" "My church is giving out leftover boxes of food from our food drive to people in need. Can I give you one? We have them out in our car over there." This immediately set off an alarm in my head. I mean, she had just seen me put my groceries in my car. Why would I need something else if I just went shopping? Also, the churches and food pantries around my college were usually cleaned out after they had their shopping days for the people who really relied on things like food drives. There was hardly, if ever, anything that was just left over. I had watched enough Criminal Minds and read enough Facebook posts to note that this felt like a human trafficking lure. I stuttered over my words a bit at first, trying to figure out what to say, but finally got out, no thank you, I'm good. I'd like to see it go to someone who really could use it." I felt like that was an okay response if she really was handing out boxes. "Are you sure? They're just right over here in my car," she said, taking a step and making the gap between us a little smaller. I was panicking. As she stepped closer, I tried to nonchalantly put my hand in my bag and look for the small pocket knife my dad had given me. My mind was racing as I tried to find the knife, but also tried to keep my face looking calm and not suspicious. I repeated to her that I was good and that the box of food should go to someone who could really use it. She finally seemed to let up, saying, "Okay, have a good night. God bless you," and all that. I told her to have a good night as well, then as soon as her back was turned, I got into my car and locked all the doors. As I pulled out of my parking spot, I noticed that the car she was walking to had 3 large men standing at the trunk of the car. They were barely illuminated by the parking lot lights, but I think it was an early 2000s white Nissan. As I tried to go down the parking lot aisle as fast as I could, I saw the men looking at the back of my car, just like the woman had. I then noticed where their eyes were shifted to. They weren't looking at my car, they were looking at my license plate. Just as I got to the end of the aisle, waiting to turn, I saw 2 of the men get in the front seats and the other man and the woman get in the back seat. The car started and they started to pull out too. I was having a full-blown panic attack now. Just a week before, my friend had posted something on Facebook about how 2 men followed her and her mom through a Walmart. Again, I had watched enough crime shows to know that this wasn't painting a pretty picture. I finally got my opportunity to turn, but that car was coming up behind me. I made the quick decision to take a really odd way back to campus. I made a ton of turns and went through a lot of small streets instead of taking one of the 2 main roads. I don't think I saw the car again after I pulled out of the parking lot, but I was definitely not risking it. By the time I got back to my college, I had calmed down a little. I started to wonder, maybe you're overthinking this. Believe there actually are good people in the world. And I decided that if they really were giving out boxes of food, then hopefully it does go to someone in need. That was until I was walking behind my car, heading towards my building. There was a SF faintly written in white sidewalk chalk on the brown paint of my car. I was shocked and terrified, knowing that I definitely did not put that there. I said out loud, "Oh my God," as I practically dropped my bags on the ground and rushed to wipe the chalk off with the sleeve of my jacket. My car had been tagged. After a few seconds of wiping, the chalk was gone, so I locked my car, grabbed my bags, and raced into my building. I got in my dorm and saw the dinner I was supposed to make, but I had lost my appetite completely. I put everything away and went into my bedroom, still reeling over what had happened in the last 45 minutes. I sent the whole story as a Snapchat video to some of my friends who were all just as shocked as I was. My one friend, Sarah, said that she thinks SF stood for single female. It made sense, which made the whole experience that much scarier. I called my mom afterward and told her everything that happened, and by the end of the call, she was sending me an Amazon package with pepper spray in it. I didn't go out after dark or by myself for about 2 weeks after that happened. I'd have a friend from campus or work go with me, or I just wouldn't go at all. The whole situation was terrifying, but I think the strangest part about all of it was that I was supposed to have been in the safer area. I drove all the way to that Walmart because I had a bad feeling about the one that was closest to me. I started going to the Walmart that was closer to me after that, and I never had a negative experience at the closer one since I started going. It's hard to believe that all that stuff I've seen on TV and the internet could have almost happened to me. It was a cold October night at around 11 p.m. when me and my buddy were cruising and stopped to take a smoke break. We got out of the car in a secluded area in a small village called Morsel. The place we walked was next to a dark running biking track which entered a forest. We sat down on a bench outside the tree line smoking our special cigarettes under the subtle light of the moon. A remarkable thing about this spot was that it was located in view, within 50 meters, of the horror house of Morsel. In 1996, 3 people were brutally murdered in there, and it has since been sealed up. It is known that the interior is untouched since those of that crime. A documentary was made about this, and that's how I know this info. And here's the other thing I know. The 2 murderers are already released from jail, and by the time of my incident, one was let go from prison just months before. Back to the bench. After 10 to 15 minutes, our eyes were able to see better in the dark, and I started looking towards the dark path running in the forest. Between the trees, I saw something which I thought was a bag or a mask on a rope hanging from a branch at eye height. Immediately, I told my friend, and he agreed about that conclusion. But after moving a few steps closer and focusing our eyesight, we saw it was a grown man with a bag or mask on his head, in the dark. He was standing in some bushes, and we saw the movement of his breathing and that he was wearing regular boomer clothes. First, we quietly told each other and said WTF and confirmed we both saw exactly the same thing. Reminder that this person was standing like 10 meters away from us, and this is for 10 to 15 minutes in pitch black darkness. Then we were looking at him for another minute until I started yelling at him. I just yelled things like, "Hey, come out!" I did this despite being spooked by the strange experience. It's just how I am, I guess. He then raised his hand in the motion of aiming a gun, and we ran back to the car as fast as we could. Looking behind my shoulder, we saw that he was keeping his arm aimed at us, but we couldn't make out if he actually had a gun. After getting out of there and composing ourselves, we did realize one more very disturbing thing. The guy did not want to mess with 2 adult young males. In the daylight, a lot of people traverse this place by bike or on foot. So, one of the possibilities is that this crazy man was going to intercept a lone person in the wrong place at the wrong time. This is the first time posting here, and this event happened in 2018. I work at a SeaTac airport, which I still think is probably the smallest international airport I have ever seen. The airport was so small that your workstation almost forces you to work alongside with other jobs. In this case, I work in sales, and we were stationed next to the wheelchair lane, which usually had one wheelchair pusher in the lane. Now, keep in mind, I was only 19 when this incident happened. I would say I'm a sweet person who goes out of my way to start conversations with people that looked bored since I worked night shifts at the airport. There were practically nobody flying, and there would be more workers than passengers. Therefore, we meet Mike, who's around the age of 20 to 23. Mike was one of the wheelchair pushers who looked completely out of it, zoned out and didn't seem very talkative. Me and Mike worked side by side in lanes. He would usually come to give the person in the wheelchair lane a lunch break and then proceed to go back to pushing people in wheelchairs throughout the airport. The 30 minutes we saw each other every day was completely awkward and quiet, until one day he overheard me and my coworker's conversation about depression. He propped up in his chair and goes, "Yeah, I agree with you, depression sucks." And that's when I realized, oh man, this kid doesn't just look depressed, but he probably is. No, I didn't know how that small interaction changed our perspective on Mike. He would join our conversation and even went out of his way to say hello and give us a little hug while he finds us throughout the airport. One day, my lead suggested me and Mike should go out for tacos since we both kept complaining about how nothing opens late at night and we were always hungry. Now, we've known Mike for almost a month now, and his depression-filled body started filling with joy every time we would find out that we were stationed next to each other. At this rate, we laughed it off, saying no way. It would be too weird if we went alone together. I was currently single and was no way attracted or interested in Mike like that. He then looked at me saying, "I actually know this amazing Mexican spot that's nearby if you're actually really hungry. They serve the best fish tacos." Not knowing the fat idiot that I was, I didn't decline. I loved eating late at night, and Mike never gave me stranger danger vibes, I guess. I agree because I don't see the harm going out to get tacos before I sleep. We exchanged our numbers, and I headed home before him since I clocked out about an hour before he does. Now, when I arrived home, I was getting dressed to go out to eat, and the plan was to just meet up at the spot since the Mexican spot ended up being only about 5 minutes away from my house. I get a text from Mike saying he wants to pick me up. I kept refusing because I just finally got my driver's license and the place was only 5 minutes away from my home. After almost 40 minutes of us insisting how we were going to get there, I finally gave in to have him pick me up, which I would later regret. Now, I was a big girl, like we're in the 200 zone compared to Mike, who was very thin and short, so I wasn't worried if he attempted anything with me. I told him to pick me up along a street down the road because I didn't really want him to know where I exactly lived just yet. And his beat-up trash Toyota pulls up and we head to the Mexican spot. We got our food and it was amazing that we went for seconds and we had a good talk watching the soap opera that was on television. After we were done, we get back into his car where he was supposed to drop me back at home, but he stops. He looks at me and says, "Can we talk in private? I know a spot." I kindly refused and told him it's already 2 a.m. and we should probably get back home, and he says, "I know it's late, but I just have a lot going on in my life, and you're the only person that's really hung out with me like this." And the kind of idiot that I am, I said sure. Already seeing him driving down the road, I noticed so many red flags as the streetlights start disappearing, the more his mood and tone starts to change. A complete change in atmosphere starts to emerge around Mike. He starts telling me, "I sure do hate the society about women nowadays. They all have this stupid standard. I hate them. I hate them." And I'm like, did I just find a woman hater? Mike never rubbed me off as being that way. He's just starting to seem every time he attempts to talk to a woman, they blatantly reject him, and me, being a woman, is now this dummy that he's projecting all his female hate talk towards. I was actually too stunned to speak because he became a whole different person during the drive. We arrive at an abandoned skate park in the middle of God knows where, and he tells me to get out. I listened, and here we are at 2 a.m., sitting on a cold, concrete floor in freezing temperatures. He goes on and tells me how he hates women, and how he would lie to his passengers he takes in his wheelchairs and tell them that he's from the UK and speaks in a British accent. And I was just so overwhelmed. Like, what in God's name is happening right now? He then talks to me in a British accent from there on, how he would give his life up for God and God was the only one keeping him chained down. He looks me dead in the eyes and says, God would want me to castrate myself since he doesn't want me touching or being near a female creature for my own safety. I was completely quiet the whole time, confused, questioning myself how much of a fool I was to even think that I thought this guy liked me, and I was completely wrong. After 30 minutes, I was getting cold since this female creature that I was anemic. I told him I would like to go home now, and he says, no, and proceeds to talk in this British accent about how God is coming to rescue him. I felt like I was in a movie because I can't believe what was even happening. After he noticed I started shaking my leg, he then says, I guess we can proceed back to the car. We go back to his car and a miracle happens. My mother calls me. I was expecting her to scream at me, asking me where I was and to come home like she normally does, but this time she says in a calm voice, where are you? Now, she's Vietnamese, and in Vietnamese I tell her that I'm out getting food with a coworker, and she says, okay, have fun, and hangs up. And again, in disbelief that she didn't care where I was at almost 3 a.m. for the first time, I lie and say, what? Oh, you want me to come home? Okay, I'll start heading home soon, and pretend to hang up the phone. I look at Mike and say, sorry, my mom wants me to go home now. He punches his wheel and sighs annoyingly loud, which gave me a jump scare for a moment, and he starts his car and just sits there in silence, annoyed, and kind of grinning the whole time. He eventually starts driving, pulls out his phone, and literally throws it at me. Open it, he says. Already exhausted and still not believing everything that was happening, my eyes grew fixated at over the 100 notes on his phone. What is this? I asked. He says it's songs and poems he's wrote. He looks at me and says, go ahead, pick one. I don't quite remember what the notes said. The only keywords I saw were betrayal and woman, and they stood out to me. And he says, that one. Would you like for me to sing it to you? I straight up said no, and he continues to sing it for me, and the worst part, he sings in this British accent. The whole drive was him singing in a British accent how God's plan is to stray him from the human race so he can overcome himself. I was zoned out the whole car trip. It all didn't feel real. My sense of danger gets lower due to how exhausted I was and how I was listening how this man wanted to eradicate the female species off the face of the earth, quote unquote, and how our quote, judgment day was coming. He drops me off on my street and even had the audacity to say, I had such a lovely time with you, darling. I slam his door shut and run down my street before he had a chance to start up his car. And after that incident, I ignored all of his messages, which he texted me 2-page long things of how he's sorry and how he believes God was here to put us together, and how my Asianness was the only thing holding him back from committing to real love with me. I stood in the back of my station to avoid talking to him. He would follow me back to my break room, and thankfully my manager was there and yelled at him to buzz off before he called security. He later got the hint that I was not interested, but continued to stare me down every second he had in the same station with me. Thankfully, during that time, I found a second job and my whole schedule was changed, and I never had to see him at work again. I saw him at Target once, but quickly ran back to my car before he had the chance to walk up to me. And I later found out that Mike was actually living with one of my lesbian coworkers, staying on his couch. I told her everything he said and did, and she was completely shocked. And she never saw Mike like that. He was just very quiet and would crack a joke here and there. I advised her that she should keep a close eye on him, and she thanked me for relaying all that information, and Eventually, he was forced to move out later due to whatever actions he did in those ensuing months. This happened back in November. I, a 20-year-old female, had gotten off of work and decided I wanted to see my sister and her kids. We sat in her bedroom and talked for a while. It started getting late and I live about 40 minutes away, so I decided to head home. As soon as I got out of her bedroom, I got a feeling that something was watching me. I'm not the type of person to get scared easily, but by the time I got to her front door, I didn't even want to go inside. I stood there for a minute and finally opened the door and ran to my car, immediately jumping in and locking my doors. I tried to convince myself that it was just the dark and I somehow spooked myself. I started driving and got about 10 minutes down the road. The whole time it felt like somebody else was still with me. My stomach was turning and I couldn't shake this feeling of being watched. I decided to pull over and text both my sisters, telling them where I was, what was going on, and how long I had until I made it home, then continued on with my drive. By the time I finally made it home, I was physically shaking. It felt like pure evil was surrounding me. I sat in my car trying to work up the nerve to go inside. When I could finally open the door, I ran full speed down the driveway and all the way up the stairs, immediately locking the door behind me. It felt like something out of a horror movie. I went straight to the bathroom to splash water on my face to try to calm down. My dog started barking. I froze. He never barks unless something is there. He stopped barking after about 15 seconds. I wanted to go wake up my dad, but when the dog calmed down, I told myself that he had probably just seen an animal and everything was fine. I didn't want to bother my dad because he wakes up at 3 a.m. for work. I laid awake for hours trying to calm myself down. I woke up the next morning to a phone call from my dad telling me to pack a bag and to go stay at my brother's house for a few days. We have cameras, and he said shortly after I had gotten home the night before, the cameras went off, but he didn't check it because he figured that I was going down to my car to grab something really quickly. The camera footage showed a man lurking around my house, and what's scarier is that he had stayed around until my dad got up to go to work, left, and when my dad left to work, he came back and just stood at the bottom of the stairs, waiting. A neighbor happened to see him and the police were called. He ended up getting caught and went to jail, but he just got out. And I'm terrified and feel the constant need to look over my shoulder and make sure that he's not there. This took place in Maine, a state in northeastern United States, at around 2007 or 2008. I was in 3rd or 4th grade and just for fun joined the local community service soccer teams with my friends from school. Usually one of the parents of the team would be the coach and another parent would act as assistant coach. But on this day, the assistant coach was sick, so the community service center sent this other middle-aged to older woman to sub as our assistant coach. Well, this day happened to also be one of our teammates, I'll call her Mel's, birthday, and she was having a big sleepover party where the whole team was invited. It was all we were talking about during the game, and Mel was a really close friend of mine, and this would be the first time sleeping at her house, so I was really excited. We all were. During the game, as I was talking to Mel about the sleepover party later, that assistant coach woman I'd never met before called my name out and waved me over to her. I've always prided myself on having good intuition, and this was one of those moments. For some reason, I just got a real bad feeling in my stomach, but I listened and went over to her. But as I stood about a foot away from her, she wiggled her finger in a motion to get me to come closer. And that's when my alarm bell started going off in my head more, so I leaned in just ever so slightly closer because I was too uncomfortable to step forward. Once I leaned in a little bit, I think she noticed I didn't want to step closer, so she leaned in too and whispered to me, "So, I'm Mel's mom. I'm going to be taking you to the sleepover party after the game, so come right with me to my car as soon as the game's over, okay?" And I don't know why, but it just felt really off. I hadn't met Mel's mom before, And she was indeed supposed to be picking both me and Mel up to bring us back to the party after the game, but it just felt wrong. So I stuck to Mel's side like Velcro the rest of the game, and as soon as it was over, I told Mel that we should run to her mom's car and I'd explain. So we take off in a sprint, and Mel leads me to her mom's car and we both hop in. But as her mom turns around, my eyes widen. I say, "Wait, are you Mel's mom?" And she looked confused and says something along the lines of, "Yes, of course, why?" And that's when my heart sunk. Mel's mom was not the assistant coach stand-in lady. And I told Mel's real mom what happened, and she was pretty concerned but never did anything about it that I know of. And I told my family the next day, but only my grandmother believed me. So nothing ever got done to find this lady or figure out why the heck she was trying to impersonate my friend's mom to lure me to her vehicle. And I just thought I'd share because this situation really stuck with me, and I've always worried that maybe she tried again and succeeded with another child. I've since searched the internet for cases of children, particularly young girls around 3rd or 4th grade, gone missing from school or community service events, and haven't found any that resonate with what happened to me, but that doesn't mean they're not out there. I don't even really know where to start, to be honest. Me, a 28-year-old female, and my brother, a 25-year-old male, have always been very close considering we're only 3 years apart in age and started hanging around with the same friend circle in our mid-teens. I had to move back in with my parents after a failed house share. It's a long story, and my brother has lived in the house down the road from my parents' home for about the past 4 years. He works from home but only part-time and hates his job. He came over about a month ago for coffee during his lunch break, and I was off of work that day. So we're chatting, and he told me about this girl that his friend had set him up with on a blind date, and he was really excited. He went on the date about a fortnight ago, and I heard all about it the next day. I'm going to call her Sarah. So he told me Sarah was gorgeous, a year older than him, tall and slim, long blonde hair and green eyes. He said she's probably one of the most beautiful women he's ever met. I was so happy for him because I don't think he's had a girlfriend since he was 18, and the way he was talking about this girl made her sound like they got on like a house on fire. He brought up that at the end of the date, she did ask him if he'd like to meet her aunt and sisters because he'd mentioned he's unhappy with his work life, and she said that her family owns a business and he could come round for a meeting the next evening. I thought that was kind of weird, but he sounded really excited about it. I did make my feelings known, telling him that it sounded like a multi-level marketing scheme and that they were going to try to recruit him. He just laughed it off and said that he'd be going around to their house to discuss it, and if it was a triangle scheme, he'd just nope right out of there. I said, "Okay, be safe, have fun, call me if you need help or for me to pick you up, etc." But a few days pass, and I sent him a text asking him how it went. He replied saying it definitely wasn't an MLM, and there were more people there than just her sisters and aunt. He said that there were around 11 women there, and that he was the only male. He got there, and they made him tea, and all the women were just chit-chatting until the aunt, a woman in her late 40s, comes out and shushes them all. They all take their seats, including my brother, who sits down next to Sarah, and the aunt begins to speak. He says he wasn't really 100% sure on what she was talking about, but it sounds like she was reading gospel passages or something, bits of English and bits of another language unidentifiable by my brother. The aunt asked my brother to stand up beside her at the front of the living room, and all the women started passing around a basket and filling it with cash. Apparently soon after this collection was finished, the women started singing in this other language and then dispersed around the house. He said from that moment onwards, it was just like a regular party and get-together. He was a bit baffled, but an hour later all the women had left, and he was helping Sarah clean up glasses and plates when the aunt came over and sat down at the kitchen table. She handed my brother the basket of money, which he didn't take, so I don't know how much these women had given, and said to him that if he comes back every week for the meetings, he'll receive the same, if not more, payment for his presence. He asked Sarah later that night once he left what the heck he just attended, and she said it was a family tradition, and as a man he should be rewarded, and she was really adamant about him coming back the next week. He didn't go back and blocked her on everything. But what in God's name did my brother attend? Why were they just giving him money for just existing? Early tonight, I was on my way through Mississippi on Interstate 55. I pulled over at a rest stop I've been to a million times just outside of Memphis, Tennessee to pee, and I had something unusually scary happen. This is around 11:30-ish, so the rest stop was mostly dead aside from truckers pulled into spots sleeping. I've stopped at this one before because it's pretty well lit and has security, which anyone familiar with Memphis knows is a blessing. Now, I'm a pretty big guy, 6'1", 180 pounds, yada yada yada, so I'm not usually intimidated by places like that, but tonight was different. I walk into the bathroom and things seem normal, but the handicapped stall at the end was closed, which I didn't think much of at the time. However, after I walked up to the urinal, I started getting a weird feeling in my gut, kind of like when it's dark outside and you can't really decide if a tree is just a tree or something else, you know? I brushed it off and unzipped to get my business done so I can get back to the road. As I'm standing there, I hear shoes move. That sinking feeling turned into alarm bells almost immediately. I hear the stall door unlock and someone start running. Now, this isn't a long bathroom, so I panic. I turn on my heel as I'm standing and book it for the door as I hear someone behind me running. I didn't stop or turn my head to look or anything. I just ran. I made it back to my car, but didn't see anyone come out of the bathroom while I cranked it, and I didn't hang around to see if anything else was going to happen. It may not sound like much, but this was one of the few times I actually felt some deep urge to just get out of there. I need to explain two things before I tell this story. First, I have a sleep disorder and I've had it my whole life. I sleepwalk, nothing too dramatic, mostly just do everyday things while sleeping. Open the fridge, put clothes in the washer without starting it, take the vacuum out of the closet and set it in the middle of the room and leave, that sort of thing. When I was younger, this was an every night occurrence, but now in my late 30s, this is a once or twice a year thing. Second, I am native. I have a healthy respect for the stories of spirits my ancestors told. Many hunting trips I would sit around the fire with my dad listening to him tell stories of the tricks Wendigos play to try to lure you to them. And while I'm unsure if I believe the stories of skinwalkers and Wendigo, I don't tend to mess around, just in case. Shoot to roughly 3 weeks ago, my husband and I both work construction. We have hard, long, and rewarding days. Once dinner is over and planning for the next day is complete, the dogs have been taken out for the last time, our heads hit the pillows, and it's lights out until the alarm sounds, and we sleep like the dead. I'm pretty sure a war could break out in our bedroom, thundering tanks and all, and we would sleep right through it, wondering in the morning where all the holes in the walls came from. Our bedroom is fairly good size and has a small bay window in the corner. My husband likes to sleep with fresh air, so he takes the window side of the bed. This particular night, though, something woke me up, and I never wake up. The dogs were quiet, typical northwest weather, rain quietly tapping away, no thunder, no heavy winds. I looked the dark and quiet room over and nothing was out of place. The only noise besides the rain was my husband's box fan gently humming away. I was confused but decided to just adjust my blankets, flip my pillow, and go back to sleep. As I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to relax, I heard my husband, Babe, come out here and give me a hand with the boys." Confused and still foggy from being woken up from a deep sleep a few seconds earlier, I opened my eyes to the pitch black of the room again. Rarely one of our 3 dogs will need to go out at night, and if one goes, they all will go. We live in an incredibly rural area and it's easy for them to get lost in the dark woods. Not a good thing when you have bears, coyotes, cougars, and whatever else on our property. Babe! Babe! Can you come out here and help me with the boys? He called again. Voice right against the half-open window, not concerned, just demanding. Annoyed and groggy, I leaned up, propping myself up on a stiff pile of blankets to look at the window. It was too dark to see him. The floodlight is on the other side of the house. Babe, come outside, my husband demanded. It was the third beckon that bothered me. He was never that pushy. If something was wrong, one of the dogs wandered off and he would say that. It's happened before where he would say something like, "Come watch these two real quick, I can't find Murph," or something like that. Something just wasn't right. I was finally regaining my focus and shaking off the sleepies, quite awake at this point, and I knew it was him. My husband had a very distinct voice. He's a Sicilian from Queens and has a very deep, unintentionally loud voice. It was at that moment, staring out the black window, I realized I wasn't leaning on a pile of blankets. The pile of blankets was breathing. I was leaning on my sleeping husband, listening to him call me from outside the window. Babe, come outside. The voice came again from the window. I put my hand down on my husband's face. He was there, asleep next to me, but his voice, or what I thought was him, was at the window. I lay down next to him, very, very close to him, and closed my eyes very tight. In moments like these, I'm the type to just try and pretend it's not happening. I didn't hear it again and spent the next half of the night trying to fight off the spookies and had at some point finally fallen back asleep. I told my husband about it the next morning after his, "Oh my God, you look like death" comment. I hadn't slept well. He laughed it off as I had probably had a creepy sleepwalking thing. The thing is, when I have a sleepwalking event, I remember nothing. I don't recall dreaming, walking, or anything from those nights no matter how hard I try. It's like a blackout. I am sure I was awake for this. Every time I think of it these past few weeks, I remember those hunting trips, poking coals around in the fire with a stick while my dad tells his serious yet animated tales of Wendigo tricks to get you to come with them. As silly as it sounds, I think there might be one in my woods. The story starts with me getting home from high school on the bus. I made it home and saw that my mom wasn't there, and since my dad was at work and my bro didn't get out of school until later, I was the only person there. I put my backpack down and go to untie my shoes, and some dude walks out from a hallway. I go into Occam's razor mode and assume that this is some sort of handyman or repair guy, since we had been moved in recently and had been getting a lot of repair work done to fix this terrible DIY electrical, plumbing, and paint jobs left behind by the previous owners. Additionally, he's wearing some sort of tool belt and fits the general repairman look. My mom's usually around when we have people working on the house, so I assume that my mom must have left not long ago and would be back soon. I nonchalantly tell the guy that my mom should be back soon, and he mumbles something like thanks and leaves out the front door to what I assume is his repair truck. At this point, I text my mom asking when she'll be back and who's the dude in the house. She asks if I'm joking, and it's only at that point that I come to and realize that I was sitting on the couch chatting with the dude who was burglarizing our home. At this point, the guy was long gone, and luckily my mom was only a couple of minutes away at a store just down the road. She gets back and we call the police, and they take a look around, but nothing actually went missing and nothing ever really came of it. I'm honestly glad it went down the way that it did, since I only knew what happened and it was already over. This guy had put himself between me and the front door, and I'm really not sure what freaked out fight or flight me would have done. I also can't imagine what the guy was thinking when I basically just let him walk out. My fiance, a 27-year-old male, and I, a 23-year-old female, are soon to be married and are remodeling an old family home. We started working on the house about 2 or 3 months ago. My fiance bought a bunch of tools to use on the house to renovate. The house had been sitting with nobody in it for over a year. Keep in mind, the house is located in a fairly rural area. A few houses and trailers here and there, but not too much traffic. We have a rodent problem and have been setting traps to catch them. 3 weeks ago, my fiance went to check the traps and we had a rat that was alive. Long story short, he didn't want to take care of it, so he left it. I go off to work at 9 p.m. and went over to the house to take care of the rat. It was raining and my mom and brother came with me. I went to the back door and it was wide open, and water was blowing into the house. I was pretty angry. I thought my fiancé had left the door open. I shut it and finished my business there, and I asked my fiancé why he left the door open, and he claimed he didn't. I called nonsense on that and just left it at that. It didn't occur to me that somebody had possibly made a quick getaway. Fast forward to today, my fiancé and I went to our house to throw a whole bunch of trash and stuff into the dumpster we rented. When we went inside, we immediately noticed that some things were missing. Drills, sanders, etc. We realized that they had been stolen. We call my mother-in-law and tell her about it. She says make a police report. What scares me so much about this is that everything began to click with that rat trap incident. Somebody had been scoping us out. I would go to our house by myself on many occasions and always had the creeps and like I was feeling watched. My little brother even remarked that he felt watched there as well and asked if we were sure nobody was in there while we were gone. I noticed today when I was there alone that my dog was acting very nervous and suspicious. She wasn't running and playing games like she usually does and didn't want me to go to the backyard or the wooded area. I'm glad I trusted her and my gut feeling. I don't know if the thieves were there, but I'm glad I didn't find out. We're currently in the process of installing cameras. This had to have been somebody that lives near us and can monitor how often we are there. So to the person or people that broke into my unfinished home, let's never meet again. Update. So we did catch a car pulling in like it was scoping the place out. The people inside never got out, but they left. We asked a few of my fiancé's family members about it, and that was to our detriment. One of them went and spread the word that we have cameras, and somebody in the neighborhood who owned the vehicle that we caught on camera slipped up and said that they already knew things had been stolen, which to me is basically a confession because we hadn't told anybody about the robbery until the incident with the car was caught on camera. So now more people than necessary know, and we probably won't catch the person who does it. We still turn the footage into the police, and maybe they can dig up some information. My husband, 2 children, and myself lived in an apartment building last year. It wasn't an area of the city with a lot of drug users, but we weren't bothered by them. They knew my husband owned a crossbow after an altercation with a druggie almost went south. A couple of them lived in my building, but again, they didn't bother with us. One night in late October, I had a really bad feeling. It wouldn't go away, despite me taking my usual measures to get out of this funk. Before falling asleep that night, my husband made a joke about it. I hope nobody's died. We laugh about it, but almost 98% of the time, my bad feelings are usually an indicator that someone either close in proximity or relationship has died. I felt it when my grandfather died, when my best friend died, and when my brother-in-law died. The feelings persist for a long time, and I was beginning to wonder if I was just yet another victim of seasonal affective disorder. It's a hot June morning when we notice the smell. The building manager looked for dead animals in or around the building but can't find any, and the smell just gets worse over time. One morning in August, shortly before my daughter's 6th birthday, the smell is unbearable. I was thinking about calling the building manager again when his Jeep pulls into the parking lot, followed by a couple of police cars and an ambulance. My husband and I wait in the hallway, just watching as the building manager comes up to the 2nd floor. He and the police officers open the door to the back hallway where there are two other apartments, and the smell gets to be gut-wrenching. We go back inside and speculate about what's happened before I decide to go back out into the hallway. The cops are on their radios and heading down the stairs, and I wave over to the building manager. "What's going on?" Well, one of the tenants of the building is dead. It looks like he's been there a while." My husband is in the doorway now, and he and the building manager talk about how this particular man, a small Hispanic man named Elvis, had OD'd at some point. His sister finally decided to have a wellness check done on him since she hadn't heard from him in a while. And me being me, I asked, "Was he decomposing?" The building manager looked at me like he'd never properly seen me before. "Yeah, there's what looks like grease on the floor." "Oh, that's his adipose tissue. That's gonna leave a stain on the floor." Yeah, we didn't interact with the building manager much after that, but my husband now takes my bad moods very seriously. And just thinking about that poor man, dead since October, lying in his apartment with no one around, it still haunts me. And that smell, I'll never forget what death smells like. I'm an 18-year-old female, and I went to the beach with friends and my boyfriend. It was a hot day, so we had fun at the park, and then in the evening went to Brighton Beach and took some pictures of the sunset. We were having a good time. My friends Jay, a 19-year-old male, and E, an 18-year-old female, and her boyfriend D, an 18-year-old male, and my boyfriend, 19-year-old. So we're all sitting there. Me and my friends are wearing shorts because it was hot, but the temperature was slowly going down. D leaves to catch a train. A drunk old man in his 60s approaches us. I could sense something was wrong, so I asked him about himself, and he sat down with us. He seems friendly and just looking for human interaction. I like helping people and talking to strangers. He seemed to take a liking to me, but I didn't think much of it. Basically, he told us about his messed up past, that his brother took his own life. His dad had prostate cancer, and he got it too and only had about 6 months left. We were quite drunk, so honestly, we weren't all there. He told us about how in the morning he's going to jump off a cliff. Then he described his messed up life, about self-harm, all sorts of terrible traumas. Obviously, I didn't want him to off himself, so I opened up about my past too, all the abuse that I went through as a child, and it seemed to really help. He took my hand and started stroking it. I didn't mind because he was just looking for comfort. Anyway, we all talked for about 45 minutes. He's still holding my hand and stroking the top of it. My friend is telling him about her past too and that it gets better. He takes our hands, which is fine. He says that we are like his sisters, that he's homeless and he lives at the beach. He said he doesn't care about himself and only cares about other people. I asked, "What makes you think you aren't worthy of being cared for?" And he burst into tears and said, "I don't know." I feel for him. I take on too many burdens from others because I want to help. Anyways, it's getting colder. I'm in shorts and a linen top because I gave my hoodie to E. I'm really good at dealing with cold. My body usually projects warmth. He touches my legs and says, "Oh, you're boiling. Why are you so warm?" Then touches my friend's legs and says she's freezing. We were still kind of drunk, so I didn't really think anything of it. And before all this, he was talking about how he respects everyone, especially women and any men who are disrespectful to them, that he'd deal with them. He told my boyfriend to take care of me. I ask if he likes jelly beans, and then I give him a bag that I got from a store a few hours ago. My friend gave him a chocolate bar. We didn't really have any proper food. He looks at me and says, "You're stunning. Absolutely stunning." And without sounding like I'm vain, I have thick, very long curly hair, dyed red, which does get lots of compliments, an hourglass figure and long legs and a pretty face. I'm not usually freaked out when a stranger calls me pretty, so it didn't really raise any red flags, and he calls my friend pretty too. Anyway, we give him offerings and decide it was time to go get some food, as it was about 8 p.m. Me and my boyfriend were about to go on a date, and my other two friends went off to get some other food. So we get up and say our goodbyes. He places a kiss on my hand. He hugs each one of us a few times, but on the last hug, he kisses E's forehead and then hugged me and lingered a kiss on my jaw. He touched my back and says, "Oh, you're like a furnace." It was over so quickly and slowly I didn't know what to do. At the time, we were all a bit like, God, what just happened? But that was yesterday, and I talked to E about it, and she says it made her so uncomfortable, and me too. After we left him, we all agreed to meet today and give him more blankets and food, but we all talked about it, and we figured that he was making some stuff up because it was so elaborate in practice and didn't end up happening. I talked to a friend who always hangs out on the beach, and she said that she knows him and that he's a bit weird. Not dangerous, but definitely messed up. He tells everyone that he's going to take his own life, and she's advised me to stay away. I went to the police station a few days ago to put down a complaint about some person who scammed me when I was trying to get a graphics card. A guy who seemed nice overheard the conversation and proposed to me to come over as he had spare electronic equipment that he didn't use anymore, saying that it could probably help someone else. He'd be glad to give it out. Now, I didn't really put any hope into it, as it was unlikely that I'd find anything interesting, but I took up the offer. He didn't have that fishy person aura, so I accepted coming over in a few days. I wouldn't show up alone, though, just in case. A few days after, I go to that house with my brother. First, the guy's not wearing a mask and tries to handshake me. There's this old person in the background watching us with a beer in hand, and I can see from here that the yard is a complete mess and there's things everywhere. He guides us inside. We take a look around, then he starts pulling stuff out of a bag, and it's like 15 to 20-year-old graphics cards that are completely worthless. So I told him it ain't gonna work, it's too old. He tells us to follow him to the garage, which is even more of a mess than the yard. Things laying everywhere, and there's a very dirty pool, not even covered, although we were still in winter. He shows us one of those first-generation graphics cards, old and bulky. I tell him that it's not gonna work either, and he tells us to head to the shed behind the house with even more things. It's a shady place in a weird alley, and I freaked out a little because the older person who hadn't said a single word was now just following us behind. He rumbles through his shed, telling me the card he intended to give me was somewhere, but he just doesn't seem to find it. Too bad. I prepared to just leave, but then he asked me if we could look at a PC that doesn't boot. I accept and go inside the room, which is apparently the kids' room and is as messy as every other room. I approach the computer and it's missing keys. It's kind of dirty everywhere. I sit down with my brother and we start fiddling with the computer. The grandpa appears out of nowhere and sits behind my brother, which kind of freaks me out by the way that he just kind of stares at us. I'm trying to fix the PC, and then this mother comes in and tells me she doesn't know much about computers and such, but that she goes on the dark web. She asks me if I can check every device in the house to make sure that they haven't been pirated and that she's being spied on. At that point, I just look at my brother, confused, and we kind of mentally communicate, yeah, we need to start getting out of here. It's getting weird. I tell the guy that I can't fix it and that it's above what I know, and he seems to be okay with that. The old man lights up a cigarette in the room and we just leave. The guy keeps us and talks for like 5 minutes, and they seem like they wanted us to stay for dinner. We tell them we have a bus to catch and kind of walk quickly out of there. The mother stops us and asks if we're going to come back to inspect if their devices are pirated, and I just say that we'll contact them again. I panicked and blocked that number when we finally got out of there. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/letsreadofficial, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, Grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, don't forget to change your blinker fluid.
So I live in France, and this story happened to me this summer, just after the lockdown ended, and I was 19 at that time. After the lockdown ended, I went to my grandparents to spend a few weeks there. I got tested before, and there were no problems. My grandparents live in a small city in the north of France, and they have a dog who's quite a big dog. When I was really young, I lived at my grandparents for a year, and at that time the dog was only a puppy. Her name is Chippy, in French, which kind of means little devil in English, but in a sort of an affectionate way. Considering when I was living there, though, I played with her a lot. But suffice it to say that we're both really close, and this will have its importance later. So two of my hobbies are having long walks and running. Thus, every evening, I was out for a long walk with the dog. There's a track that follows a path through the forest there too, that's sort of on a small hill, and on top of that, a big place with lots of fields there. I actually run there a lot, so I know the place pretty well. The air is fresh, and the view is beautiful, so I was going to go there with the dog every day. And it was also helping my grandparents to have her doing lots of exercise. But the first time we went there too, nothing special happened. We just enjoyed our walk. It's about 6 to 7 kilometers, so basically an hour's walk. And the next day, when we arrived on the top of the hill in the field, it was probably around 10 p.m., but there was still some light because it was summer. But there were 3 other people walking in the fields. They were younger than me, probably about 15 or 16. I also noticed that they were smoking, so my guess was that they used to come up here so that they couldn't be seen by their parents. But we went past them, and I greeted them, and they greeted me back. Once again, nothing special. In fact, for a whole week I did this walk around the same time, 10 p.m., and even passed by those 3 guys with nothing else happening. The second week, as usually, I went for the walk with the dog Chippy, and I arrived at the fields. There were only one of those 3 boys. He wasn't smoking this time, though, and when he saw me, I was at the entrance of the field just after the little hill climb, so the entrance of the forest was just behind me. He did a sign with his hand to catch my attention and asked if I had a lighter, which I actually had in my pocket. So I told him, yeah, sure, and he walked with me, his hand in the pockets of his hoodie. When he came near, for some reason, I just felt a shiver. It's crazy, too, how sometimes your instincts just know that there's a problem, but often we don't listen to them, right? Because nothing looks weird. I handed over the lighter, though, when he passed by. At that moment, my dog was staring at him. And then everything just happened so quickly. He did a really fast movement with his hand coming from his hoodie, and I only saw something shining. I was just quick enough to throw myself back, and I fell hard on the floor. And I quickly realized that it was a knife that he was holding, and he had just tried to stab me. And what actually saved me was my dog. God bless her. Because when she saw the guy trying to stab me, she jumped on him and he fell down. As I said before, it's a really big dog. I immediately got up to my feet, though, and I heard something from behind me. From the entrance of the forest, I saw 2 guys wearing animal masks running at me. I surmised quickly that these were probably his 2 friends. Now, in this moment, your brain acts for itself, and you don't think at all, and in this case, the answer that I found was really simple. The other guy was still on the ground. I just watched my dog, and I told her, run. I started running, and she followed me, but I heard the worst possible thing from the guy who got up as well, because he said catch him and don't let him go. At this moment, I was totally terrified. I was running and running. I was hearing them running behind me. I was only thinking, how long will they follow me? And who the heck are they? This was the first time that I was really happy to be a runner too. I was clearly better than these guys, and I think that actually saved me this day, because they chased me for what felt like an eternity, really. Fortunately, though, at the end of the field, there's another entrance to the forest, and this time, it descends to the road at the end. I heard the steps of the three guys vanishing as I arrived at the end of the forest, though I didn't stop running until I arrived at my grandparents' house, and I locked myself in. I caught my breath, and I gave my dog a huge hug. I saw in her eyes that she totally understood what had happened, and I've never been so happy to have her in my life. After that, I told everything to my grandparents, and we called the police, but unfortunately they didn't find anyone. I really don't know what those guys wanted, but the animal masks, they really made me think about some kind of Satanism or cult or something. I really don't want to know either way, but it was weird. I still do long walks with Chippy, the hero dog, but I now go earlier and to places with a little more people. Please forgive me too if anything I said was spoken a little bit weird, as, like I said, I am from France. But thanks for listening. This encounter took place at the hotel that I worked at last year. I was 20 years old, working at a small mom-and-pop hotel in Ontario, California. I had worked there for some time before I had started to stay there for a few months. But the owner taught me too everything that I needed to know, so I could run his business while he went on a business trip to Africa. Mind you, I didn't have a car, so my only option was to stay there and work around the clock if need be. The good news, though, was that I didn't have to pay for the room, and I got to wash my clothes in the laundry room for free. There was a grocery store in walking distance too, and restaurants all around me where I could get food at a discounted price since I worked at the hotel. And quite honestly, I thought it was a sweet deal. Now, one night, my boyfriend came down to visit, and while he was in the bathroom, I heard banging coming from the room next to ours. Then I heard scratching on my walls. I told him to stop playing, and he didn't even know what I was talking about, though. The banging continued all night, so I called the front desk and told them that the people next to me were loud, and I had to be up at 6 to go down there to work. But she was quiet for a while, and then told me that she hadn't rented out that room next to mine. Mind you, I also had an end room. I quickly ran outside to see if the curtains were open or closed, and they were open. I could see right into that room, and nobody was in there. This was an outside hotel, and I had never been so creeped out in my life, to be honest. And so, in the end, I decided to sage the room to rid any of it of bad spirits or energy and that stuff, and that seemed to work for a while, until it just didn't. The next time, I swear to you that something demonic happened. I was asleep, and I kept hearing whispers in my sleep. I hate whispers with a passion, and they sort of creep me out, even at the best of times, so I sat up in bed and I was looking around the dark room, and in the corner of the room I saw white glowing eyes staring at me. I felt frozen by its glare. I could see its body and saw that it was crouched down holding its knees. Then I saw more shadows appearing closer and closer. I reached to turn on the lamp next to the bed, and it didn't cut on. So my next thought was that I needed to run outside and get to safety. It took all the balls in the world for me to get up and run outside. I was so scared that I couldn't even feel my legs. All I could feel were the cold wooden floorboards beneath me. I got to the door and flung it open, only to see that the bedroom curtains were on the outside of my room's window. The sky was black and the clouds were a dark, dark green with grey tints. I was mortified to realize that I must have still been asleep, and I hadn't actually woken up yet. I looked back inside the hotel room and saw myself asleep in the bed. I screamed bloody murder, and then that's when I jolted awake for real. After that, I said a prayer, and eventually I got back to sleep. But the encounter that followed was worse. I went back to sleep, and yet again I could hear things in my sleep. I was scared, and I couldn't move any of my body. I started to pray in my head as loud as I could, only to awake and feel my body slam on the bed as if I was levitating. After that, I called my grandma the next day, and she said that it was a demonic attack. I got in my car shortly after a few days later, and I never stayed in that hotel ever again. I was also severely depressed at the time I was staying there, and I don't know, maybe that attracted something because I've heard other people say something similar. But I never stayed there again, and to be honest, I never intend to again. So this was back in high school and prom night. I was a sophomore loser just helping take down decorations, so no booze for me, full disclosure. I was 16, and it might have been 1 o'clock in the morning by the time that I was driving home from the train station where prom was held. Actually a really nice venue, to be honest, in rural southern VA. At the time, I drove this piece of crap 1994 F-150, which was built like a frickin' tank, and I wasn't super familiar with the roads around the train station, but the one that I was on had cornfields on both sides for a few acres back. Then it turned into the deep woods. I'm headed home doing maybe 45 when, all of a sudden, half of my truck just pops up and down like I've hit the mother of all speed humps on one side. And, having just got my license, I was like, oh shit. So I pulled over to make sure that I hadn't messed up a blown tire. I put the truck in park and looked back for a second, and when I do, I see this huge mass just laying in the middle of the road that 100% was not there when I stopped. My first instinct was, I just killed someone's dog, and my heart drops. I've got my hand on the door handle, ready to go see if this dog is okay, when the hairs on my arms just stand up. On instinct, I look in the rearview mirror to see this thing getting up, and at first I was kind of stoked, and maybe surprised that it was bigger than I thought, but stoked that it was alive, and then it really stood up, like on two legs. Mind you, this was all illuminated by my crappy brake lights in the middle of nowhere, and I was pretty freaked out. But when it stood up, I could tell that it was kind of hunched over, and even then it was almost as tall as the 9 or 10 foot corn in the fields. It had a massive ribcage, emaciated, long face. A hollow-looking thing just stood up and looked dead at me before shuffling across the road back into the fields. And at that, I just took off and drove home and cried a bit, and eventually when I got home, I just went to sleep. I found a massive dent in my fender the next morning, and I knew that I had really hit something. It messed me up for a good while, and even now I still don't like driving at night. A few years ago, me and my friend had decided to check out an old house that we had found. It was at the edge of some woods in a clearing and pretty derelict. Overall, it looked pretty eerie, but we were looking for an adventure, so we carried on with our plan. The front door was boarded shut pretty tight, so we headed to the back and it was also boarded up. Next to the door was a window that looked fairly easy to slide up. The glass was broken and there were cobwebs on the inside. We looked through the window and noticed the inside was pretty empty aside from a few bottles on the floor. We managed to slide the window up and we climbed inside. And instantly, there was a smell that I can only describe as just putrid like garbage. The room that we were in, though, seemed to have previously been a lounge or a dining room or something, but there was no furniture, obviously. Directly across from where we had entered, there was an old kitchen. The floor tiles had been removed, along with any appliances, leaving the walls pretty much bare, aside from outlines of where they had previously been. We moved into the next room, which still had the carpet, and an old painting hung on the wall above a door next to it, where a few empty bottles of what I assume was alcohol were. We opened the door, and there were these stairs leading downstairs into darkness. And when we opened the door, we could just barely hear a faint tapping noise coming from down there. We didn't have a flashlight, so we didn't want to go down there. So we just closed the door and headed towards the staircase at the end of the room. But as we headed up, we noticed the smell in the air was just getting stronger. At the top, none of the rooms had doors apart from one. The door was black, and it looked like it was covered in scratches that it kind of looked like claw marks. One of the rooms was a bathroom that was empty, apart from a bathtub. The bottom was covered in yellow spots, but by the tub there were loads and loads of syringe-like needles, probably about 10 or 15 of them on the floor, next to some newspaper and string. We moved over to the room with the door, and it seemed like the smell was coming from this room. We opened the door slowly, and it was pretty dark inside, as the window was covered up. There were lots of garbage bags on the floor, and in the corner there was a sleeping bag that seemed to have something inside of it. We thought that we could see feet popping out of the bottom, so we slowly closed the door and thought that we should probably just leave in case that was actually someone in there. We headed back downstairs, and when we did, we noticed that the basement door was slightly open now. We're almost 100% certain, too, that we had closed it, so we just ran for the window. As we were climbing out, we heard something smash inside, so we started running and we just didn't look back. When I think back to this day now, I realize that what we did was pretty stupid. It could have been a very close call with someone dangerous. I just finished my shift working as a receptionist for a gym. I worked the opening shift, so I was there from 4:30 a.m. until around 11 a.m. I hadn't slept at all the night before, so I decided to order an Uber so that I could get home as soon as possible. When I got into the car, he noticed my uniform and started asking me about my work, my boss, my co-workers, my customers. He kept asking if they were fit and good-looking guys and all that sort of stuff. I'm usually okay with a bit of idle chat with Uber drivers, but these 20 questions were a bit much. He then became insistent that I should use my looks to get promoted by flirting with my boss. Said things like, just promise you'll sleep with him if he gives you a raise, and meathead guys are so stupid that they'll do anything for a girl who smiles at them. I made a disgusted face and said that I wasn't interested in sleeping with my boss, trying to deter the conversation. He said, you don't actually have to sleep with him, just get the raise, and then if he tries anything, threaten to take him to HR. I kept saying that I wouldn't do anything like that, and I found that kind of thing inappropriate, and he kept insisting that this was the only way to get ahead of my other female co-workers, and if I was a smart woman, I would use the advantages society gave me. At that point, I was completely done listening to him, but wasn't any closer to my home, so I just stopped responding. He then said, oh, I get it, you're a good girl type. You're probably just waiting for Prince Charming to take interest in you and beg you to marry him, right? Again, I just said nothing. I'm not the type to defend myself to someone that I'll never see again. He then went on this rant about how all marriages are a sham and it's impossible for any human to be monogamous with one person because it's just not in our instincts to only sleep with one person, and that I'd be wasting my time being celibate because I should be having sex with as many men as possible since I'm biologically made to breed and take care of children, and I'd feel much more fulfilled if I just did that. And yes, this dude actually said all of that out loud. I could barely believe it myself, and I was there listening to it. We finally made it to my address, though, and he turned around and asked if I had an Instagram and if he could follow it, and also asked if I would rate him 5 stars. I told him that I didn't have an Instagram, and I just got out of the car and kept walking up the street, past my house, until he drove away. I don't know what this guy's problem was, but, man, he gave off some really creepy and weird vibes.
It's time once again for a big ol' compilation. Get ready, because this episode features 60 stories about alleged skinwalker encounters. Yep, that's over 5 hours of skinny walker goodness. So pull on your skinny jeans and grab some Skinny Pop popcorn. It's about to get real, well, skinny in here. Also, don't forget to check out eeriecast.com for more scary podcasts like this. Now, let's begin. I might have encountered a skinwalker from ZTC/W. A few years ago, in November of that year, I was about to turn 15. I was living with my family on a farm in Oklahoma. I remember being able to see an airport from the house. My chores back then included gathering any trash in the yard, field, or in one of the two houses. I would then have to take the trash down a driveway that's about a quarter of a mile long. One night in November, my mom pointed out that the trash bag needed taking out, telling me to take it to the dumpster at the end of the driveway as soon as I could. Firstly, I grabbed my phone, which had a super bright flashlight. Then I got my jacket, before grabbing the trash bag, which to my surprise was heavier than usual. I should mention here that I had never taken the trash out at night at our new home. We'd only been on this property for about 3 months by then. The moment I looked out at the driveway, I couldn't see the other end to it. The trees that go down the driveway seemed to consume the light, what little of it there was. The moon itself was barely visible, giving off hardly any light at all. This didn't help. I started walking down the driveway, noticing immediately that my phone's flashlight was not up to par for the task. I couldn't even see about 10 feet in front of me. But I carried on, and all was seemingly fine until I made it to the middle of the driveway. That's when I heard the voice of a friend. But recently this friend had moved away. Yet there I was in the dark on the driveway, hearing him call out to me, saying hello from the field to my left. Immediately I stopped, shining the light into the field, looking for him. I didn't see anything weird, just the 2-foot-tall dry grass. I continued down the driveway, listening closely around me for any noises. About 3/4 of the way down, I heard so many different voices coming from that field all at once. Voices I recognized, such as my friend I mentioned before, but also my dad, whom I don't live with and hadn't for a while, as well as my friend's little sister, and even my own voice. Besides that, there were several other voices that I didn't recognize at all of them either calling out my name or speaking words that I didn't understand. But all of them sounded as if they were coming with the wind. When I got to the end of the driveway, it all stopped. I threw the bag in the dumpster, then I looked into the field, seeing absolutely nothing. No movement, no sign that anything odd had been there. For a moment, I thought about calling or texting someone back at the house to tell them to come get me with the car, but I decided against it. Now that I think about it, I should have turned on the camera of my phone. But at the time, I had just gotten the phone, and I was still getting used to it. And when I was that panicked and terrified, I wasn't really thinking clearly. I decided that I would walk back down the driveway because I thought if it were an animal or something like that, it would chase me if I decided to run. So I started to walk back, listening intently, trying to stay calm. But then the voices started up again as soon as I began walking. I heard them greeting me, some of them saying farewell as well. But that's as much as I was able to understand. They were all speaking at once, drowning each other out. I kind of started to walk faster, to get back up the driveway quickly. But then, there was a new sound. Footsteps in the grass. This whole time I hadn't looked back to the grass, just back to the house, so when I finally peered out into the grass, I saw a tall black shape, as the light didn't shine bright enough to show any features of whatever it was. Whatever I was looking at was tall, 7 to 8 feet tall. I could also see arms that were extremely long, pressed closely against its sides, and the creature was hunched over slightly. I turned around then, and I couldn't keep myself from running now. The air was cold as I ran, colder than it should have been. And it didn't take long to hear a second set of feet hitting the gravel, although clearly sounding like it was just jogging to get to me. This thing was capable of covering a lot more ground than I was. The sound of its footsteps grew closer and louder. I got to the front yard and took off around the house, jumping over the truck frame in the back carport and into the back door. I sat there for a moment, watching the backyard, wondering if it had followed me home. After a couple of minutes, I walked away from the door and to my room. My brothers, who were in our room playing games, didn't hear a thing apparently. I decided to tell them about the voices I'd heard, and I started to tell them about the figure too. One of my brothers interrupted me, saying that I was just making this all up. After that, when I told the story to people, I would only focus on the voices I heard. It seemed like talking about the figure would cause people not to believe me. I believe that night I may have encountered a skinwalker, but I can't be sure. Not too long after late November that year, early December I believe, I got one of my friends to come over along with his sister. I told them of these voices, never telling them that I heard her voice that night. We decided we would walk down the driveway and to the end of the road to see if anything happened again. We talked my oldest brother into going with us, and just in case, we got some weapons, a couple of pocket knives, a pipe, and my machete, which I now bring with me if I have to take out the trash at night. So we walked down the driveway, slowly, focusing on the sounds around us. The first thing the others noticed was the way the driveway consumed the light at night, as if it became a void of some sort. My brother and I have the same kind of phone. The friend had a flashlight, and his sister had a phone with a flashlight too. We had all our flashlights on, pointing them to the driveway, and even then, we couldn't see more than 10 feet in front of us. We continued walking. As I was walking with them, I told them there were a few details about the story that I left out. I explained to them where I had heard each voice, that the wind picked up, and that I saw a figure in the field. I even told them about how the air was so cold, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to tell them that the figure I saw had actually chased me. We got to the end of the driveway soon enough, but then my friend began being a jerk to his sister, trying to get her to run off back home. Me and my brother were trying to get him to stop as we walked down the road. At some point, we thought we saw a figure at the end of the road, but in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. We said it was just a shadow of some sort. Almost halfway between the end of the road and the driveway, my friend's sister had enough of his comments and started walking back, just as he had wished. At the time, she was just turning 12 and only had a pocket knife on her. I felt bad for her, so I told my friend off and ran to catch up with her to help her walk back. As the two of us walked, she revealed to me that she had some problems with her brother, and she believed she may have been suffering from depression. This aggravated me and got me angry towards my friend, but she requested of me not to tell anyone that she told me that. So I agreed, and we simply walked back to the house. Back in my room, we started playing some video games and talking to relax. After about an hour, my brother and my friend came back, but they were seemingly interrogating us, demanding to know how long we'd been in here. We gave them an answer easily, as the game we'd been playing ran in intervals. But then they told us that when they decided to walk back to the house, they saw this figure walking from the field across from our driveway into the driveway, seemingly walking over a fence. The figure was tall. They didn't know who it was, but hoped that it was us, even though the figure didn't match what we looked like. The two of them began running, and when they got to the end of the driveway, they looked back, yet saw nothing. The figure was gone. Ever since this experience, we haven't gone back out to explore the driveway at night. But I hope I never see the figure again. I'm hoping that whatever this thing is, it doesn't live around my home. Hopefully, it was just passing through. Bear Beast of the Appalachian Mountains, from Doug. This story takes place in southwest Pennsylvania, roughly 40 miles north of the West Virginia border. I'm an avid outdoorsman and love spending time in nature when I'm not working. But one recent, terrifying camping trip changed the way I look at the world we live in and what hides in the shadows. This happened in mid-April of 2020. I was out of work due to the Rona crisis going on, and decided it was a good time to go camping, since it was relatively nice out. So I phoned 2 good friends of mine to go camping on some state land in the Appalachian Mountains for a weekend. Let's call them Ron and Jake. So on that day, Ron, Jake, and I drove out to the most remote area we could find in those mountains. We parked my SUV, unloaded our tents and the other camping gear, then hiked a few miles deep into the uncharted Appalachian mountain wilderness. And if you're wondering, the 3 of us were carrying firearms for protection. Ron, being the biggest gun nut out of all 3 of us, had his Glock 10mm and DPMS AR-10 308 tactical rifle. Jake had a Colt 45 1911 handgun, and I had my Mossberg 590M 12-gauge. We soon found a small clearing in the dense forest, a perfect spot to set up camp. We soon noticed some large scratch marks on some trees about 7 feet off the ground. Of course, we didn't think too much of it. It was about an hour before dark, and we needed to set up some tents, gather firewood, get a fire going. After that, we sat around the campfire drinking a few beers, listening to music, and telling some old stories. By around 11 p.m., we decided to call it a night. When we finally turned off the music we had playing on the Bluetooth speaker, we realized the forest was completely silent. All 3 of us knew this was very odd, but again didn't think much of it. We just climbed into our tents and tried to get some sleep. I woke up sometime later to an overwhelming feeling of dread and that we needed to leave. The forest was still silent. But the silence was then broken by Jake screaming not far away, followed by the sound of gunshots and a very deep, loud, guttural roar. I burst out of my tent along with Ron, now completely sobered up. Our guns were drawn. The fire had died down quite a bit, but there was still enough to light up the campsite. Jake came sprinting back into the campsite with his Colt 45 drawn, completely pale white, looking absolutely terrified. He yelled at me and Ron to run, saying that it's coming for us. Ron and I were still trying to comprehend what was happening, but what I saw next will haunt me to the day I die. There, walking up to the edge of the campsite on all 4s, illuminated by the dwindling light of the campfire, was a giant hulking beast. It literally looked like a grizzly bear on steroids. Dark brown fur, extremely muscular body, glowing red eyes, and large curled horns on top of its head. The beast began to growl and bare its teeth at us. Then it stood up on its back legs, towering over us at about 8 or 9 feet tall. The intense standoff was then broken by rapid gunshots by Ron with his AR-10 308. Jake and I snapped out of our petrification and joined Ron in the fight with our guns. I don't know how many times all of us hit the beast, but it let out an agonizing pain-filled roar and dropped to its stomach. The beast wasn't dead. It was still alive, growling but momentarily halted. We had pummeled it enough to buy the 3 of us some time to sprint like heck out of there, going back in the direction we had arrived. After a few minutes of sprinting, we could hear, not far behind us, these huge, crashing footsteps and thick branches breaking. How none of us tripped and fell while trying to navigate our way through the dark Appalachian mountain forest while running and being chased by some giant bear beast, I don't know. But it's an absolute miracle. Eventually, we made it back to my SUV, and thank God I had my keys in my pocket. All three of us, completely out of breath, scrambled inside as I started up the SUV, while the beast was right behind us. I threw it in drive and stepped on the gas pedal as we sped away. A few miles down the road, I had to slow down and puke out the window after running so much before. The car ride back home was completely silent. It wasn't until the next day all three of us spoke to each other about the terrifying event. Jake said he woke up later that night with the urge to pee bad. He got out of his tent and walked away from the campsite to relieve himself. He said he'd heard loud crashing footsteps coming toward him and the campsite. He drew his Colt 45 and soon was face to face with the bear beast. That's when me and Ron heard Jake screaming and firing his gun. And well, you already know the rest. None of us went back to that spot to retrieve our belongings, but I'm sure what we had left behind was torn to shreds anyway by the beast we fought against. So my advice to those who live in or near the Appalachian Mountains: stay out of there at night. There are strange, terrifying things undiscovered to mankind that live within those mountains. Possible Skinwalker, from Wolf Thorn. Last year, me and my friends, Zach and Pipper, went camping out in the woods near my house. We live in a small town in North Carolina. The first day of our adventure went by as usual. We made it to the pond, unpacked the car, got camp set up, and lit a fire. But it was the second day when some weird things started happening. We got up to smoke and went fishing. There's a river half a mile through the woods from the campsite, so we thought we'd go catch something to eat for the day. As we were walking, Zach pointed out some strange footprints. I'm used to hunting these parts, so I'm familiar with how big the deer get. But these tracks we saw, they were huge, and there were large gaps between each print, as if whatever it was had been walking on 2 legs, not 4, and they appeared to be heading back towards our camp. I bent down to get a good look at them. They were almost bigger than my hand. We continued down the trail, talking about the tracks we saw. Soon enough, we finally made it to the river. We sat down on our usual spots, then we started fishing. About an hour into it, we had 5 decent-sized red drums, so we packed up and started heading back. Just as we were leaving, we heard this loud scream that went on for at least 15 seconds. It was so far off I wasn't worried about it though. To put everyone at ease, even myself, I said out loud it was probably a panther. After all, there have been a few sighted in that area. When we made it back to camp, we were still on edge though. We found the same tracks that we'd seen earlier, but they were all over the campsite, around the tents as well. And outside my tent in particular were these 3 giant claw marks. By then we were creeped out, assuming that someone was playing a trick on us, trying to mess with us. Heck, it could have been someone we knew. We've brought a lot of friends out here, and a few of them even knew where we were going. We stirred the fire back up and had some breakfast. The rest of the day was pretty chill. We took a few walks, went swimming, had some smokes. At one point, we discussed what we were going to do with the summer. Eventually, we all went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the same kind of screaming that I'd heard earlier, but it was close enough to scare me. So I grabbed my Mossberg 500 and climbed out of the tent. Zach and Pipper were already out of theirs. I asked if they'd heard that, and Zach said, "No crap." I threw a few logs on the fire, and we all sat around for a while, listening to the sounds of the woods. I don't know how long we'd been sitting there when all of a sudden it got dead quiet. All the birds and bugs just shut off all at once. It was then we began to hear heavy footsteps around the campsite. We looked around, but didn't see anything weird. A few moments later, something stepped into the light of the fire, but it was still difficult to see. It got even closer, standing only about 20 feet away. This thing was massive. I'm 6'6", and this thing had at least 3 feet on me. At first, we thought it was a person, but it was too big. It was almost solid white as well. It may have had the body of a man, but where its head should have been, there was a deer's skull. This thing crept closer, and almost instinctively I fired 3 slugs at it. Rather than flinching and running away, it simply stopped and looked over at me. I told Zach to grab the keys out of the tent. The thing then looked over at Pipper. When it did, I shot another round into it, aiming for its stomach, causing its attention to shoot straight back to me. I swear to God I saw it smile, as if it knew that we couldn't hurt it. Zach had already jumped in the car and started it up. I grabbed Pipper's by the hand, and we went over to the car, keeping my gun aimed at this thing if it tried to make another move. When we all got in, Zach hit the pedal, and we went flying. We had to have been doing at least 60 down the old dirt trail when Pipper let out a scream. There was a large thud on the SUV. It jolted to the side. I looked behind us, and this thing was keeping pace with the car. Zach, distracted, looks up, nearly hitting someone else's car as he goes around the corner onto the road. At that point, I looked back, and I saw the thing standing in the head of the trail, raising its hand as if to wave at me as we sped off. Ever since then, we haven't gone back camping. I'm not sure if we ever will. We haven't told anyone about the encounter until now. I figured if I shared it here, someone else may have had a similar encounter in this area. Supply, North Carolina, to be exact. Navajo Skinwalker, from C. Philly 100. A story told to me by my old coworker, narrated in his perspective. Some friends and I were on a holiday in Arizona, making our way out to Monument Valley. At one point, we stopped along the road to let the dogs out and take a little nature walk. We'd only gone a couple 100 yards out into the desert, following the dry washes and draws that made up this wild Arizona landscape. That's when we saw a Diné, or Navajo, man standing up on the hillside above us, looking down at us. He was dressed in all black in the traditional fashion, and he had a stern, scowling look on his weathered face. "Hey there. Sorry, friend, we didn't realize this was private property," I called out. No response. He just stood there scowling at us still. Listen, we'll get out of here, mister. We don't want any trouble, we'll just be on our way now." The man began to mutter something under his breath, only it sounded more like a chant or curse than anything else. We backed up down the draw until we could no longer see him or hear that eerie chanting. Later that night, we arrived at the Airbnb where we'd be staying at before the big day in the valley. We ate pizza that night, played some music, and I'd almost forgotten all about the strange encounter. Just then, we heard something out in the front yard. I turned the music down and went to look out the window. Sitting just outside the pool of light from the front porch was a big black dog. It was looking right at me, with these dull yellow eyes, unblinking in the cool desert night. "Hey guys, check it out. There's a dog outside. Come take a look at this," I said. My friend Tommy got up and yawned as he made a big dramatic show of walking over. "Probably just some local res dog," he said. "Maybe just looking for scraps or something." Just then, the dog stood up and started walking towards the side of the house, gradually breaking into a trot. I ran to the bedroom window to keep eyes on the thing, then to the kitchen as it began to actually run around the side of the house. I ran over to the bathroom just in time to see it clearing the corner back into the front yard. I nearly tripped over the dining room table to get back to the front window where the dog was, only it wasn't a dog anymore. What I saw there now was a man, the same man from earlier, dressed in all black, eyes gleaming in the reflection of the floodlights. Even through the window, I could hear his chanting, the same as before, only now my ears were ringing and I had a splitting headache. The last thing I remember, I was clutching my head in pain and feeling like I was about to throw up. When I came to, it was morning. I sat up and saw that all my friends were similarly splayed out all over the floor. The place was a mess. The table had been flipped over, and our stuff was everywhere. The front door was open, and there were black paw prints all over the floor. The rest of that trip was a bit of a bust, as we were all feeling sick and hungover, even though we hadn't had anything to drink. It's illegal to buy alcohol on the reservation. To make matters worse, there was a sickly, dead, rotting flesh smell that we couldn't get out of our clothes no matter how hard we tried. I even started having some pretty serious health issues shortly after that, and eventually I had to be hospitalized for acute anemia. The doctors were unable to determine the cause, but I needed 4 units of blood and 5 iron infusions just to stabilize my hemoglobin. I think I need to talk to a native medicine man, but I'm far too frightened to venture back out to the reservation. All I can say is if you're traveling through the Navajo Nation, even in the daytime, be careful where you go or who you talk to. We are guests in their land, unwelcomed guests at that. I don't blame native folks for not liking us, but there are forces at work beyond our understanding here, and we do best to mind our business, sticking to the main thoroughfares. Don't go looking for trouble, because let me tell you, you may just find it, and trouble's going to find you. Skiing Skinwalker, from Daddy Matty. So this happened kind of recently, a few weeks back. I'm a pretty avid skier, and a few weeks ago I was itching to get out. My local mountain wasn't open yet, and I just couldn't wait. I found a section of mountains in northern British Columbia, and they had a very decent amount of snow on them. I called up a friend of mine who's also an avid skier and asked him if he wanted to ski them with me. He said yeah, and I got my other friend to go with us as well. Now, it's never safe to ski alone, even if you're out at a ski resort. All of us have these special bindings for our skis that allow your heel to lock and unlock. These bindings, along with what's called skins, allow us to basically walk on snow. We planned to go for 5 days and do one big loop. We'd climb up peaks and mountains and ski down them and just do that for all 5 days. The 3 of us all took one vehicle and loaded up our packs, strapping on our gear and heading out. The first 3 days were a dream. We skied some of the best snow of our lives. There was one section that was so great and so much fun, we stayed a little longer than we should have. After looking at the time, we decided to get heading towards our camp. It got dark out, and once the sun was out of sight, I got an eerie feeling. Not like I was being watched, but more like stalked, like something was following us. We turned on our headlamps, but after 5 minutes my lamp died, which made no sense because I had put fresh batteries in it earlier that day. Not even 10 minutes later, one of my friend's lamps died too. We had our one friend whose lamp was still on leading us from the front. Given past experiences in my life, I thought something was up. However, my friends just said it was the cold that killed the batteries. We were hiking on a ridge, and about 1 kilometer ahead was another ridge. That's where I saw 2 red dots, which I later assumed to be eyes. I told my friend to turn off the lamp, and I told them both to look across at these red dots. There they were, crimson red eyes, looking right at us. Around the same time, we heard a loud howl, but it was so distorted it sounded more like a scream. We heard these screams all night. We made camp, accompanied by these screams. At about 6-ish a.m., I was awakened to the sound of walking and heavy panting outside our tents. I stayed still, terrified of what could be out there. I remembered the screams of the night before. I heard whatever it was beginning to walk away, and I opened my tent slightly, just enough for one eye to peek out. Then I saw it, this huge black wolf. It was standing by a tree. It was about half as tall as the tree itself, about 10 to 12 feet. It jumped right around, and the crimson red dots that we'd seen before now stared right back at my one eye. Then it screamed. In the scream you could almost make out in a distorted way, because of this wolf's close proximity to the camp. The scream woke up my friends. Then it ran off. That morning we got up and headed out. It sounded like that thing had said, "This is my mountain," and I hoped it wasn't talking about the specific mountain we were on. Just as we were about to set out again, we saw it in broad daylight on the ridge across from us. It looked back and screamed. Then an avalanche happened right in front of us. Seeing that thing, we decided to cut our trip short. We made our way to a shortcut. This took us all day and it was getting dark, but we kept going even through the dark. We were now in a valley and we continued on, eventually seeing those red eyes again on top of a hill staring down at us. We decided to make our way up to the opposite hill that the eyes were on. We got halfway up the hill with a large part of the mountain looming above us. The screams returned then. That night was a sleepless one, as I was constantly awake hearing those screams, knowing that something was outside. I pretended to sleep though, hoping that that thing would leave in peace. I know it returned into our camp, but eventually I did hear it walk away. I heard it scream again before leaving. After it was gone, we got up and packed up. Just as we set out, when we were about 30 feet away from our camp, an avalanche came pouring down right in the place we were just sleeping. We booked it out of there, making it back to the truck. I looked back as we drove away, looking right into that wolf's eyes again. I'm not really sure what that thing wanted. Maybe just privacy, wanting us to leave, but maybe it had different ideas. Something tells me if we had been caught in that avalanche, we would have ended up as a tasty cold meal for that thing. There are things in the mountains we're not meant to see. Stay safe this shredding season. Skinwalker story, I think, from Butterfly 7. Just a few days ago, I was at my aunt's house. I was going to be staying for 2 nights. I'm from Hawaii and have lots of strange and creepy experiences, and I'm here to share this one with you in particular. We were out in the woods of Pennsylvania. I was a little creeped out by the woods, but I didn't really dwell on it. I've always been paranoid after all, and have really bad anxiety. On my first night there, I was asleep on an air mattress. However, it quickly deflated, and soon I was just basically on the floor. I was looking out the windows that had the blinds down. My parents were sleeping downstairs, and my brothers were asleep on the couch. As I began to finally calm down, I started to hear light scratching sounds coming from the roof. I brushed it off and started scrolling through some videos on YouTube, trying to distract myself. As I said, I'm just paranoid sometimes, and I figured the sound was nothing. As I listened to some music, I began hearing banging sounds, and even more, louder scratching coming from the roof. I plugged both my earbuds in, and after a while, the sounds changed to a walking sound, like someone walking in a circle above me. I was still trying to convince myself it was just a tree branch, but the thought of it being anything else quickly sunk into my mind. After a while, it stopped, but I was still freaked out, and it took a long time for me to finally get some sleep. The next day was fun. We went out to eat, and I got upgraded from the air mattress to my cousin's old bed. The thoughts of last night had mostly left my mind. That night, when I was getting settled into my cousin's bed, I constantly looked out the window. It was getting dark, and the window didn't have curtains or anything like that. I put some thick blankets on the bed and started to relax. Like the night before, I turned on some YouTube, looking up some animations, I think. After a while, my aunt said goodnight and turned off all the lights, closing the door. Just then, I saw movement outside, so I looked up and out the window. The banging and scratching sounds came again, soon followed by that circular pacing right above me. I closed my eyes, taking in deep breaths, trying to calm myself. I turned up the video I was watching, and after a while, the noise stopped. I felt calm enough to open my eyes. But when I did, I peered out the window and saw something that I don't think I should have. Whatever it was, it looked like a starved wolf with deer-like limbs and big, glowing eyes, glowing in the same way a cat's eyes would if you flash light on them. This thing stood on hind legs without breaking eye contact with me. I watched, petrified, as it began to walk closer to the window. I gathered my courage and quickly got up, walking to the bathroom. I stayed in the bathroom for a very long time. After that, I crept out of the bathroom and slid into bed. I glanced over at the window, and I saw the same big yellow eyes staring at me. I don't think I slept that night, and I was ever so happy to leave when the trip was over. Warning: the following story contains explicit depictions of dead animals. An encounter with a skinwalker. From Supernatural Hunter. On the news one day, we heard of this little girl who had gone missing on a family hike. At the time, we had nothing better to do, and we didn't want to do homework, so we went out to look for her ourselves, we being me and my friends. We went looking near where she was supposedly taken. She had apparently been taken near a road that she walked on her way back from school. We decided to search the public land that was across the road. This was about 1,000 acres of land. We spent the entire day searching, and soon it was getting late. One of our friends, who didn't believe in the supernatural, thought it would be funny to call out a skinwalker. They practically screamed it. This sent me and a couple of other people into a hot mess. We started yelling at this idiot, calling him names and things like that. I was in the middle of using every cuss word in my vocabulary when, I kid you not, a shrill shriek sounded from somewhere in the woods. It sounded like it came from all directions. At that moment, I swear I forgot how to breathe. We began to quickly make our way back to the vehicles, heading down the trail. The entire time, I felt as if I was being watched. Since the moment I heard that noise, I had this constant, crushing, overwhelming fear that something bad was about to happen. That's when it started getting really creepy. We never noticed it before, or maybe it wasn't there before, but we saw what appeared to be bird bones hanging from the trees, and deer legs bent at the joint over different rocks and branches. Animal skulls hung on the fence posts. Before I came here, I always had a bad feeling about this place. Before this, people had discovered Native American remains here, various human bones. I'd once seen a spine myself on a barbed wire fence. How it got there and who put it there, I have no idea. Suddenly, something dropped from a tree and landed on the person in front of me. They screamed with intense fear, yelling about blood on their face. That's when we all hightailed it back to safety, running as fast as we could all go. We tripped and stumbled over one another. Finally, we made it back to where we parked our vehicles. I'd stopped then and asked one of my friends to shine the flashlight from the direction we had just come from. When he did, we saw eyes looking back at us. Eyes from a height that could not be human. Whatever it was making some kind of human-like sound, though. It was far enough away down the trail, but then it began to rush towards us extremely fast. I jumped through the open window. Most of us did, and we sped out of there quickly. The next morning, we went back, bringing weapons with us this time. It got a little weird. Walking down the trail, something had caught my eye. When I went to check it out, there were these red rocks placed in a circle around a headless deer. There was blood, too. At least I'm pretty sure it was blood, covering the ground. To this day, none of us ever speak of what happened. Some people moved, and those that remained never went back there. But someday I do want to go back. I need to know what's out there for sure. Skinwalker in Shreve, Ohio. From Pat from Shreve. This was my experience with a skinwalker in Wayne County, Ohio. It was 2009. My best friend B and I were camping in my backyard in rural Shreve, Ohio. I grew up on a couple of acres of land surrounded by roughly 1,500 acres of farmland. As we were camping and YouTubing skateboard videos, we heard coyotes in the woods off to our left. This is really common where I'm from, and generally, the coyotes don't bother people. But these coyotes were yelling and being loud and then just stopped making noise all of a sudden. This was the first thing that really had us on edge. Then, out of nowhere, we hear this sniffing sound, which sounded like it was coming from a very large dog. It was coming from literally right outside the tent. To be honest, we were pretty freaked out. This would be the closest a coyote had ever been to either of us. But then the unthinkable happened. A hand that was more human in shape ripped open the tent door. But then there was silence and stillness. Whatever had tore up our tent had just stopped. It wasn't doing anything. We sat there in that terrifying silence, just looking out in the dark for what felt like 5 minutes or so. Suddenly, something huge began to crawl underneath the tent, growling viciously. My friend grabbed a hammer that we'd used for the tent stakes, and he began to beat away at this thing where he thought the head was, instead of a pained cry or yelp like any normal dog would. This thing growled demonically. After hitting it a few times more, we sprinted through the tent door across the 1-acre yard and through the door to my garage. Every time I glanced back, I saw this big shadow following closely. No definition to it, just a pitch black form in the middle of nowhere. We get inside, and that's really where the story ends. I just remember being terribly scared for the whole night, and I never trusted those woods again. While I don't have any obvious ways to prove this was a skinwalker, it's all I can think it to be, based on it sounding like a large dog while having a human-like hand and making low demonic growling noises. I'll also note that while my friend B was running in front of me, I heard his voice yelling, "Stop," but it was coming from behind me. That's my tale, and that's why now I learn all I can about cryptozoology. Were Coyote in Arizona. From Anonymous Shadow. My family and a couple of cousins of mine all love riding cars, quads, and motorbikes. On a Monday, we went riding around the Wickenburg area, which was about 1 hour from our home. I was going down this little gravel road around 35 miles per hour on my uncle's red quad, and it was getting dark fast. I got to this little hill at the end of the road, and I told myself, I'll just go down, turn around, and come back up, and go back to the cars. That was when I heard some rustling in the bushes at the edges of the turnaround area at the base of the little hill I was on. My heart began to race. But a rabbit came running out, and I told myself I was just overreacting. A couple of coyotes then appeared, running after the rabbit. I got a little bit scared because I wasn't sure how they'd react to my presence, or if they had rabies or anything like that. There seemed to be about 4 adults and 2 pups, so they could have easily attacked me if they wanted to. Back then, I was a 13-year-old with a quad. That wasn't going to save me if they decided to attack. Sure, I could try to run them over, but that meant I would have flown down the hill, most likely ending with me crashing. I decided to slowly start moving my quad as quietly as I could, kinda trying to pick it up and turn it. Yeah, I know, don't turn your back to predators. But at the time, I was scared. Suddenly, I heard low guttural growling coming close to me, up the hill. But luckily, I had finished turning around my quad. When I turned to look, the biggest of the coyotes was coming up the hill towards me, growling at me. This one was bigger, way bigger than even my dogs, which were German shepherds. It was getting close to me, so I got back on the quad, and I swear that freaking coyote stood up on 2 legs. It might sound crazy, or even cliche for a story like this, but I'm not sure how else to say it. The thing just stood up like a man. From the time it stood to the time I went about 40 getting back to my family, I saw for sure that it had a coyote's head, dull glowing yellow eyes, and a human-like body, with bent back legs like a werewolf, and a coyote's tail. It's been a while since then, and for some time after that, I didn't sleep very well at all. My usual dreamless, boring nights have been filled with waking up in a cold sweat, nightmares of being attacked, flashbacks of that moment. My mom and dad just chalked it up to my imagination and all those scary things I listened to. But I listened to those things because they were fun. But now they're the only thing I have keeping me from insanity, knowing I'm not alone with encounters like this. Possible skinwalker. From CC. For a little background, I live in West Virginia, so basically everything is up or down. My house is situated on a hillside. The front yard goes upward to the road, and once you cross it, it goes down rather steep into an almost valley, until you go back up another hill, which is covered in woods up it, but at the top is a clearing and you can see sort of where the tree line ends from the base. This entire side is my neighbor's, and they let us use their trampoline, which is at the base. At the time, I was maybe 12 years old. I had a friend over named Candace. We had just finished eating some mug treats and watching some witch movie when we decided to go outside and jump on the trampoline. We'd been off and on the thing all day, mostly playing music and occupying my neighbor's twin grandkids who were about 5. We were excited because we finally had the trampoline all to ourselves. However, it was getting dark, and before long we could only see each other's faces with our phone screens. I had my back to the woods, and Candace was opposite me. The moon was pretty bright, so I could see the top of the hill if I looked at the right spot. It was eerily quiet. Usually the coyotes would be barking and howling, but they seemed pretty far off, even when we heard the occasional howl. We had fallen into a silence. She was changing the song when I felt the hair on the back of my neck raise up. Naturally, I turned around, scanning my surroundings that I could see due to my eyes having been adjusted to the dark. Then I saw what I thought was at first a deer. Well, the silhouette of one. I was sort of in awe. I saw this thing that I thought was a buck, but then I noticed other features. The way it held itself up on 2 legs, the way the shape of its head was mangled and looked so wrong, the antlers too. Candace hit my leg, asking me what was wrong with me. I ignored her and kept staring at the thing. I could tell it was staring at me too. Immediately, I stood up, starting to usher Candace out of the trampoline so she could get her boots on. Then, I couldn't believe it when it happened. That thing spoke in my mother's voice. "Danny." I practically pushed my friend out of the trampoline, telling her to just grab her shoes and run. She did what I asked and started running back towards the road. I stayed behind her, making sure she didn't trip or fall behind. Then it called again, louder and more demanding this time, like when you're about to get in serious trouble and your mom uses that tone. Danica? I didn't even turn. Knowing my mom was back at the house, I knew this couldn't be her. We made it inside, and Candace looked at me funny. She asked why I did that, then brushed me off as being paranoid from the movie earlier. She never saw that thing, and I guess she never heard it. The rest of that night was luckily uneventful. Skinwalker in Saskatchewan. From Terrence XLIV. This happened to me on October 27th, 2021 at around 3 a.m. I live on a farm in Saskatchewan, Canada. For the sake of context, I need to go back to when I was 10. One day when I was 10 years old, I was outside doing chores at about midnight because I'd lost track of time. Suddenly, I began to hear screaming, like a man and a woman being murdered out in the field. It sounded extremely close. I asked my dad what he thinks that is. He said, nothing. Probably some kind of animal. I decided to grab a kitchen knife for protection, even though it would probably do absolutely nothing to an animal larger than me. But it did make me feel safe. These sounds happened every once in a while, every couple of months. Maybe once or twice a month at the most. Now let's get back to October 27th, 2021. One night, or morning, I went out at 3 a.m. because I forgot to cut a bale of hay for some horses. On my way back behind my house, I saw something disturbing that's hard to explain. There was something standing there in the corner of my eye. I didn't get the best look at it, but it had these huge legs and a really small head and thin neck. It looked extremely different from anything we had in our fields, and it was unlike any natural animal out in these parts. I didn't even scream. I just ran back to my house. It's a short experience, but a creepy one. I still hear those sounds every so often. I'm not sure what to do. There's not much I can do, living on a farm in the middle of nowhere, fields on all four sides of the place. Backpacking Trip and Possible Skinwalker by Cole D. A couple of years back, I went on a camping trip and a summer camp excursion. This excursion happened to be a backpacking trip around the Mount Hood area, the Timberline area to be specific. The first night wasn't so bad, but in the middle of night, I heard some noises that I prayed were just coyotes or deer. But what came after that made little sense to me and to the others I was camping with. You see, one of the people I was bunking with told me that in the middle of the night, I woke up, walked right outside, and made my way into the forest until I finally laid down near a creek bed. Horrified, I explained to them why this scared me. I've never been a sleepwalker, never have, not once in my life. I'm not sure they believed me, but worse was soon to come. The following day, one of the other campers sprained or broke something around his wrist, and we had no first aid or communication with the outside world, so we had to improvise and make a makeshift cast to support his arm until we could get him professional help. So after tending to him, we didn't have much daylight left, so we set up camp by the river where the camper hurt himself. Later that night, I was in and out of sleep, near the campfire that we had going. At one point, when I was dozing off again, I began hearing twigs snapping in the distance and leaves shifting, those sounds drawing closer to where our camp was. Then, when they were right next to the tree line, I heard a voice that sounded close to one of the male counselors we were working with. It spoke in an odd way, as if the person asking the question didn't care at all for an answer. "You all right?" Something told me not to move or get up or answer this voice. Despite not hearing any more movement, when the voice came again, it had closed half the distance between us, now sounding like it was right next to me.
"You all right?"
I was beginning to shake. I was so scared. I knew the counselor who had this voice, and something deep down told me this was not that person. I did not reply to it, and in moments, I heard what sounded like an animal scuttering away through the underbrush. Then the counselor who I thought it was came walking back into the campsite in the opposite side where that thing had came in. He went to take a bathroom break and had rushed back because he was checking on all the campers, making sure we were all here safe and asleep. When morning came, and believe me, it couldn't come soon enough, we began our final trek to the pickup area to get back to the main camp, which was 2 hours away. As for me, I couldn't feel more on edge. I felt like everyone was looking at me, giving me strange glances. They could probably tell just how scared I was. We finally made it back to the pickup zone, and we had to wait a while for the shuttle to pick us up. I had been holding in a much-needed bathroom break myself, due to fear, but I just could not hold it in anymore. I walked into the nearby woods to relieve myself. I wasn't even that far from the tree line. Out of nowhere, I heard something more disturbing, because the voice I heard this time around was my own voice.
"We're here."
It only took me 1 second to start running right out of those woods into the panicked stares of my counselors and campmates. One of the counselors asked what was wrong, but I interrupted them, asking how long the shuttle was going to be before it arrived. Soon it came up. We got in and left that place, and ever since I haven't heard anything like those voices. When we did make it back to the main camp, I talked to one of the other campers about what had happened. He laughed and said, "Must have been a skinwalker." Never again will I go into the forest on a camping trip without something to protect myself, and I won't go anywhere in those woods alone. That was too close for comfort, because at one point that thing was inches from me. The Skinwalker at My Doorstep by Allison. I am 17 years old, and during the time I've been alive, I've never experienced anything as horrifying as this. It happened about a month ago as of writing this. My mom was in India, and my dad was out on a business trip. I was given the responsibility to take care of my little brother. It was around 10 p.m. that night. My brother was in the middle of a gaming session, while I was struggling with writer's block. Just when I had a new, good idea for the romance story I was writing, I heard a knock at the door. My brother and I exchanged looks. We weren't expecting anyone. We wondered who it could be at this hour. We waited a couple of minutes, hoping that whoever it was would give up and go away. But another knock didn't come. Instead, what came was our mother's voice.
"Allie, open the door, it's Mommy."
Our mom? How did she even get here? She had been dropped off at the airport by my dad a few weeks ago. I knew then that something was wrong, no matter how it sounded. If this person really was our mom, she would have entered through the garage entrance like she always did. She knows the garage PIN number. So why she was knocking on our front door, I don't know. "Jason, go upstairs," I told my brother in a low voice. He hesitated as he looked in the direction of the door. "Why? Mom's home," he asked, confused. He began to appear frightened. I knew that wasn't Mom, but I didn't want to scare my 8-year-old brother. Just when I was about to answer him, the knocks we heard before became bangs on the door. They were loud and persistent now.
"Allie, JJ, I know you two are in there,"
the voice said almost tauntingly. My heart sank, knowing that I'll have to be face to face with this person or something. sooner or later. "Just go to bed, JJ." I tried to stay unfazed by the continual pounding on the door. Jason hesitated for a moment before making his way upstairs. I sat there in my chair, completely paralyzed in fear. "Open it, open it, open it." The thing on the other side of the door howled. Whatever it was no longer trying to disguise itself as my mother. It sent goosebumps up my spine. I suddenly stood up, angry that whatever that was mimicking my mom. I don't like being tricked. Without completely realizing it myself, I marched toward the door and abruptly stopped in my tracks. Whoever was at the door was not human, not even the slightest. This creature had the blackest eyes. It was lanky, with ribs sticking out of its skin. It was so pale and impossibly tall. Just looking at it, it made me want to vomit. I don't know what got into me, but I screamed at the top of my lungs, "Get out of here! I'm not letting you in!" After that, it felt hard to breathe, and I could see its black eyes on me. I shivered in fear as the thing let out an ear-piercing scream before disappearing into the dark. After that incident, I ran upstairs and held Jason close, hoping that it didn't come back, hoping that my real mother would be home very soon. Until she did get back home, I was afraid that that thing had gotten her, that the way its powers worked was that it took my mother and stole her voice. I'm glad I was wrong. A while after that, I found myself searching on Google for what this could possibly be. And one all-too-close match was an entity called the Skinwalker, something that has the ability to disguise its physical appearance and voice as other animals, even other people. I still am not over this incident. I don't think I ever could be. I don't think this is something any sane human can forget about. Skinwalker on Eagle Mountain by Sistel. This happened a few years ago, but thank God it only happened once. My sister went on a walk around 10 at night. Her name is Rosalie. It was a sort of cloudy and cold night. The moon was out, and it gave off a little light, but she could still see well. I wasn't with her that night. I was safe at home watching a movie. When she was near the town park, she noticed a silhouette nearby that appeared to be following her. When she passed a streetlight, the person passed by it eventually as well. But when she caught sight of the thing's shadow, she knew it was no person at all, while the silhouette remained the same. The shadow itself was an amalgamation of dozens of different animals, writhing and curling in on itself, as if they were tied or fused together. Her eyes widened. She said she began to question her reality, so she calmly tried to walk away as it came a little closer. She turned around and began to speedwalk now, barely able to contain herself. She was so close to her house, but a little too far. Taking a few looks back, she saw that it didn't approach any further, as if the thing had lost interest in her as she sped up. When she arrived home, though, she felt shaken up, nervous, and altogether terrified. My other sister asked her what was wrong, and she explained the whole incident. Even though I was 9 years old at the time, gullible of course, I still believe her story to this day. I remember the look on her face. I remember thinking it looked so real, so visceral. Her expression said to me that what she saw out there was real, and that has scared me more than anything. Pig-Faced Skinwalker by Elijah D. To begin, I'm one of those people who, when startled enough, I might just throw a fist. Anyway, I'm 15 and was at the trailer alone one day. I had just come in from outside because I'd gotten a weird feeling and I didn't want to stay outside much longer that day. I did forget to lock the door behind me though. I was watching some videos online in the living room when I heard this clomping sound. Not like feet or boots or shoes. It sounded more like hooves, like a horse. And strangely enough, I heard them echoing down the hallway. Then they suddenly stopped. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I turned around slowly, expecting to see something straight from my nightmares, but as the hallway entrance came into view, I didn't see anything. Relieved, I just assumed something was wrong with my earbuds. Maybe they had been popping weirdly or something. But just as I thought nothing was wrong, I could see something out of the corner of my left eye. There was something moving around. I was not alone in this trailer anymore. I remember feeling so horrified. It was like something was pulling my soul out of me. When I managed to turn my head around, I saw a blur of movement. I was too petrified to move much more than that, and my eyes were watering. Suddenly, the lights flickered out, and my phone suddenly turned off. Everything went quiet. I forced myself to get up and move. I looked around, but could see nothing through the pitch darkness. I got up and followed the wall with my hands until I managed to make my way over to the window to lift the curtain to get light inside. As I was about to lift it, I felt something breathing on the side of my face. It was the most awful smell, worse than decomposing animal. I gripped the string, then something scared me even more. I heard my name whispered through the darkness. Like I said before, as it was common for me to do, I involuntarily swung my arm out. I made contact with something I didn't expect. Fur, and underneath that, extremely hard and muscular flesh. I wanted to scream. I wanted to crawl out of the window or jump out. I began clawing and yanking at the drawstring and the curtain itself, causing light from outside to leak into the trailer, revealing to me my attacker. The figure almost appeared human for a moment, but then I got a better look at it. The creature was tall, and it was hunched over. Its legs and arms were very skinny and long. Its hands were claws, and they appeared more like an owl's. There were patches of fur and random spots on its body, but its face was like a pig's, but not at all symmetrical like a natural creature. It was uneven, with sharp teeth jutting out all over its mouth. I saw amber glowing eyes staring at me, and I swear, in that moment I saw it smile. The creature knelt down before me in an entirely unnatural way. Its whole body shifted left and right in order to kneel, as if it had to break parts of itself inside just to be able to move into that position. The smile turned into an open mouth, as if it was about to take a large bite out of my face. I brought my arms up, trying to cover myself, accidentally making contact with the creature. With a scream that sounded like ages of torment, the creature then went silent and still. When I opened my eyes, it was gone. I ran for the lights and turned them off since they had been on, and when I flicked them on again, the lights were working. Then I ran to the bathroom and locked myself inside. I peered hesitantly through the bathroom window to see a figure walking into the woods. Before disappearing entirely, it stopped and looked over its pointed, jagged shoulder, and I saw that smile again. Then it crouched down like before, and a mass of oozing, flopping flesh flew off of it, and before I knew it, there was nothing more than a rabbit that quickly disappeared into the forest. I never stayed in the trailer alone again, afraid that the thing would come back. Nor have I gone into the woods alone at all, a topic that once fascinated me to no end. Skinwalkers are nothing more than a thing of my nightmares, and I will do anything to keep as far away from them as I can. The Thing by Donnie. This is one of many eerie things that I've had happen to me over the years. I'm Native American and enjoy things like target practice, fishing, hunting since a young age. This happened when I was 12. My brother and his girlfriend, along with my friend John, all went out camping together out in the desert one weekend. We joked around until about 9 at night, when all of us kind of just got quiet. We were beginning to feel watched, like someone in the distance was watching us very close. I know it's a cliched feeling to talk about, but when everyone you're with suddenly feels the same way, it's something you just can't ignore. And as a Native American, I believe in what my culture has told me, and with so many spirits and monsters in our folklore, it can get you feeling pretty paranoid. To make me feel a bit safer, I grabbed my Ruger 556 from the tent, and my brother and John did the same with their weapons. About an hour later, his girlfriend had to go to the bathroom, so she got up and went about 75 feet from the campsite. Keep in mind, we were in northwestern New Mexico, and there's tons of hills there, mesas and canyons too. She said she saw something she described as, bizarrely, a half-man, half-coyote sitting on top of the hill, just watching her. So me, John, and my brother walked to where she said she saw it, and the creature was still there. Except now it wasn't sitting like she had described it. We were watching something that looked almost like a coyote, standing on 2 legs, trying to mimic a person. After a while, it got back down on all 4s and ran. Curious and perplexed, we followed it to a nearby canyon, where we soon lost sight of it. It was then, not knowing where it was, that we grew terrified. My brother and I knew what it could have been, but John, being of Mexican descent, wasn't sure. As we returned back to camp, all sets of our eyes glancing over our shoulders almost constantly, we explained to John and my brother's girlfriend what we believed it was. Of course, that would be a skinwalker. That night at the campsite, 2 of us stayed on guard at all times, while the others slept. The next morning, bright and early, we packed up and were ready to go. But I wanted to stop by where we saw that thing the first time, just to check something. Unfortunately, somehow that creature didn't leave any footprints, even though mere meters from where I was standing looking at the lack of footprints, I could see all of ours from last night. My Recent Encounter by L816. I'm 17 years old, and it was last month on the 30th, just 8 days after my grandmother passed away. I needed to go out into the woods to get some fresh air, specifically to a spot that I often walk to for some alone time and to smoke a little bit. I soon made it to the spot with my rifle by my left side. I pulled out my pipe, lighter, and my weed. I was about to load the bowl of the pipe when I suddenly heard something that weirded me right out. It was my grandmother's voice, and it was coming from behind me. I turned around quickly, putting my contraband up, thinking it was a game warden trying to catch some poachers, maybe even teasing me by mimicking an old lady's voice. But to my surprise, there she was, just standing there, staring at me, my mouth hung open. Who are you?" I asked. She responded in my grandma's voice. "It's me, your grandma. Don't you recognize me?" I leapt for my rifle and chambered around. I said to it, "My grandma isn't alive anymore." Then she smiled, revealing angular and sharp teeth and a mouth that nearly stretched from end to end up to her scalp. I was sweating, my arms shaking as I aimed the rifle at her. I took a nervous step forward, trying to be as intimidating as possible. And the creature that wasn't my grandma took a step back. It happened like this for about a minute. A step forward, a step back, until it began to disappear into the tree line. Before disappearing completely, it said one last thing to me, using a voice that only barely sounded like my grandma anymore.
I'll see you again, soon.
After it left, I slowly and carefully headed back to my vehicle, trying to maintain my composure so that it didn't sneak up on me in a panic. When I made it back to my truck, I turned and looked at the tree line, and to my horror and disgust, I saw that smile on a face that was beginning to melt away, melting away the bits that looked like grandma. I closed the door of my truck, and I floored it down the dirt road. I think I encountered a skinwalker that day, and had I not been armed, I don't think I'd be around to share a story with anyone. Skinwalker on the Dirt Road by Haley Cheyenne 10. I live in a small town in Florida, where there isn't much more to do than riding around on dirt roads. It was around, I want to say, junior year of high school. Me and my old friend A were riding dirt roads one night. We were out late, maybe 1 or 2 a.m., because like I said, there's not much to do around here. We were coming around this corner on the road, and in my headlights, I saw someone standing in the ditch. Without thinking, I immediately put on the brakes and stopped my car. The person began to walk out into the middle of the road. Me and Day are staring at them, perplexed. Why was someone out here so late, just wandering around on some random back roads? Then suddenly, something happened that made the two of us breathe in sharply together. We saw that this person was 7 feet tall, and they were no person, because people don't have legs that look like a goat's. And the way its legs that were goat-like had no fur on them, just pale grayish-white skin, it was disgusting to me. The creature looked like a malnourished abomination. The way its bones protruded through the skin, it appeared as if it hadn't eaten in ages. It was nearing the edge of the road before it stopped to look directly at us, and in that moment, we made eye contact with it. It had the yellowest eyes you've ever seen. We stared it down as it walked into the woods, and when it finally disappeared out of view, I regained my composure, floored the gas pedal, and we raced home. To this very day, I couldn't tell you what the face looked like. The most I remember are those menacing eyes. It wasn't until last year around Halloween I started watching videos on YouTube, some of the fringe stuff about cryptids and whatnot, and I stumbled upon videos that gave me an idea of what I saw that night. Now, I also have a family member who has Navajo heritage. When we went to visit them, I managed to get her to ask her older family members if what I saw was a skinwalker. Before she finished my story, the man she was talking to asked about the eyes. He asked if they were yellow, and I remember very well that they were. Haunting of the Skinwalker by Keroro-chan. I'll be perfectly honest, this was probably one of the weirdest things to ever happen to me. First of all, let me mention that we got the inspiration to go here because my brother said it was the skulking grounds for a skinwalker. He said that he encountered one here once and had even fired at it, though he claims bullets don't do anything to it. Now I live in a decent-sized town in Ohio. About 20 or 25 minutes away from our house is a stretch of road that's surrounded by woods. There's a few farms around there, but it's really just used for public hunting as it floods horribly sometimes, and the city closes those roads with large metal gates. Alongside this road is a small cemetery called Henline Cemetery. It's a tiny family plot, with the last grave being from the 1850s. The city still does maintain it, and all of the old headstones are gone now. So they, the city, put in one large headstone with all the graves listed there. It was down the path a little ways from this cemetery that my brother first encountered that creature. Anyway, my girlfriend and I were out there hanging around with our friend Jeremy. We had decided to check out this cemetery and walk around for a little bit, seeing if we could creep ourselves out. Michaela, my girlfriend, is a big paranormal fanatic. She loves paranormal stories and the like, and she wants to see this thing my brother saw. But I'm not going to lie, I wanted to see it too, and so did Jeremy. We get to the tiny cemetery, pull off, and start to walk around. I've got anxiety, and it tends to show up at annoying and often random times. And at that moment, I felt like I was being watched. I tried to swallow it down. Again, I knew I had anxiety problems, and maybe I was a bit excited at the time. Now the path the hunters use here is pretty narrow, so we had to go in a single file line. With me in front, Jeremy in the middle, and Michaela in the back. The walk was pretty uneventful. All we saw was really fresh coyote poop. No big deal. As for coyotes, they usually don't bother you. But it was getting dark, and the path itself was full of holes, roots, and downed limbs. So we decided to just turn it around and go get some supper. After eating, Jeremy decided to go back to Henline. The pull-off is never closed, because the region is for public hunting. So we pull in and Jeremy gets out. Michaela and I stayed put though. The feeling of that place had completely changed from during the day. It was paralyzing, nauseating even, and I could barely breathe. It was just a feeling of pure evil. Suddenly, we saw Jeremy racing back to the car and jumping inside in a panic. We asked him what was wrong, and he said he felt something pull him into the cemetery. He fought himself away from its grasp and ran back to the car. He didn't have to say much more than that, and I was pulling out and speeding out of there as fast as I could. We're going back eventually, but not at night. Never at night. And we're definitely going to bring some sort of protection with us. I still want to see this thing. I just wonder if it was the creature my brother saw who attacked Jeremy. And I wonder if it grows stronger at night. I wasn't scared, but I am now. By Bearbeard822. I work nights as an Asda colleague. Asda is a member of the Walmart family here in the UK. Just a little background about myself before I get to the main events of that night. I'm 24 years old, living in Manchester in the UK. The job I work requires me to pull heavy pallets of beer, wine, and spirits from the warehouse to the shop floor and stock the shelves. It's certainly not the most glamorous job in the world, but at the very least, it pays the bills. In this job, I'm contracted to work Friday to Sunday. I should also mention I'm going to be joining the RAF soon, and will be using this job to get by while I train so I can pass fitness tests. Anyway, it was time to work my Friday night shift. I was on my way to work, traveling through the old reservoirs not too far from where I live. As I'm riding through this rocky dirt road that cuts through the densely wooded area between the middle of the bodies of water leading to the hill, I'm bracing my already aching legs when I begin to get the feeling that I'm not alone out here, like someone is watching and you have no idea what their intentions really are. I've never been a run like a coward type of guy, so by the time I get through to the other side, I'm really wanting to know why I feel this way and who might be watching me. So I stop at the bottom of the hill, partially to give my poor legs a rest and to see what is watching me. Of course, the entire time I'm still feeling that familiar gaze, the gaze of the unknown, taking in my body at different angles. I park my bike. I walk over to an area where excess water runs off into the other reservoir. As I'm standing there, the sun setting and glistening vibrant red and orange against the water, blinding me for a few seconds while my eyes scan the horizon and opposing tree line. I don't see anything. I must have stood there for maybe 10 minutes, all the while still feeling that feeling. Assuming after this point I'm going crazy and just feeling paranoid for no particular reason, I get back on my bike and I proceed to agonize my legs and lungs with a 10-minute ride up what felt like a 45-degree angle until I hit the flat ground at the top, where the road meets a park path to the left. I stop at a nearby bench for another breather. That park is mostly grass. Long and winding paths dot the area. It's a big cut-through to multiple places, hence why I'm using it to get to work. It's 8:30 at that point, and I've got another 45-minute ride ahead of me to get to work. So I've got some time to sit there, reply to a couple of texts, and wait. Then comes that feeling again. It just falls over me like a veil. Behind me, about 50 feet up to the tree line, that's where I feel it coming from. I lit a cigarette and listened for a moment. I wanted to hear something, a noise, anything, because at this point it was making me mad. Whoever or whatever there was out there following me or watching me, they would know they were following the wrong guy. I took that final burning drag that stung my throat, and I was finished with my cigarette. I flicked it away, and I stood up, turning my face to that tree line. I still didn't see anyone, but I could feel someone's eyes boring into the back of my head the moment I turned around. Either to soothe my paranoia or put a stop to this bullcrap, I began to walk over to those trees where I sensed it. I'm about 30 feet away from it, and I could still only see darkness. It's already dark out now, with just the ambient light from the setting sky's twilight, only dimly lighting the darkening park. I continued walking, staring into a bush, when I suddenly got a feeling that I should not be doing this, a feeling of regret that was growing with every step. Hairs on my neck were standing up, same for the hair on my arms and my head. I shook it off. As hard as it was to ignore, I quickened my pace. It was so fast, it happened in the blink of an eye, but at the same time it felt like an hour passed by. About 10 feet from the bush, my ears began to feel pressured, like they do when you're climbing a great altitude. But I was in a park in the middle of Manchester. Then, I watched the bush twitch for a moment. Fear kicked in, and I felt paralyzed. Something inside the bush chirped, then growled, and whatever it was black as night as it came out of the undergrowth. It had something in its dog-like maw. It was 4.5 feet tall, on all fours. Its eyes. Ugh, my goosebumps act up writing this now. I feel like the hairs on my skin want to burst just thinking about it. Its eyes were red, and I don't mean bloodshot. I don't mean glowing from the light of the sky either. I mean they were red, with pinprick small pupils. Its arms were long and veiny, and its legs were massive and powerful from what I saw next. Its head darted up at me. Fight or flight kicked in, and I reached out to punch it right in the snout, but that didn't even seem to faze it. The creature stared and growled as I went to land a kick, and I screamed at the top of my lungs at it, It stood after a good belt to the face from a size 10 boot, and I kid you not, the creature was a foot taller than I was, and I was a little bit over 6 feet. The creature then dropped a gray cat from its mouth as it howled a gross gurgle that I can only assume was a mixture of pain from me hitting it, saliva, and fluids from the poor cat. It darted away from me. I don't freaking know why. It ran in the direction I came from. I felt woozy. I went for my bike. I sat on it for a moment, shaking and staring. It took me a moment to realize that creature had human hands. Needless to say, I wasn't going to be traveling that way for a while, because I don't want that thing to finish what it started. And after that, I rode home, calling in sick for the weekend. If anyone else in the Manchester area has seen something like this, or felt something strange in the woods, let me know, because saying that I saw a skinwalker here in the UK sounds crazy. I Didn't Believe in Monsters by James David Dyer. I never really believed in monsters, but I always enjoyed reading about them. Even a couple of days before my camping trip, I was watching videos on 411 missing people. I guess the unknown and undiscovered really piques my curiosity. This particular experience happened back in 2015, when my two friends Tony and Ryan planned a spur-of-the-moment camping trip with me. We planned for the following weekend as we each had no plans of our own, so it sounded like a fun idea. We headed out late on a Friday evening to a spot a few hours from my house through the canyon and into the mountains. This area of northern Colorado is known for its bears and mountain lions, but we weren't worried. We were 3 big guys and 2 of us were bringing heavy firepower to deter any unwanted guests. We checked out a few locations when we neared the area we wanted to camp. A few spots were a bust with a lot of people out for the weekend. Luckily, though, we found a spot more secluded and set up camp. It was supposed to be nice and sunny out that weekend, and I had planned on jumping in the nearby lake. Rain clouds began to form in the distance, and the weather became cold as night neared. We sat around the campfire, telling jokes, a few ghost stories, really having a blast, despite the weather. As it approached midnight, we called it good and put the fire out. Tony went to his 2-man tent, and I went to the 10-man tent that Ryan had set up. As I crawled into my sleeping bag, I passed out within minutes of my head hitting the pillow. It must have been 3 a.m. when I woke up with the urge to go to the bathroom. I crawled out of my sleeping bag. I found it hard to walk. I was stumbling around like a drunk, not being able to find my balance. I kind of found my composure for a moment and exited the tent. Once I began to move around in the pitch black, my vision began to sharpen a bit. Only it wasn't pitch black. It was more like gray, and my vision had become distorted like a bad television picture. With the strangest sensation, I stumbled forward, managing to alleviate myself against a nearby tree. I headed back to the tent when I was done, with an intense, eerie vibe taking hold of me. I awoke the next morning, not really giving what had happened the previous night much thought. That was until Tony mentioned something around the breakfast campfire. He said the sensation of his balance had been taken from him when he exited his tent a few hours after heading to bed. He said it was the strangest feeling he had ever had. He hadn't drank any alcohol that night. I told him my story, concurring with him, but we both thought nothing of it. Probably just something we ate or just a one-off thing. Then we quickly focused on the day of fishing ahead. After spending the day at the nearby lake, we retired to our camp with our catch and prepared a nice fish fry. We sat around the campfire until close to midnight, then headed off to bed. After a few hours of sleep, I awoke with a sick feeling in my stomach. I was in disbelief that I felt like I wanted to throw up. It made no sense. Why did I feel like this again? I decided to turn over and try to go back to sleep, trying to fight it. But the feeling pestered me until I had to jump up and run out of the tent. Only I couldn't run. I stumbled around again in a peculiar fashion while trying to reach for the zipper on the tent. I fumbled with it, managing to get it open at last, and practically fell out of the tent. I staggered into the dark. I must have only gone 15 feet from it, finding a spot for me to spill my guts on the floor where nobody would see it in the morning. I was growing ever more aware of my surroundings as I kneeled in the dark. In between heaves, I managed to peer around into the darkness, feeling how vulnerable I was all of a sudden. Just then, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned in its direction, thinking I should keep an eye on it in case whatever it was came at me. Coming through the dark was the shape of a man, but I heard no snapping of twigs or branches, and the crunch of the forest floor below was absent. "Hey, James, are you okay?" A whisper called out. My pounding heart finally relaxed a bit at hearing Ryan's voice coming towards me. Thinking that he heard me throwing up and came to check on me, I answered that I'd be fine, and I wasn't sure what had come over me. He crept closer until I noticed he had stopped probably 5 feet from me, and he whispered again, "Why don't you come over here?" I looked up again, after heaving once more, thinking to myself, what does he want? Can't he see I'm sick? Irritated, I shouted at him, "What?" To which he responded, "Why don't you come over here?" Feeling disoriented, with my head pounding, I slowly got to my feet and began to head in his direction. That's when I realized I was heading away from the tent. I stopped and turned around, trying to find the outline of the tent in the dark. I then asked Ryan what was so important that he needed me over there, to which he responded again, "Why don't you come over here?" This better be good, I thought, as I begrudgingly began to head in his direction. I heard another voice call out, "Hey Zach, where are you going?" It was Ryan, except now his voice was coming from behind me, back in the direction which I realized was the tent. Confused, I turned towards the tent, and then back to where I'd just seen Ryan standing. The outline of a man in the dark was gone now. Just trees and forest floors surrounded me. I picked myself up and ran in the direction of the tent, finding that my equilibrium had returned to me. The real Ryan asked me again where I'd been going. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I just said I got turned around in the dark for a second. He went back to sleep then, and I laid there, listening in the night, watching for shadows cast upon the thin nylon. I didn't see anything or hear anything else that night. I'm not sure what I encountered in the woods. I don't know if it was a hallucination from being half asleep and half awake, or a skinwalker trying to lure me off deeper into the woods. But what I do know is that if you're camping in the Rockies of northern Colorado, beware of your surroundings and beware of where your friends are. Creatures I've Seen in the Desert, Part 1, from Philip S. It was during the summer of 2014. I was once again visiting my sister at her old house, a house in which I experienced some hauntings, but those are different stories. It took me a while to adjust being there, but as we began planning a camping excursion, I figured it would help me relax. We decided to go camping at a remote location a little over 45 minutes away from the town for a few days. It was a small forested area with a creek that runs through, which we camped next to. It was a very beautiful and peaceful place, but that would all soon change into horror, an experience that warped my mind. It happened on the first night at the campsite. My sister and I got into a sibling argument. Those with brothers and sisters would know what that's like. I don't even remember what we argued about. Probably over something dumb or stupid. I was still angry when everyone went to the tents to go to sleep, so I decided to go to bed in the truck. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling cold. I felt stupid over the fight, so I decided to go into the tent. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the truck door. As soon as I stepped 1 foot outside, I heard what sounded like sticks snapping. I looked up with the flashlight and saw what I thought was a deer about 15 feet away. This deer had yellow or light auburn, human-like eyes. Its back was arched, and its skin appeared to be sliding off of its body. Its feet were hooved, but it had hands in the front, human hands. The skin color on the hands were light brown. I mentioned that the deer portion of its body looked like it was about to come off, but after seeing those hands, I could now see that it looked more like this thing had skinned a deer and was now wearing the skin as a costume of some kind. It then started to stand up on its hind legs. This thing was so tall, like maybe above 8 feet. I'm a pretty short guy, only 5'4", so you can say this intimidated me. It then spoke without even moving its mouth, and somehow it knew my name. Philip. I swear, somewhere in that voice, there was something familiar about it. Something like my sister's voice. I was absolutely terrified, scared beyond belief. I dipped out of the truck while slamming the door behind me. I crawled into the tent, and I lay down. I was shaking, crying from the fear. The slamming of the door had awakened my sister, and when she saw me, she asked if everything was okay, while still half asleep. Yes, I said to her, as normal-faced as I could, but that was obviously a lie. She didn't say anything else, then went back to sleep. But I could not. That voice was still in my head. Even typing this out, I remember the voice vividly. I did not see the thing for the rest of our stay, but I was still jumpy and on alert. When we went back to town, I talked with some of my native friends who are of Navajo descent about my experience. They say what I saw was probably a skinwalker, and I was lucky that I didn't try anything harmful. They think it was just trying to scare me away, maybe even get a kick out of freaking me out. Well, that worked like a charm, because I'm still scared. Creatures I've Seen in the Desert, Part 2, from Philip S. This one happened in the summer of 2017. It was a beautiful Saturday afternoon, and I was bored. I wanted to do something nice with my niece Chelsea and my 2 nephews Justin and Greg. I asked them if they wanted to take the buggy out to the desert and hunt coyotes and rabbits. They said yes, so I asked my sister if that would be okay. She said that would be fine, and handed me her 308 to take with me. We got in the buggy and drove off. We drove for about half an hour and stopped in an open field of nothing but desert, with mountains in the distance. We got out of the buggy and began to walk for a few minutes, with the 308 strapped to my back. As we were walking, Chelsea asked if we could stop and see if we could find anything. We did, and I began to scan the area. I stopped at one point because something weird caught my eye. It looked like a tall and skinny light black or perhaps dark gray rock on top of some other rocks. I remember saying, "That's a weird-looking rock." The kids wanted to see too, so I helped them see down the scope of the rifle. When I showed Chelsea, she began to shake violently. I asked her why she was shaking like that, and what she told me gave me chills big time. "Uncle, I don't think that's a rock." I was so confused, I asked her what she meant. "It's moving." I looked through the scope myself. What I saw put me into protection mode. It was moving. Long and sickly skinny arms and legs stretched out like a person would do when they wake up. This thing was actually sitting or perhaps sleeping on a pair of rocks, and it appeared to have just awakened. It was just a few hundred yards away. I told them we needed to go back to the buggy. I would be right behind them. My nephews were confused, and Chelsea began to cry softly. She begged me to come with them. I looked at her and told her to go ahead, that I needed to keep an eye on this thing. I was so scared for us, honestly, but I had to protect them. I looked through the scope again. All my hair stood on end. I was beginning to shake. This thing was facing me. It was standing up. I think it knew we were watching it. Its face literally looked like one of those close-up views of the cat's face from the cartoon The Misadventures of Flapjack. Same eyes and teeth. It let out a loud shriek. This sounded primal, like a mixture of animal and man. It saw me. I was sure of it then, and it began to run towards us. I fired, the bullet simply knocking it down. It was already getting back up. I started to run. I saw the kids walking to the buggy, and I told them to run as well. We got in, and I drove fast, like a bat out of hell. We soon made it back to the house, and they ran out of the buggy while I sat there in the driveway contemplating what just happened. They kept asking me what happened and if I was okay. I didn't say anything. I simply got out, and I hugged them while crying. I never thought something like this would actually charge me. I've seen weird crap, sure, but this felt different. My family had been in danger, and I felt at fault for it. I went inside the house and just dropped onto the couch. I didn't want to see that thing again, and if I did, I would have to try to destroy it. Camp Kanza Creature Attack, from Last Man Standing, 55. I've gone camping many times within the middle of rural Kansas with my scout troop. This particular trip was set in the outskirts of Hutchinson in a camp called Camp Kanza. We'd left Friday night and arrived at around 11:30 at night. A couple of people had arrived earlier to set up camp, but when we got there was only one tent set up. So it would have to be about another hour until we could go to sleep. While we were setting up our own tents, the woods were oddly quiet, and only the wind could be heard among the treetops. Needless to say, we were on edge that night. Fortunately, that first night, nothing happened. It wasn't until the second night that things began to go down. For context, I was in a 4-man tent with 2 of my friends, Matthias and Nathaniel. We fell asleep around 10:30 and slept rather nicely before Nathaniel woke up Matthias. I was asleep for about the first third of the encounter. Nathaniel then told Matthias that he saw a huge shadow walk by and brush against the tent. Now you may ask how he saw the shadow, but it was extremely bright outside due to the moon being full. They then began discussing what it could have been, when then the tent on my side began to cave in. As soon as Matthias put his flashlight on the spot it was caving in from, they saw that something was pushing the tent in, and the flashlight caused it to back away. This caused me to wake up. Of course, I wanted to know what was going on, and they told me that something was touching the tent, pushing it down on my side, and it had actually reached my face. So now I'm getting extremely anxious when we hear a low snarl coming from outside the tent. We can hear it begin to circle us, and then we saw a silhouette when the figure passed between the moon and our tent. Whatever it was big. Thinking it was a person trying to mess with us, we yelled at them to screw off. But then it growled at us and tore claw marks into the side of the tent where the moon was, allowing us to get a clearer look at the thing. When I first saw it, it looked like a dark mass with 2 glowing yellow eyes, but then it stood up and did one of those sort of bark, growl mix noises, and it started to push down on top of the tent again in an attempt to get us to run out of the tent, but we didn't. Call me cowardly or whatever, but I dove back into my sleeping bag. In hindsight, that probably wasn't a good idea and wouldn't help keeping it away from us. However, Matthias was calling his dad to get us out of here. As soon as he hung up the phone, everything stopped. The pushing, the growling, all of it just ceased. We stared at each other for about 5 minutes when Matthias's dad came to see what all the fuss was about. We came rushing out to him and begged him to take us home. But he said it was too late at night. We'd have to tough it out until morning at least. We all groaned at this. We decided to sleep in his truck for the night, throughout which we heard snarling and scratching noises around the truck. But eventually that stopped too. When things got quiet, I finally got some sleep. In the morning, we had gone back to the campsite and found our tent torn to shreds, but most of the items were still intact, except for Nathaniel's bag, which had food in it, which was now torn apart with food scraps all over the place. But one thing stood out the most. A freaking entire dead coyote had been thrown into the fire pit. Disgusted at the sight, we packed up whatever we could and silently drove back home, never speaking the whole way back. I'm still extremely scared of what happened. As a matter of fact, I'm writing this directly after I got home from this nightmare of a trip. I don't think I'll ever be camping in Kansas ever again. Who knows what's hiding in the shadows out there, waiting for night to fall to make itself a meal out of some campers. Possible Skinwalker, from Nessa. I grew up in a house that was tucked into the woods. We even had our own street name for our driveway. It was fairly secluded. Well, as kids, we grew up in the woods behind our house because our favorite thing to do was play in the bluffs, dig caves. We would make our own clubhouses and climb trees from sunup to sundown. It was me, my 3 brothers, and my older sister. We hardly ever separated from each other, but on that day, my stepbrother decided he wanted to go home early to play Super Nintendo. We didn't think anything of it, really. We had just gotten the game system, and we fought over it constantly. So he took the opportunity to get it to himself. We told him to just be careful. The sun was setting at the time. About 15 minutes later, we hear a voice in the distance. It was faint at first, and it was coming from the opposite end of the woods that my brother left from. It suddenly became clear that it was his voice, but he was shrieking for help. And as the voice moved closer, we could make out words.
Help me! It's me, Ryan!
We all looked at each other in disbelief, and something told us that this was not, in fact, Ryan. Must have been our immediate gut instinct. My older brother told us to run, now. We ran as fast as we could back to the house to get help. As soon as we got into the house, we saw our brother Ryan playing Super Nintendo, like he said he would. There was no possible way for him to beat us back to the house before we could get there, while yelling from the opposite direction into the woods. We were terrified and avoided going in the woods after that. That wasn't Isabella. From XX Dean XX. It was June 2019. Me and my best friends, Isabella and Elizabeth, were very close and still are today. I'd even say we're like sisters. The story I'm about to tell you was one of the most confusing yet scary experiences of my life. It was June, and school had just let out for the summer. All three of us girls were hanging out in Bella's room, talking about what we'd do for the summer. Bella and Liz lived in a more rural and secluded area, so their house was the only house for a while. Liz and Bella's parents were out of town at the time, and so their older sister, who we'll call Hannah, was watching over them. Hannah was out with her boyfriend, though, and wouldn't be back until late. We had a hard time trying to come up with ideas to keep ourselves entertained, so we decided to take a break, and we went downstairs to the living room to just watch TV. Bella was sitting on the couch watching The Vampire Diaries, while me and Liz were making something to eat for lunch. We were getting hungry. I think we decided on mac and cheese with turkey and cheese sandwiches. Around a crazy 4 hours later, after we had gotten bored of binging episode after episode, we went to the kitchen to clean up our mess, wash our dirty dishes and such. I told my friends I was a little tired, so I was going upstairs for a nap. They said okay, so I got a glass of water and headed upstairs to Bella's room to sleep. I fell asleep almost instantly. I was so tired from the lack of sleep I'd been having. It was 9:40 p.m. when I woke up to a slight knock on the bathroom from the level below me. Isabella's house was 3 stories, with her bedroom being a loft-type room, which made up the entire 3rd story. The 2nd floor, which was right below from the floor I was sleeping on, consisted of Liz and Bella's parents' room, Liz's room, and their bathroom, and finally the main floor, which was their living room, dining room, kitchen, laundry room, and 2nd bathroom. The knock that I heard woke me up from my nap, and I jumped up a little because the knock had frightened me. I think it was just because it was so sudden, and because I was tired. I then thought it was probably one of my friends, so I shrugged it off and got up off the futon to get a drink of my water, which was sitting on the dresser. Once that was done, I went to the bathroom. I walked downstairs to the 2nd level and slowly opened the bathroom door, still rubbing my eyes. I was still tired. I looked for the light switch and flipped it on so I could see. Then I used the restroom. After I got done, I walked over to the sink to wash my hands. But when I looked in the mirror, I saw a dark shape of what looked to be Bella. I was a bit creeped out, because she was just standing there in the dark hallway facing toward her sister Liz's room, not moving or speaking at all. I turned off the faucet, then I turned around to face my presumed friend. I began walking toward her. As I walked, I was still creeped out, but the only thing I could think was maybe she had fallen asleep downstairs and now was sleepwalking. I said to her in a soft and low voice, "Bella?" She turned her head toward me very awkwardly fast, and I immediately stopped walking. Now, I was a little more than just creeped out then. When I saw her face, I didn't see the face of my best friend, at least not the correct version of it. The face on this person had gaunt cheekbones with pale skin. The skin wasn't totally white, but extremely ghastly pale. The eyes were glowing yellow, and the face overall was just bony and taut. Its hair was all tangled and untidy, and way darker than Bella's hair. It starts to do this evil-looking smile at me. When I saw the teeth of it, they were disgustingly yellow and oddly sharp. Same for the nails on its hands. They weren't too long, but they were still yellow and pointed. I didn't know what this thing was supposed to be. This thing that was supposed to look like my best friend. Suddenly, it sort of skittered into Liz's room. I took the chance to sprint downstairs, yelling for the real versions of my friends. I run down into the living room, seeing the two sisters hop off the couch, running across the living room to me, wondering what in the world was wrong. I was so shaken up from what had happened that I couldn't speak, so Liz took me to sit on the couch to calm down, while Bella went to the phone in the hallway to call Hannah and tell her that something had happened. Liz leaves me on the couch to go to the fridge in the kitchen and gets me some orange Fanta with some ice. While all this is going on, I try to listen over the sounds of clinking glass cups to what Isabella is telling Hannah over the phone. I couldn't hear what she was saying, though. Liz rushed back into the living room and handed me the glass of soda, but I set it on the table. I almost spilt it because my hands were still so shaky. Bella comes hurrying back into the living room shortly after her sister. They were just sitting there looking at me. I assumed it was because they were waiting for me to tell them what happened. I began to explain what I saw upstairs, but they didn't believe me. They were trying to explain away why I would have seen something like that, like it could have been my clonidine. But I explained to them that in the 8 years I'd been taking those pills, I've never once had that kind of side effect. They ran out of logical explanations as to what it might have been, so they gave up and just kept telling me it wasn't real. Pretty soon, Hannah came flying through the door with her boyfriend and into the living room where we were. She asked what happened, and when I told her, she didn't seem to believe me either. But then she stood up from where she was kneeling in front of me and told me, "Hold on." She then took her boyfriend upstairs, and you could hear them walking around upstairs where Liz's room was. Shortly after, they came back down. Hannah came up to me and hugged me, saying it's okay. She pulled out her phone and said that it was late and time to go to bed. After what just happened, I didn't want to sleep at all. Hannah told us, "You girls can sleep on the couch if you want to, and we can sleep on air mattresses down here." We all agreed with Hannah's suggestion, and so we went and got everything set up. I fell asleep pretty fast. There weren't any more noises or anything like that the rest of the night. The next morning, I had Hannah drive me home because I didn't want to stay another night in that house. I've kept this experience to myself, and I haven't been back to their house ever since. I'm still close to Liz and Bella to this day, but we never talk about that night. I know they still don't believe me, and you might not either, but I'm still sharing my story because I know what I saw. I know that what I saw was not Isabella. Unexplained Creature in the Desert of Arizona, from Mikael 666. I'm a 21-year-old guy from Denmark. Back in 2017, I was going on a road trip vacation in the United States. We started off in Las Vegas, where my mom was visiting an old woman she lived with for a year back when she was 16 and an exchange student. We then drove to LA, then Arizona, followed by New Mexico, Texas, and finally Louisiana. I am and I was very into scary stuff. I was especially into cryptids and unexplained creatures, which I was teased for by my sister and her boyfriend. When we were driving through the deserts of Arizona, my dad had to have a smoke, and we needed to stretch our legs. We got out of the car, and my dad began smoking. We looked around, trying to pass the time. Out of nowhere, my sister speaks up. "What is that?" and pointed toward the desert, where we immediately noticed a lion-sized, totally black cat. And I'm not talking like a normal black panther. This creature was so dark and black, it seemed to absorb the light around it, like a shadow. It was just walking. It had a really long and thick tail, and it walked so freaking weird like it was a robot. Just totally stiff legs. It noticed us watching it, and froze for a moment, before turning its head really fast and staring at us. It turned its body then without moving its head, and started walking in our direction. I said to everybody that we should probably get back in the car and get moving. I wasn't going to stay around for that thing to reach us. My family quickly agreed, so we hurried to get back in the car to take off. For the rest of the trip, my sister's boyfriend and my sister didn't tease me about unexplainable creatures anymore. We were really creeped out by this thing. During the ride, I started to Google some things about animals that lived in Arizona, and I couldn't find anything about huge felines that are solid black living anywhere around here, let alone any animal that looked exactly like that anywhere in the world. I still think about this a lot to this very day, and I've never found an answer to what it was out there. What could it be? This creature, as large as a lion, blacker than black, with an overly long and thick tail. You tell me. Theater Creature from Texas. This story happened to me and a friend of mine back in our sophomore year of high school, which was 9 years ago. We lived in a small town in West Texas of about 1,500 people. The town used to have some small amenities, like a rec center, auto parts store, and a movie theater. All have now been shut down and are slowly falling apart. As kids, we would go into the old movie theater through either the door out back or the rooftop entrance from the latter to the side. The back door went straight into a big room full of costumes that is behind the stage of the theater. Movies were played as well as acts that must have been done before I was born, knowing the theater was only open for a very short period after I'd moved into town. I've never had any strange occurrences during the few times I'd been there, until that day in particular. After that, I stopped going back to the theater entirely. Me and my friend had gone through the rooftop entrance and made our way to the overhead balcony, overlooking the stage and rows of chairs. The chairs that led down from where we were went to the lobby area, where you could buy tickets before entering the theater. The stairs were full from top to bottom of old glassware like cups and plates. We used to take a box or two up to the top balcony and throw them across the theater, listening to them break. Don't worry, this place had long been abandoned. No one was coming back for any of this stuff. The only light source in that place was whatever flashlights we had brought. Otherwise, it was pitch black in there. That day, as we threw the plates and cups across the theater, hearing them break and shatter, we had heard something else across the theater by the stage. Knowing it's a small town, we chalked it up to raccoons or a cat that may have made this place its home, so we shined the light. But we didn't see anything out of the ordinary. We continued to throw the plates, and we heard the noise again. This time it was a bit louder. We shined the light once more, scanning our way up to the stage, where we were mortified to see 3 strange creatures. Even now, I've got no explanation for what they were. In the face, they looked like human women, with rough-looking hair down to their shoulders. They were crouched over on the stage, with wings protruding from their backs. In the light, their skin was gray. Our flashlight beam gave us away immediately. They started to scream this high-pitched squeal and proceeded to stand up. We immediately took off to the ladder, heading back up to the roof entrance. We weren't followed, but it was enough to make me stay out of there to this day. Many people in our town claim to be followed at night by strange creatures called lechuzas, or witchbird. I've never seen the creatures again and hope I never do. It doesn't make me fear cryptids. I just don't want to be put in that position of being outnumbered by something I couldn't explain, let alone could only see with a flashlight beam. The Noise, from Kelby L. This happened to me and my friend Corey. We both live in southern Ohio. We one day decided to go into the woods with a BB gun to try to shoot some stuff. We were just a couple of bored kids, 12 or 13 years old. We walked into the woods about half a mile or so, enjoying each other's company, joking around like friends do. At one point, we stopped to take a break, sitting down on a big log. We were talking about video games, girls, and whatnot, when we began to hear something walking around. We look around and see nothing there, but the walking kept on going, until it stopped like whatever was walking was surprised to see us, which freaked us out because we couldn't see it or them. This was in autumn. There were no leaves or vegetation on anything, so we could see about 100 yards in any direction. Yet still, we could not see what was making the walking sound. I grabbed a stick and threw it, just to make some noise to see what the thing would do. It then began making these small jumping sounds, like a squirrel or something. Still, we couldn't see it. Right when we were about to ignore it, or forget it, this ungodly roar, and I mean roar, came bellowing out at us. It was so loud and deep, it rattled my chest. I could feel it deep within my bones. Each roar lasted a good few seconds. We jumped up immediately and began scanning the area, shaking like crazy, but still not seeing anything. This creature kept coming though, roaring and roaring at us so loud and deep, it felt like it was messing with my heartbeat. My friend and I looked at each other and ran. Whatever it was, I don't think a BB gun was going to do much to it. We ran all the way back half a mile to the safety of the electric fence. The entire time, we could hear it following us. Though the roar grew louder and the creature drew closer, we never saw hide nor hair of it. Luckily, we made it home just fine. We talk about this crazy experience from time to time. We joke about one day going back in the woods with a lot more weapons and finding that creature that made the sound. But truthfully, I'm too scared to do that. I've only been in the woods maybe 2 or 3 times since then, and because of this experience, I always felt watched and creeped out. That's my story of the roaring thing that sounded like it was right in our face, yet could not be seen. Nowadays, I regret never looking up in the trees. That's the only place I didn't think to look. I was chased by a skinwalker. From That One Texan. This happened when I was 12. My best friend and I had incredibly active imaginations, and the woods behind his house were the perfect playground. His family owned 3 acres of land in Decatur, Texas, and his house sat on the very front of their property. Their backyard had a creek and a deep drainage ditch running through it. The ditch was perpendicular to the creek. The creek itself made a 90-degree turn into their yard, pointing away from the house, and a 15-foot cliff overlooked the bend. And let's call my friend Joe for anonymity's sake. Joe and I would play in the ditch, rain or shine, with his airsoft rifles, pretending to be World War I soldiers, Indiana Jones, or space troopers conquering an alien world. We would follow the creek back into their property, deep into the woods. Joe's parents never had an issue with this because we knew the woods like the back of our hands, and Joe had a walkie-talkie he used to talk to his parents. We would play in the woods all the way to the barbed wire fence that served as the property line. Those woods were basically our second home, and we would camp in them almost every time I would spend the night. One summer day, I was having a sleepover at Joe's house, and we were planning on camping in the woods. We were super excited for the night, because Joe's parents were letting us set up our tent across the creek back in the tree line. We were never allowed to do this before, because there were bobcats and coyotes in the woods, and his parents were afraid that we could get ourselves hurt. This day in particular was mild for a Texas summer day, and we spent the whole day outside, playing in the woods. We had eaten dinner and got our tent set up and ready to go, but we still had a couple of hours left of sunlight. We planned on spending them all in the woods playing. Around 8:45 p.m., the sun began to set, and soon we were back at the property line. We decided to head back then. It usually took us about 15 minutes to walk back to the creek, but we took far longer than that because we had never been in the woods at night before. Before long, it was dark out, and we began to realize our mistake. We stumbled through the woods, tripping over tree roots, our airsoft rifles, and thorn bushes. We were about 100 yards from the tent and crossing the creek when we heard a sound. We stopped in the water, listening closely. The only sounds were crickets chirping, frogs croaking, and water trickling over stones. I suddenly realized I was shivering, even though it was still 90 degrees out and incredibly humid. Something just felt off, and I couldn't put my finger on it. As Joe and I began walking towards the shore on the other side of the creek, we heard a scream. I started shivering again, and Joe stared at me. We knew what bobcat screams sounded like, but this sound was like nothing else we had ever heard before. It was both high-pitched and deep, and throaty at the same time, but the worst part was that it was close, very close. Joe looked at me and said, "I'm scared. Let's run to the tent. I can see it over there." I nodded, and we started to sprint through the dark woods. As we were breaking through a bush, we heard something big splashing in the creek, and another blood-curdling scream cutting through the still night air. The sound startled me, and I lost my footing on a tree root. I crashed to the ground, smacking my shin on a rock. Joe kept running, not realizing that I'd fallen. I sat up and saw something that I'll never forget. A dog was looking at me through a bush. At first, I thought it was a coyote, until I saw that its eyes were bright yellow, and it was the size of a small horse. I began to crawl backwards, keeping eye contact with the beast the whole time. I stared into those bright, intelligent eyes, and I could tell that it was amused by my show of fear. I slowly stood up and kept backing away, absolutely terrified. The creature chuffed, turned around, and disappeared into the brush. I immediately turned and sprinted to the tent, scared to my very core. Joe and I sat in the tent and sobbed for close to an hour before working up the courage to run 50 yards up the hill to his house. I don't know how, but we fell asleep that night, and I remember getting up to get a glass of water, hearing that haunting scream again. Joe still lives in that house, and every once in a while he hears strange sounds and sees strange things. A few months ago, he and his father found a dead buck in the creek. It had been shredded, and there's no way a cougar or a coyote pack did it. The poor thing had been torn apart. The most disturbing part of the spectacle was that something had taken a massive bite out of the deer's chest, devouring the heart. Every time I go back into those woods, I get chills, and Joe and I always triple check that all the doors and windows are locked before going to sleep. That wasn't the last time I had a run-in with the skinwalker, but I'll have to share that another time. I truly hope that you never have to experience what I did that night in the woods. Backpacking in Wyoming, from Alexandria. When I was around 23, my good friend and I went backpacking near the South Platte River in Wyoming. As most people know, the wilderness is no place for an inexperienced hiker like myself, so my friend came along armed with a handgun big enough to hurt any creepy people lurking in the wilderness or any random bears. So then we hit some back roads and dirt trails. We ended up stopping at a camping spot that hunters would use. There were signs like meat pulls and such. We park and look around for any old deer tracks, and we find tracks leading to a hollow just a few yards away. We give each other a glance and grab our bags for the walk ahead. Soon we find ourselves in the brush, and I'm worried about ticks when we hear howls, and I glance up to notice a now very still friend. Before I could say another word, the air around me is filled with this pungent smell of elk. To me, it was like heavy pee mixed with a sappy, muddy smell. Then the sounds around us erupted into a symphony of breaking trees, which nearly sounded like thunder. My friend suddenly pushes me into the brush. Apparently, we had unknowingly walked into a herd of elk. One of the elk, a female, came right at us. My friend fired his gun in a panic, missing the elk. But once it broke through the brush, the elk ran right past us. But there was something weirdly wrong with it. I'm not sure if my friend fainted or may have hit his head, but he was blacked out. I did my best to drag my unconscious friend up the hill to safety. On top of the hill, I got a good look at the elk down below. They were all standing motionless and staring at us through the trees. This was a bit unsettling. My friend woke up pretty quickly, especially after a splash of water I had. "You alright?" I couldn't take my eyes off of the elk while I asked him this. I was afraid that if I did and I looked back, I wouldn't be able to see them anymore. "Yeah, wait, where are we? Did you see that man?" His voice stammered, and then his eyes looked toward the elk below. I looked at his face, then slowly back to the elk. They all seemed taller than normal, almost hidden in the trees. The air felt wrong too, sickly almost. You could smell rotten meat, and it made me yak from that pungent smell. I remembered that smell from before. "We need to leave." His voice was short. I helped him up, and we headed out of the brush, but we stopped when we heard the pained huff of an elk behind us. My friend insisted that I do not turn around. Instead, the two of us tried our best to run. But as we started to run, I grew curious, too curious, and I turned around for a look. It was the same female. Her hair looked like it was all mangy, and her skin and fur seemed to be falling or melting off. There were holes in her ribs where you could see bones. It huffed again, but the huff sounded like a scream. I turned to take off running, but my friend was nowhere to be seen now. I broke through the brush and came down hard on my knees, having fallen to the ground. My eyes were burning in the back of my skull, but then I heard a voice coming from the direction of the elk. It sounded close, and I could smell that same rot coming from it. Child, don't fear." I didn't dare turn around. I did not want to know what was speaking those words. "Alex!" someone called out. I opened my eyes and a truck flew in front of me. Soon after, another scream came from behind me. I turned to see the elk again, and behind it were red eyes in the bushes. The other supposed elk. I heard voices, multiple voices from every direction now, all saying the same thing. Stay. The truck door opened suddenly. My friend grabbed me by the shoulder and basically threw me in the truck. We tore out of that place, but the images, the sounds we experienced there, they still haunt me very much as they confuse me. Those red eyes, those horrible, tortured faces of the elk. Remember when my friend asked me if I saw that man? Well, I later figured out what he was talking about. After he saw the female elk coming at us, he apparently saw a tall, horrid-looking man. He said that his face was gruesome. Flesh from his face was falling off. Eyes were bulging out of their sockets, eyes that looked to be dipped into a fiery red. And turns out he had fainted. After seeing the man, he blacked out and had dreams of these elk devouring me at the spot where I'd tripped, tearing me to shreds and then feasting on each other. He said he could hear a chant like song. We still hike, and I do have my own gun now to protect me. But just in case, I've got some backup holy water, if I can reach it in time.
Number 1. Navajo Skinwalker in Colorado. Submitted by Hunter L. My story begins in Colorado. I was 14 years old at the time. My family was taking a trip to visit my grandmother, who lives deep in the country. We were planning to stay over a few nights and enjoy the peace and quiet of the country. I've always been more of an indoorsy person, but I did love taking a nice hike through the woods from time to time. The highway drive was long and uneventful, but once we finally got there, I was super excited. After all, I had my own room in the beautiful cabin my grandmother lived in, with an amazing view of the lake and forests surrounding the property. I exchanged greetings with her, and after a few minutes of idle conversation, I headed to my room. I pulled out my laptop and began to get set up for a quality gaming session when I first heard the howling. It sounded like a wolf's cry, but slower, almost distorted, like if you recorded the howl and played it back at half the speed and lowered the pitch. That's how it sounded. It was very creepy, but having little to no experience living in the country, I brushed it off, assuming it was some animal I wasn't accustomed to. Soon the sun began to set, and I was exhausted at the time, partly from the really long car ride. I began to get settled into bed, and despite the thick comforter, something didn't feel right. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, like something was misplaced or missing. I didn't know what it was, but again I brushed it off, telling myself it was just weird to sleep in an unfamiliar place, and soon I drifted off to sleep. I woke up around 10 in the morning feeling really well rested, and I looked through my window. I could see that it had gotten foggy, as there were billowing clouds of mist drifting through the trees outside, and it was raining too, heavily. It was a bit difficult to see through the windows due to the excessive amount of water outside. I threw on some pajamas and went to grab some breakfast. When I walked into the kitchen, there was a note on the table. According to the note, my family left the house to grab some medication for my grandma, and that they'd be back in a couple of hours. So I settled with eating some frosted flakes. I was sitting on the comfortable couch directly under the living room window, watching the rain and fog roll in. Then again, I heard that eerie howl, the same howl from the night before. It was so slow and thick, so deliberate. As that happened, I noticed a figure creep forward through the fog. Of course, foggy weather in the country can be extremely thick. I couldn't see anything over 5 feet from the window, and I could barely make it out. But it looked like a dog or a wolf, almost anyway. The feeling that something was wrong, very, very wrong with this animal suddenly hit me. Slowly as the form of this thing came through the fog, I realized why I was feeling that way. The creature was standing on its back legs. Its back legs, I thought. I was shocked and confused. When I finally could think clearly, I looked at the creature in more detail. Its legs were twisted, bent in weird ways, almost like it was hit by a car. Of course, up here by the cabin, the closest road that's often used is a good mile away. As I looked on in horror, the creature spun around and, on its two hind legs, sprinted. In moments, it disappeared into the thick fog. As it turned around, though, I could see that it had no tail. Literally no tail, like it was ripped off or never there. The moment I snapped myself out of that trance, I instantly ran back to my room, shutting and locking the door. I hopped on my laptop, trying to Google and find out exactly what I saw. When my family finally got back, around 3, I waited until my parents were out of the room to tell my grandma. My parents would never believe me anyway. She was part Native American, but not that she was Navajo. She told me what she believed I saw was a skinwalker. Supposedly, it's a shape-shifting spirit or witch that takes the form of animals in order to harm people. However, it can never perfectly replicate the animal it takes the form of. When we left 3 days later, I was happy to get out of those foggy woods. After researching the legend of the skinwalker further, I honestly believe that that is what I saw. So to all of those listening, be careful when you go deep into the countryside of Colorado. If I met that creature outside of that cabin, I don't think I'd be here to share this story. Number 2. Creature, submitted by Brianna. I live in a little town in New Mexico. This town is surrounded by dirt roads, dairies, and fields. There is a state park about 10 to 15 minutes outside of town. One day, my boyfriend and I were at this park. It must have been around 3 in the morning. We didn't really have anywhere else to hang out, so we would often go there to have some private time. We were about to leave, and we came up to this little intersection where the entrances were, and we see a vehicle turning in. So we sat and waited for the vehicle to pass, but the closer it came, the slower it got. It was a bit unnerving. I was getting nervous because we do have gangs out here. As the car approached, we noticed that the driver was an old lady. She was a tiny thing with curly white hair. And this is when things got weird. Remember, she's going very slow, so we got plenty of time to soak in this image of the lady. As she passed, she turned her head towards us. Her eyes were solid black. I swear to God, there were no whites to her eyes. Not like empty sockets, but as if she had black eyeballs. Or maybe like each eye was just one solid pupil. We both froze as she slowly drove past. All the while, we were both filled with fear and dread. I'm not sure what we saw, but there were so many unanswered questions. Why would a little old woman be at the park 15 minutes outside of town at 3 in the morning? What was she doing there? Why was she driving so slow and just staring at us the whole time? We were very weirded out, and we started questioning what we saw, making excuses that we were just maybe tired, even though we both know what we saw. Well, a few months later, we drove out to the dirt roads to get away for a little bit. The sun was just setting. I knew we should have went home as soon as it got dark, but we decided to park and chill out. Suddenly, we both saw something out of the corner of our eyes. Instantly, we both jerked our heads around to see what it was. It was humanoid in shape, dirty with very long legs, but it ran on all fours. It looked more like a person trying to run on all fours, because when it ran, it just didn't look right. At an unnatural speed, it ran into the field next to us, and in a split second, it was gone. We were both so freaked out by this experience that we started the car and left immediately. New Mexico has many stories about skinwalkers, but I've never really paid attention or tried to believe those stories. I thought it was just native superstition. But when we mentioned these stories to a couple of friends, they all began to open up about the weird things they've seen out on those dirt roads. After hearing those stories, after what we saw those nights, we have not been out driving like that again in a while, because now it just seems too dangerous. Who knows what those fields are hiding? Based on the stories of the skinwalkers, I believe either of these sightings could be those menacing eyes of the old woman, It could have been a skinwalker wearing the skin suit of an old lady. Anyway, we're definitely not going to take any more chances out there. The last thing I want is to be out in the forest alone as something watches me through the brush. Number 3. My disturbing drive from Florida to Ohio. Submitted by Eon. I'm a Marine and I just recently got back from Japan as I'm being reassigned for recruiting duty. Upon my arrival back stateside, I found out I had to go to my next station early. Oh, there's nothing like hearing bad news right off the bat. Well, anyway, I live in the Orlando-Tampa area of Florida, and I had a long drive ahead of me to reach my destination, so I went ahead and got on the road. Later that night, I had been on the road all day going up I-95 North when I merged onto I-77 North. By the time I drove into Charlotte, North Carolina, it was getting dark fast, and I was completely exhausted. I was seriously considering pulling over to get a little bit of shut-eye, when, out of nowhere, I saw the most terrifying thing. In front of me, right in my headlights, something darted in front of my vehicle. I slammed on the brakes immediately, and my car came to a stop. Whatever it was seemed to stop for a moment before continuing to cross the road. During this quick moment, I was able to gather many details about this creature. It was inhumanly skinny and lanky, and its skin was hairless and pale. All in all, the thing was humanoid in shape. Well, before I even knew what I was doing, I got out of my car, still worried that I almost hit a person, and I watched this thing dart into the woods on the other side of the interstate. The most chilling part of this, though, was when it stopped on the other side, just to look back in my direction, to let out this ear-piercing scream or howl. I don't know which. To my astonishment, it was met with a reply on my side of the interstate and connecting woods. Something on the other side, another of its kind, had let out another scream in reply. So basically, alone in the dark on the side of the road, I was surrounded by these things. Without wasting any more time, I jumped back into my car and I booked it out of there. I'm currently sitting in a hotel room at the Super 8, about 12 miles from where I had encountered this thing. And I can leave you with this. My time in Afghanistan was far less frightening than the sound that this creature emitted. And I swear to God, for the rest of my time alive on this planet, I hope I don't see this thing again. Number 4. Rock-throwing skinwalker. Submitted by Colton. I'm Native American from the Navajo tribe, and this story took place when I was about 5 years old. I'm from Utah, and my grandma lives in New Mexico, so from time to time we would visit her and have cookouts and whatnot. To set up where this takes place, my grandma has 2 plots of land that she used to live between during different seasons. She had a home in the desert beneath a mountain, and another within the mountain that requires a truck to get to, and which happened to be a hogan from when my grandma was a child. This time of season, she lived up in the mountain, which is between spring and summer. Up in the mountain is lush with foliage and a dark forest that would make daytime look ominous. My parents would run to town to help her run errands and buy supplies that she needed. This time they left around 4 in the afternoon and said they would be back very late. To give an idea of how far we were from the nearest city, Shiprock if you're wondering, it would take around 2 hours to go down the mountain and drive to the city. We already expected them to be back late in the night. In my family, I'm the baby. I have my parents, my eldest sister, my older brother, and my other sister. And the team that went down to the city was my older brother and my other sister. The ones that wanted to stay up in the hogan were my eldest sister and my cousin and me. So that'll give you some idea of who was there and where we were. It's around 9 p.m. that night, and we're sitting in the hogan doing nothing because it's a moonless night outside, and it's pretty terrifying when you're 5 years old, and literally the only light is from a gas lantern. Suddenly, the dogs start barking at something. Soon this escalates to the sound of them fighting something, as if they were trying to defend themselves or fend something off. From the sound of the dogs fighting and whimpering, my sister is trying to see what's happening from the only window in the Hogan. But of course she can't see anything, it's just that dark. My cousin and I are scared out of our minds because this never happened before. The dogs may bark or growl, but they never sounded so freaked out. They were acting like their lives were in danger, and even scarier after all the fighting. There was complete silence. After a couple of seconds, we heard what sounded like rocks being thrown at our little Hogan. We began to panic because something got rid of the dogs and is now coming after us. My cousin lives in this Hogan with my grandma, and they knew that a revolver was hiding in her drawer with her clothes. He tells my sister to grab it and tells her how to load it and arm it. What we were planning to do was to run from the thing and flee to our relative that lives across this 200-yard field of dirt and knee-high grass in the moonless night. I just remember thinking how terrible of a plan that was, like it was some sort of situation right from a horror movie. I completely remember that feeling of sheer terror the moment we opened that door, only to be met by pitch blackness outside. My sister, armed with a revolver, followed up behind us, while my cousin with a bat led us. So we sprint outside, like a bunch of bats out of hell, and I'm trying to keep up and not lag behind, but it's hard. I don't remember running 200 yards so fast, but being a panicking 5-year-old kid, thinking he's about to be pounced on by some creature, probably helped me across the way. Thankfully, we arrive at my relative's house, and of course he's really mad that we're there so late, and he notices my sister with the gun. Long story short, she gets scolded for having the gun out and armed with kids around. He takes the gun and fires 3 times in the air and walks back to the Hogan. He stays with us until my parents come back. That's the most I can remember, and I know a lot of other creepy stuff happened at my grandma's, but that was by far the scariest, because who wants to run through an open field with the feeling of something chasing you? The next day when we checked on the dogs, or what was left of them, we saw a very disgusting sight. Something had killed them. Whatever that thing was, it finished off the dogs and began to throw rocks at our Hogan. I can only believe that it was trying to lure us out, which it successfully did, but I have no idea why it didn't attack us, because it literally had us in the palm of its hand. Number 5. Hunted, submitted by Justin. My friends and I love paranormal stuff, and we love being scared. We practically study this stuff. So by now we know about Wendigos, skinwalkers, and many other demons. But until this one night, we never really knew what being scared meant. That night was about 3 weeks ago when me and my friends decided to go into the forest in my backyard. There were 3 of us, me, T, and Josh. They were staying the night at my house when Josh came up with the idea to go for a walk in the woods. This was surprising to T and I, as he was usually the one that was scared. He said it'd be fun to try to creep ourselves out in the dark. We agreed and got some flashlights, then headed out in my backyard. Now, in my backyard, there was no fence separating the forest. The forest was huge, and I still haven't seen the end of it from my usual walks, and that's even during the daytime. We all walked close together for about 5 minutes, when things started to happen. All of our flashlights began blinking and then just shut off. This couldn't have just been the batteries because it happened at the same time. What the heck? We heard Josh say. Then he just took off back to the house. Oh my God, Josh, I said under my breath. Suddenly, a twig snapped behind us. I turned toward it, trying to turn my flashlight on again, but nothing happened. T stepped closer to me as we both stared into the dark forest in silence. I wanted to run, but something held me back, maybe a morbid curiosity. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but soon I could see what made that twig snap. It was a tall creature with a hunched back. The ribs of this beast were showing, with flesh hanging from it. The head was of a deer skull, and instantly I knew what this might be. Perhaps a skinwalker or Wendigo. It was like seeing something straight from your nightmares, something so unreal that you deny that you're seeing it. But it was there, so vivid. I'll never forget the sight of it. Honestly, things like wendigos and skinwalkers and creatures like that, they were just stories before. But now the story came to life before me, and I was scared for my life. I nearly screamed at the sight of it, but I tried to hold it in, trying not to make eye contact with it. I whispered to T, "You need to run as soon as I do." I was far from sure of myself, but I thought maybe we could run fast enough to get back to my house before it got to us. So I bolted. T took off right toward the house, but my plan was to cut off in a different direction before I headed home. That way at least one of us could make it. Not too long after that, though, I began to hear footsteps behind me, and my heart began to race. As those footsteps caught up to me, I turned to face my fate. But there was Josh with a different flashlight. I'd never been more thankful to see him. "Holy crap, dude, are you okay?" he asked me. "Man, we saw something." The look on his face said he didn't completely believe me, but he replied to me, "I just came back to look for you guys to make sure you're okay." Still completely terrified, I looked back deeper into the forest behind me when an ear-piercing screech broke through the air. I wanted to just be home. I've never heard anything like this before, and it sent chills down my body. Josh and I ran as fast as we could towards T in the house, but whenever we looked behind us, we heard footsteps coming from something else. We just kept running as fast as we could with something trailing close behind us, when suddenly my head caught an overhanging branch and it knocked me to the ground. Josh mustn't have seen because he just kept running. I lay there on the forest floor, scared, tired, and now in pain. I was too afraid to look behind me. I just knew that I would see that thing standing over me, waiting to kill me. Thankfully, the next thing I saw was T running through the bush back towards me. He actually came back for me. Before I could be filled with hope, though, T stopped in his tracks before he could reach me. He knelt down, and he didn't once take his eyes off of something behind me. His eyes were so wide and his mouth was open. What was he seeing? He looked so scared. It was almost more terrifying than actually seeing this thing, just knowing that it was right behind me. Then those same footsteps that were following us before, I heard them again, but this time, they were walking away. If I wanted to survive this was my chance. I got up and I sprinted to the house, T just barely in front of me. The whole way there, we didn't see or hear anything else. When we got back to the house, Josh was waiting at the back door with his head barely poking out of it. I rolled my eyes when I saw him, but none of us said another word for the rest of the night. We got inside, locked all the doors, and just sat there. We all waited for the sun to come up, the three of us in silent agreement that we should probably never go back in those woods again. Number 6. Wendigo or Skinwalker. Submitted by Anonymous. When I was a child, I remember playing hide and seek with my friends, who I still talk to this day. But it was back then that we stopped playing hide and seek because something happened. My house was backed by a forest of pine trees, so there wasn't a whole lot of brush and you could see about a mile in. Keep in mind we were about 3 miles away from any other houses, so it was often very quiet. As well as being very creepy at night, it also seemed very eerie during the day. I always got chills when I was out there. Yet that didn't stop us from camping, hunting, and just playing in the woods. So one summer evening, myself, my mom, dad, and friends, Jeff and Lily, had gone out to camp. What was special about this time was the fact that we went deeper than we've ever been into these woods. After hiking out, we set up camp, and by then it was already getting dark. We whined to my parents to let us play for almost 10 minutes until they said fine. So it was about 8, and it was dark out. We got some flashlights and we began our games. Of course, like always, I counted first. I began counting, all the while hearing giggles and running feet behind me. After 30 seconds, I turned and I listened. Now, keep in mind, it was summer. You should hear birds, frogs, and crickets. But at the time, I heard nothing. Not wanting to seem like a wuss, I sucked it up and started seeking. After a minute or so, I heard movement, and I instantly saw something that would scar me for the rest of my life. I saw a tall, pale creature, about 8 feet tall, and it was still hunched over. Its limbs were thin and elongated, with long, bony fingernails. Its hair was white and thin. The moment I saw it, I screamed so loud, it turned to me, and this thing, it actually spoke. It said to me,
"Hush, child. I don't want to hurt you."
Now, being a 12-year-old, I had some sense that I knew this thing was going to kill me. I tried to move, but I was completely petrified, so afraid that I could barely breathe. While stuck in a staring contest with this yellow-eyed creature, I tried to remember my way back. The second it took a step toward me, I grabbed my flashlight and I bolted back the way I came. As I was running, I could hear this thing behind me. I turned to see the spot where our camp had been, only to see the remnants of a fire. So instead, I headed home. When I was a few feet away from my yard, I hit a root and fell flat on my face. And I thought, honestly, that I was dead. But as I fell, my dad came out with a shotgun and screamed every possible swear out into the woods. Now, this whole time, I didn't hear footsteps behind me. I just ran. But then as I lay there facing my house, facing my father, only inches behind me, I heard the same voice as before.
"I'll be seeing you soon."
I nearly fainted right there when I realized how close it had come to me. The voice was only a few inches behind me. As soon as I could get myself back up, I ran inside, running into my mother's arms and crying. Apparently, my family had seen this creature in the forest before me. They were unable to find me, and having to care for the other children, they had to get home fast. They had left me. A week later, we moved closer to the city, and we ditched all of our outdoor gear. I remember something a week later. We set up a trail cam, but no one dared to go out there. Ever since that night, I've been wondering what we saw. And to my understanding from my research, I think we may have seen a skinwalker. Mostly, I'm just glad to be alive, and I will never be going out there to see that thing again. Number 7. Skinwalker on Easter. Submitted by Anakin. It was the last day of school for Easter, and I was excited for it, until I had a bit of an accident. I ran headfirst into the mirror on a truck, and I ended up having to go to the hospital. I spent a whole day and the next morning there, but I was soon feeling a bit better. So the night before Easter, my cousin and I were walking to the nearest gas station to buy a few snacks and some junk food. I noticed on my right was a small patch of woods. My cousin then spoke up and said, "Dude, we should go in there." I just looked at him like he was a madman, but I agreed to go. Maybe it was just peer pressure. Boy, was that a bad idea. For one, my injury was making my head hurt, and then when we walked about 50 yards in, I began to hear something that sounded like something eating or thrashing at meat. I told this to my friend, and he told me to remain calm, that it was probably a bobcat or a coyote. I told him in this part of Michigan there's rarely anything like that. Then he said maybe it's a wolverine or something. But then again, this far north, I thought to myself, that's not likely. We ventured on though, trying to ignore the sound. Later, I hear something that sounded like my cousin, but he's right next to me. But coming from the trees nearby, I hear his same voice. "Dude, come over here." We both stopped in our tracks, now completely petrified. We both knew that that wasn't him. I could even see the look of terror on his face when he heard it. As we sat there thinking silently, wondering what we should do, we then saw something of a silhouette dart between trees in front of us. We turned tail and ran back to the gas station. But before we exited those woods, we could see the same silhouette darting between trees around us. Whatever it was easily keeping pace with us, and it seemed to be just toying with us. We ran harder, pushing ourselves to the limits. We didn't stop until we made it back to his house. There, we tried to take our minds off of things. We didn't feel tired after that. We stayed up playing video games and watching videos. The next morning, my mom picked me up, and I couldn't be happier to get away from those woods. Needless to say, I won't be going back to that patch of woods. Number 8. I saw something at the campsite. Submitted by Firebolt U. I was 15 years old and I thought I was invincible. My mom forced me to go to the Boy Scouts, and it was my first camp out with them. Now, before this camp out, I already had a good amount of badges and was strong and sporty, but I was always up for something new. Well, we piled into the truck and were driven to the campsite. I still remember what the camp looked like. It was filled with chipped pieces of wood and was surrounded by forest. We started off with the usual, making a fire and playing manhunt with more people my age. As the sun began to set and our scoutmasters, let's call them Benjamin and Thomas, told us older kids to go into the forest and find some food, such as rabbits or birds to eat. So we went into the damp forest, unsupervised. We all split up so we could cover more ground. I decided to find some rabbit holes. I'd been around this area before with my parents, never camping though, so I knew where some rabbit holes were. I began to hum to myself as I walked. This is when I first saw something. In the distance, behind a tree, there was the silhouette of a deer with antlers. The antlers had many points, so I assumed it was a large buck. The thing was standing still, as if it was trying to listen. I never once saw it move, so I continued to walk slowly closer, thinking it'd be cool if I could get as close as possible to a wild deer. But as I gained some perspective on this creature, as the tree moved from my view, I realized that this was nothing natural. This was no ordinary animal. What I was seeing looked to be something standing on 2 legs, with a deer's head at the top, but the whole thing was all skin, leathery black skin, and this thing wasn't listening. It just had its head tilted down, facing the forest floor, as if it was a statue. I began to reason with myself that maybe it was some crazy artwork by some stranger. But then I saw it breathe. Without chancing it, without taking another step towards it, I turned around and I ran back to camp. I was so afraid that I was staggering and tripping the whole way. When I got back, I was too afraid to tell anyone. I just wanted to go home. I didn't know if anyone would believe me, but I know what I saw. Number 9. My Skinwalker Encounter. Submitted by Paul115. What I'm about to tell you happened 2 weeks ago. I was going on a trip to my grandparents' place, and that's about a 1-hour drive. The road leads through a huge forest, nearly 45 minutes of the drive there. So I left with my parents at around 6 that night, and it was almost completely dark. So through the whole drive it was going to be night, I assumed. Half an hour went by and it was pitch black outside, and only our car's headlights and the moon's light were giving any light at all. Suddenly, as I was watching through the windows, I will mention that we were going slow just to avoid any slippery turns, I saw something, and I instantly regretted looking out that window. There in the dark of the woods was a pale white, almost human-like figure, and only by the light of the moon I could make out some features on its face. Then it moved its head towards our vehicle. I saw 2 red eyes. They were like portals directly to hell. I was terrified instantly. The creature let out a high-pitched screech that I could hear from within the car, and I knew that it was coming from this creature because as it started, its jaw widened inhumanly so. My mom and dad turned their heads trying to find the source of the noise. They heard it too. After looking at my parents to see if they heard it, I looked back at the creature. It was now no longer sunk to the ground. It was now standing on its legs and was easily about 7 feet tall. The moment my dad saw it, he decided to throw caution out the window. He floored it. Then we watched as the creature got back on all 4s, then charged into the woods, disappearing. Now, this was a one-way road, and it went on straight for a few miles. But I swear the whole way, the same distance from the tree line to the road, we heard those screams over and over. Apparently, this creature was somehow keeping pace with us. When we finally arrived at my grandparents' place, we all got in the house as quickly as possible, completely forgetting any luggage that we had in the vehicle. Inside, we rushed through salutations, and we locked the door. And then we heard the screaming around the house. My grandparents' expressions were different than that of my parents, and instantly we all knew that my grandparents recognized this sound. The next few hours went by as we all sat in the living room, cuddled up together, and my dad and grandfather both had 12-gauge shotguns at the ready. After a long while, I somehow finally fell asleep. That night, though, I kept waking up in the middle of the night, over and over, every so often. But every time I did, I would look out the window, and there would be red eyes in different windows. Whatever was out there, it was moving from window to window, keeping a close eye on us. Or maybe it was trying to find an entrance. When everyone was awake in the morning, everything seemed to go back to normal. And during our little getaway, we didn't hear anything or see anything else like that creature. I couldn't have been more thankful. To this day, I don't know what it was, but one fact remains. My grandparents know something, but they refuse to give any answers. And number 10. Until Dawn. Submitted by X Seraphim X. My family and I were going to a family reunion on my uncle's ranch or farm. Every 5 years we would have the reunion, and every time I would awkwardly follow my parents around and stuff, talking to cousins that I've never met before. Anyway, some of the grown-ups decided it was a good idea to stay and spend the night, drinking. My parents decided to stay too, and I don't know what possessed them to put me in charge of the toddlers and teenagers, but those kids were like half my age, and 2 of them were older than me. I wasn't really up to it. Somehow we ended up sleeping outside in tents that were in a row, overlooking the thick bushes and trees outside. It was about 1 in the morning when all of us finally went to sleep, because last I checked all the phone lights were off. I woke up listening to eerie howls of pain coming from behind one of the tents. Now, howls like this were normal, because there were a lot of coyotes on my uncle's ranch, but they wouldn't come this close to humans. I ended up listening to the howl. It slowly died off. I woke up again later, listening to the sound of odd ripping noises to the left. I got up and peeked my head outside of the tent, and what I saw shook me to my very soul. It looked like a deer on its hind legs, until I took a second glance. There, looming over a tent only a few feet away from me, was a tall and gray creature with dangling arms and horns on its head. It was just peering into a hole it made on the top of a tent. I wanted to scream and do something, but I was paralyzed with fear as this thing put half its head into the tent hole. I never realized that my cousin was up and looking at this thing until she threw a small pebble at it. I pushed her back inside and closed the tent we were huddled in. We sat there listening and waiting for it to do something. We could hear it out there sniffing the tent, and we could still see its tall shadow. It was just circling the tent for a while until we heard another howl off in the distance. Finally, this weird creature scattered away like it never happened. We stayed up until dawn, and I was too tired and scared to go tell our parents what happened. The last thing I was about to do was exit that tent. In the morning, some tents were ripped, and there was what appeared to be drool on some of the tents. I never got around to telling my parents what I experienced. I don't know why I still haven't. I really haven't bothered to share this story with many people. Maybe I'm still scared deep down.
The Buffalo and Wind. From Anonymous. I was 17 years old, just graduated from high school. It was the beginning of July, and it was getting hot. There were 4 of us who all decided that we were going to be there for a dear friend of ours. We were Amber, Ryan, Spencer, and myself. This friend was the pillar of our little clique.
a kind and gentle guy who was a mountain of a man. He was also Native American. His mother was flying us all out to, I think, Missouri. His name was Kyle. His mother was taking us all out there because Kyle was becoming a man in the tribe. The elder or chief was giving him an animal spirit name. We arrived early in the day. Well, early for me, anyway. So I was basically carried around by Kyle while I was half awake. For clarity, I'm about 5'3". I also don't weigh much. We met up with his mother at the airport, at which point we began the long drive to the reservation. I'm sorry I can't remember the name of the place or anything like that. I was nursing a hangover. When we arrived, there was a small hotel just outside of the reservation that we checked into. Amber and I got our own rooms, and the boys were bunking together. I went back to sleep when we got there, and I didn't wake back up until about 3 p.m., at which point I ate, washed up a bit, then got dressed. After being teased for a while about being so tired, we headed into the reservation. All of us got to meet many of Cheryl's friends, which was Kyle's mother. Then before we knew it, we were hanging out with some of the kids our age and a little older. We walked a bit further than I realized, from the buildings and outcroppings of where we first arrived. The sun was beginning to set. By then, we had been walking around and goofing off all day. The boys, trying to show off, started a fire, where we all sat and continued talking. Now to clarify a bit more, I am mute. So Kyle was interpreting for me. He was my best friend after all. Well, as the sun was almost set, we began to drink. Kyle, who's usually not much of a drinker, was hamming gulps from the bottles we had been passing around. Fast forward about 4 hours. We were fairly intoxicated. I lit up a cigarette and was enjoying the night, lying on my back and staring up at the sky. It was beautiful, enjoying a moment that was about to be ruined. All of a sudden, there was a hand on my stomach, going upwards towards my chest. I looked down to see one of the guys I didn't know making a little more than a pass at me. I went to jump back out of his reach when Kyle, who must have been watching me like a hawk, was on the guy and lands a right hook to his jaw. He flew off of me and onto the ground. At this point, the entire group is up on their feet, arguing and questioning what happened. Kyle explained everything. The boys then split up into 2 groups. Those who believed the guy who had been punched, and the others who believed Kyle. The chief's son was one of the boys with us. So then another argument broke out. The guy who had been punched threatened that because of what Kyle had done, he was going to summon evil spirits to come for all of us. He and the others who had sided with him left back toward the buildings. The rest of us sat back down, and some apologies were made. Soon the bottles came back out. The chief's son had some homemade stuff, and it was delicious. So I looked at him and asked about what kind of evil spirits the hands guy had mentioned. I'll be referring to the guy that got punched as hands guy from here on out. At that question, everyone went quiet when Kyle had interpreted it for me. The chief's son, his name was Cody, I think, began telling us about some of the evil things that the Native Americans believed existed. He said that a favorite pastime of the hands one was summoning skinwalkers. So by now it was closing in on 11 from what my watch was telling me. I was fading fast. The boys were all telling creepy stories now, a lot of them dealing with skinwalkers. Then, all of a sudden, the human pillow known as Kyle stood to attention. This jarred me, because he took me with him. I was on my feet before I knew what happened. The next 5 minutes felt like time had stood still. There in the woodline, no more than 200 feet from where we were standing, was this person on stilts. He was tall, skinny. All I could make out was that it had long arms with very large hands. My eyesight began to come back to me. The arms were very thin, but the claws were huge. Its chest was a very pale color, with skin that looked as if it had been stretched to the point it was going to rip. The head was that of a deer, like some deer skull you would see on the side of the road in the middle of nowhere with a cactus next to it. The eyes were the scariest part. They were moving around, eyeing each of us as if to size us all up. Kyle pushed me behind him. The last thing I could see were its eyes shifting toward me and him. He began shouting at it. This was out of character for him. He was threatening to rip it to shreds piece by piece, then burn whatever was left to cinders if it didn't leave us. Kyle was about 6 feet, played football and hockey. He was a very large man and well-toned. Every vein and muscle in his body was pumped up. His hair was standing on end as he walked to the right of the fire. As they looked each other in the eyes, Kyle decided to taunt it again. He mocked it, telling it that it was not going to see the sunrise. To our surprise, the horrific thing walked out of the clearing, and it didn't make a sound, not until it stopped, because then came a cracking noise, like its bones were breaking and readjusting. It then followed suit of Kyle, who was already in a power position, legs open, arms out, ready to fight. In the middle of everything, the wind kicked up. It was blowing in from behind us. It was so hard. Dust and sand particles were in the air, which made it much harder to see. It came in so fast, I had to lower my head to try and keep the dust out of my face. That's when I saw it. In Kyle's left hand was the bottle of homemade alcohol. It had this disgusting hanky thing in it. It all happened so fast. His body dropped. His left hand went into the fire. The fire roared to life as some of the liquid splashed out of the bottle. The bottle, the hanky, and Kyle's hand were aflame. He threw that bottle with precision into the chest of the thing. With the wind blowing, it erupted into a ball of fire. There was a terrifying scream, like a woman, a big cat, and a few other animals mixed, screaming in pain and anger. The sound of this thing was so loud I had to put my hands on my ears to block the sound. All of a sudden I had the wind knocked out of me as Kyle had picked me up and thrown me on his shoulder. I was now being carried at a pace I'd never be able to keep up with, away from that thing, which I could still see. It was still screaming. The forest line was on fire. It was still on fire. We were tearing out of there so fast. Spencer had picked up Amber and was carrying her so that no one was left behind. Cheryl was waiting for us when we arrived back at the reservation's buildings. I was so terrified and crying. Cheryl grabbed a hold of me and was holding me tightly, asking for an explanation. When she saw that Kyle too was pale, she pulled us all into her friend's house. There, everyone told her what had happened. She had some doctor come immediately and cleanse us. It was an awkward situation for me, as I'm not very religious. We went back to the hotel, and I was having trouble sleeping. I was exhausted, but my eyes were fixed on the window. The next day was the big day for Kyle. When we got back to the reservation, we met the chief, who was quite nice. He apologized for our encounter the night before. He apologized to me, too, that one of his tribe would do something like that to me. Then the man went on to say that he had heard about everything that happened during the encounter. He said that the wind was a manifestation of Kyle's will to protect, that his heart had been tested twice that night. The first was a situation that many can lose their heads over, and even though he had struck the man, he calmed down after the situation had ended. The second was when it attacked us. The wind was a symbol of the world ready to feed the fire inside Kyle when he needed help. The chief then reached down and gently picked up Kyle's left hand. Surprisingly, there was no burn on it at all. We were in such a hurry and in such shock, none of us remembered to check. Then the chief took Kyle a few feet away and told him his spirit name. Later on, when we asked him what his spirit name was, he didn't say much more than, "It has something to do with a buffalo." So without missing a beat, Spencer blurted out, "Yeah, the big buffalo in wind. Be afraid." The name stuck. We still refer to him as that today. Unfortunately, not without a shiver, remembering that thing. Skinwalker in the Forest, from Travis. I'm 24 years old, and this happened 2 years ago. My pops and I have always loved camping, hunting, fishing, anything outdoors. Well, being from the lower parts of Arizona, we've always loved going up into the mountains. My pops and I planned a trip up to Show Low, Arizona, and around said areas. We packed our truck up with our camping and fishing gear and headed up there. It started out normal, fun kayaking out on the lake, throwing our poles in the water, letting the wind carry us across the lake. It was going great. We set up our tent and cot. I like to sleep under the stars when possible. We started a fire and had some dinner. But when the sun began to go down, I began to get an odd feeling that we were being watched. There was no apparent reason for it, so I ignored it, and I continued to talk with my pops. When we were settling down and getting ready for bed, I still felt as if we were being watched. Maybe it was all in my head, but either way, my nerves were on end. I went to bed no problem. When 2 o'clock rolled around, my feelings of being watched were worse. I should have listened to my senses. I sat up to go use the bathroom, after which I crawled back into my sleeping bag to try to go back to sleep. However, I began to hear coyotes. I didn't think much of it. There were coyotes out here, they were common, nothing out of the ordinary. I brought my Glock 19 and so did my pops. So we were also more than prepared to handle a few coyotes if need be. I began to drift off to the howling when all of a sudden the coyotes began to go crazy. I opened my eyes and shined my flashlight in the direction of the howls. They sounded panicked, scared. It was a full moon that night, so it was easier to see. Plus, I had a high lumens flashlight, so I could see pretty far with it. I aimed it around, scanning the surroundings for the eye shines of the coyotes or movement, but I didn't see them. I calmed myself down, cramming myself back into my sleeping bag. Once again, I tried to get some sleep. Just as I was about to doze off, I felt hands on my sleeping bag. My dad was in his tent, so who in the world was running their hands along my sleeping bag? I began to reach for my pistol and flashlight when the hands suddenly stopped. They freaking stopped at the edge of my sleeping bag, gripping tight at the ends, as if they were ready to rip it off of me. I pretended to be asleep. I cracked my eyes just a little bit to see if I could see them. I did, and when I saw them, I nearly had a heart attack. I saw fingers, bony, long, and gray, with skin dried out. But the worst part was that what those fingers belonged to began to speak to me in my dad's voice. But I knew it wasn't my dad, because he was sound asleep, still snoring, not 6 feet from me. My body was screaming at me not to move, or I would be dead. This thing was trying to get me to move. It spoke to me in a distorted voice, a voice that only now barely resembled my dad's. "Travis, look at me. Travis, speak to me. Travis, now." It was getting angry. It was angry I wasn't responding to it. Right when I thought it was going to have itself a Travis burrito, my dad spoke up, and asked if I was okay over there. He heard noises and popped his head out to check on me. I guess that thing ran off when it heard my dad. The next morning, my dad didn't ask me about the noises he heard last night. I mean, even if he had, I'd say it was probably me sleep-talking or raccoons. In any case, I was glad to be leaving the next morning, due to the fact I had to go back to work. I can honest to God say I was scared for my life. I've had similar experiences with creatures like it, and I believe this to have been a skinwalker. In any case, if you do happen to go camping in Show Low, Arizona, bring a buddy or protection against forces that want to harm you, or you might end up being eaten. Skinwalker in the Woods. From KP. When my brothers, J and G, and I were kids, we would often go to my grandmother's. We never really minded being in the woods with her away from the city we grew up in, and often we'd have great adventures at Grandma's. When it was daytime, the woods and the surrounding 25 acres were a wonderland. But when night fell, we would find ourselves very afraid of the same woods we had just been playing in earlier. One night we had gone over to my grandma's. My little brother Jay and I were sitting on the porch when we noticed something very disturbing. Mind you, the house is surrounded by woods on 3 sides, and in the front was a huge cow pasture. As we sat talking, we noticed a pair of huge gold eyes watching us from the woods, and they had to have been at least 8 feet off the ground. We saw this, and we both ran inside crying. Grandma calmed us down, telling us not to worry. Nothing was going to get us. Well, she may have been wrong. The following day, we went out to the woods as happy as could be, not a care in the world, when we found a cave made of briar bushes. Now, anyone with sense knows briar bushes don't form in that way naturally, but being children, we started towards the cave-like structure, and we were soon hit with the awful smell of rot, decay, and vulture vomit. I only know how that smells after scaring a buzzard with my car, after which it vomited carrion all over my vehicle. My grandma had 3 dogs that would follow us all over the woods, but that day, my dog Molly refused to come with us. In fact, all 3 dogs seemed off that day. We go a little closer before I tell Jay we need to get the heck out of here. He agrees, and we turn to leave when I hear a branch snap. It had come from where we had just been standing. We don't turn around. We just run to the house and see Molly freaking out, barking and biting at the fence. She even growled at me, which was weird, because I'm the one who found Molly, and we had a great friendship. She actually bit me that day, as if she was trying to get me back inside the fence. I'm 30 years old now, and my grandma has long passed. My mom inherited the house, and we go there every holiday. Even to this day at night, we sometimes see the yellow eyes staring back at us. It still makes me want to cry like a child. As a side note, my brothers and I are from the same family, but we were adopted. Our grandfather was a pure Cherokee Indian and medicine man. I wonder if it was a Wendigo or skinwalker messing with us. That's Not a Deer. From Kelly F. I wrote in a couple of years ago a story about my encounter with the skinwalker when I was a child. Well, I had another experience over 20 years later, and despite this happening in the winter of 2019, it's an update nonetheless. It was late, probably around 1 a.m. My best friend at the time, Stevie, realized she was out of smokes, and we don't smoke the same kind, so she convinced me to go out. It was freezing that night. It was the kind of night where there's no wind, but the chill in the air is so cold, you feel it in your bones. As my late Nana would say, it's raw outside, which I always thought described that kind of cold well. We hurried to my van and got in quickly. It didn't take long, as the store is only down the road. We were only gone for like 10 minutes. When we drove into my uncovered driveway, the headlights of my van lit up the piece of my backyard you can see through the mesh fence and into the right side of the yard, which goes back a ways, hits another mesh fence, and then goes into a small clearing, and then a tree line that leads into some woods. Basically, the entire right side of the yard was lit up from the headlights. We didn't get out of the car right away. That was just our routine. Smoke a cigarette while the van is still warm before we go in, but it didn't take long for Stevie to point out that we weren't alone. After I lit my cigarette, as I handed her the lighter, she asked, "What's that deer doing in your yard? Why is it just standing there? Is there something wrong with it?" I suddenly didn't feel the warmth of the van anymore, and my heart skipped a beat. I looked over into the yard, and standing in my headlights was the outline of what looked to be a deer at first. I didn't take my eyes off of it. I grabbed Stevie's arm and said, "That's not a deer. Get in the back and stay down." I must have sounded serious because she did as I said without hesitation. I looked at the figure, which did for the most part look like a deer. But as I looked longer, I knew something was wrong. The flesh looked necrotic. It was falling off, skin sliding off as it stood there, like it was rotting right before my eyes. The antlers were small, but they were covered in what looked like blood, and as I finally got to look at its face, it had a set of blue eyes that were human in shape. It had a mouth with lips, and it was smiling at me. That's when I realized it had to be the one I'd encountered before. It was smiling like it saw an old friend. I was frozen there for a moment. It was like time slowed down. I realized it knew me. I was only able to start moving because the thing began to mouth words, and that was the second time I ever noped the heck out of there, climbing into the back seat with Stevie. When I got in the back, she started to open her mouth, but I gave her the shh signal, and she stopped. After about 10 minutes of complete silence, I decided to take a look, which I wish I hadn't, or I wish I'd waited longer. Because when I took a look, that thing was trying to climb over the fence. It now had more human-like legs and arms with hooves, and a half-deer face. The deer skin had seemed to have fallen off completely by now, and it revealed new human-looking skin. Before I was able to duck down, it must have sensed me, because it looked back and we locked eyes one last time. It was still smiling. So I went back to hiding with Stevie. We probably waited almost 2 hours before we even looked up. When we did, the thing was gone, and I was able to turn off the headlights finally, and the van off completely. When we got back inside, Stevie wanted to know what the heck happened, so I told her the story from when I was a kid. Needless to say, her jaw dropped. She wanted to know so much more, but I told her talking about them would give them power. She went searching on her own, which I also advised against, but of course she didn't listen. We never really talked about it too much after that, and I lost touch with Stevie and moved April 2020. Since then, I haven't had anything like this happen again. I have dear friends, but they're real dear. It might have not been the same one, but the way it looked at me, I'll never forget that. Pray I don't run into it or another one again. If I do have another encounter, I'll be sure to come back, but let's hope that doesn't happen. I gotta say, I'm nervous to post this since I brought it up. Possible skinwalker encounter. From Eddie. I live in southern Arizona, but I was raised in a pretty bad part of Texas. Gangs and drugs infected my city like a virus, so I learned to avoid people and to stay out of trouble for the most part. So, safe to say, it took a lot to scare me. When I got the chance to move with my grandmother in Arizona, I took it without any regrets. Now, this story took place on Halloween in 2018. I was walking my ex-girlfriend and her friend around the neighborhood because I had nothing else going on. I got dressed up and met up with them. We were walking around for about 2 hours or so, and my ex wanted me to take pictures of them, so she gave me her phone and I proceeded to do so. As I was done, I went through her phone, as at the time we were going through a rough time, and I didn't really trust her. As I was looking, I saw that she had been calling this random dude, and I'm not going to lie, I got upset. She told me not to talk to other girls, and I felt betrayed. I got mad and stormed off about 15 feet ahead of them, and as we were about 2 blocks from her friend's house, they accidentally dropped their candy. I stopped to wait for them, and as I was waiting, I hear my ex call my name. Eddie! It was her voice, but there was something off about it. I turned around. They were still picking up the candy, and I thought she wanted me to help, but it didn't look like she called my name, as she didn't really acknowledge me or anything. About 3 seconds later, I'm watching my ex pick up her candy, and I hear it again. Eddie! I look over to my left, and between these 2 houses is an alleyway of some sort. I saw a shadow moving behind this little alcove-type corner. I thought it was one of my friends that lived in the neighborhood, messing with me. I walk to the other side of the street to investigate, and as I step in the rocks, I see something peek around the corner. I stopped, dead in my tracks. What I saw staring back at me scared the living daylights out of me. It was around 7 feet tall, with yellow eyes, sharp teeth, Native American war paint on its face, and what appeared to be a dead wolf skin over its head. That wasn't even the worst part. As I took in the creature that was standing at least 3 yards in front of me, I felt a malicious intent coming from it, and all I could think was, oh my God. But I swear, I heard a reply in my head say,
God can't save you.
It felt as if it knew everything about me, probably things I didn't even know about me. I'm not trying to act tough, but I've had guns pulled on me, I've been robbed, almost drowned, and darn near broke my back at one point. What I'm getting at is I've had a few near-death experiences, but none of those got me near the amount of fear as I felt right then, that night. And it felt like years had gone by, but it was only several seconds. My ex and her friend were calling my name and I didn't notice. Finally, they both yelled my name, snapping me out of my trance. I looked back at them. They both said I looked like I saw a ghost. When I looked back at the thing, it was gone. I told the 2 of them to run and I took off running too, and I don't run for anything. Not until then. I was freaking out, about to have an anxiety attack. I was hyperventilating. I just couldn't think straight. Finally, they both snapped me out of it, and I told them what happened. It freaked out her friend pretty bad. I had to calm her down after. As we were waiting for my ex's mom to come and pick her up, I was sitting there thinking about things. What it had said, "God can't help you," I kept repeating it in my head. That night, as I lay in bed, I just kept thinking about it. I decided to browse some YouTube. I ended up coming across a certain channel talking about skinwalkers, and what I heard matched what I saw to a T. For the next week and a half, I couldn't eat or sleep. All I kept thinking about was hoping and praying to God that it wouldn't come back. Shortly after that experience, my ex and I broke up. I kind of repressed that memory because it involved her, and I really didn't want to think about it. But it kind of popped in my head randomly. Ever since then, I don't mess with the dark. I hate the dark. My grandmother can ask me a simple question to take the trash out, and if it's past sundown, I'm not going outside if I don't have protection, a light, my dog, anything, I don't care, but I'm not going out in the dark alone. The Skin Changer. From Just Some Native with Bar. My dad is from Browning, Montana, meaning we have quite a bit of Blackfeet and Cree Indian in us. I grew up with the old Native American stories, and I always thought they were true. I have experienced paranormal things in the past, but this was a whole new experience. We're currently living out of town, and no one is able to take us to the bus stop in the morning, so we go to work with my dad. Usually we leave around 6 a.m. Me, my two sisters, and my dad get into our old res pickup. I sit in the front seat, so I have a pretty good view of the highway. I was staring out in front of the pickup, when suddenly I see something running out in front of the truck. It almost looked like the Until Dawn Wendigo, but smaller in size. Its eyes had a scary glow to them. It ran across the road, then seemed as if it just disappeared with the wind. I looked over at my dad and said, "Did you see that?" He looked at me. "What was it?" I explained to him what I saw, and he said, "Don't talk about that anymore, okay?" I asked him what it was, and he said, "It's a skin changer, a shape shifter." As we were nearing town, I saw something sitting on the side of the road. My dad and one of my younger sisters saw it too. It was a bobcat, but it was huge, and its eyes had this eerie yellow glow. I looked at my dad, and he looked at me. We didn't say much after that. Another theory we had about the thing was that it was Nabi. Nabi is from Blackfeet legends. In some stories he is the creator, in others he's a trickster, but in all these stories he's a teacher and a shapeshifter. These skin changers or shapeshifters are from Blackfeet legends. The Navajo have their own version of this, the skinwalker. A skin changer is a medicine man or woman who has reached enough power to be able to shapeshift into anything. Skin changers are evil beings. They're a lot like the skinwalker. My grandma always told me not to look out the window at night, and if I did, not to taunt any spirits. I was told not to say things like, "Come and get me," or "I'm not scared of you," because then it will come and get you. Visitation. From GG. I'm half Native American on my mom's side, specifically Navajo. My dad is white and grew up near the reservation my mom grew up in. Both their families were friends and hunters. They were the type of folks to hunt a deer and share the spoils with everyone. If one family got some food, they would share it with the other. Same with any garden vegetables my dad's family grew. So inevitably, they became friends, which eventually led to them getting married. A year after I was born, my dad got a job in a city a couple of hours from the reservation. Being basically poor, my family felt pressured now that they had a kid. They didn't want me to grow up in a quote-unquote poor home. Their own words, not mine. So we moved away. Funnily though, I grew up hearing stories of my dad's family and my mom's family often hunting, eating, or hanging out together, and it sounded like something I wished I could have, even if it meant being poor. During my childhood, I'd often let them know that I wished I could see my Meemaws and Papaws more, the same nicknames for both sets of grandparents. I think it got to them, because by the time I was 9, they started taking seasonal trips back to the reservation. There, Mom and her mom would teach me about my Navajo heritage, and my dad and grandpas would take me hunting. These were some of my favorite and most cherished memories. There was nothing like hunting a deer, and on the same night, eating it for dinner with the family. My mom's parents taught me to use every part of whatever I hunted, and to respect nature. At the age of 13, we took a trip in the fall to the reservation. We would be staying a week at my mom's family's home. I'd begun getting along with my cousin Rowan during our stays at the reservation. Rowan was my mother's sister's kid, and though he was a bigger kid than other kids our age, with an intimidating appearance even at the age of 14, he was very fearful and reserved. My dad and grandpas would try to take him on our hunts with us, but he'd always refuse. He also had this thing where he hated being outside after dark. Well, that fall, while staying the night in his room, we stayed up talking. Eventually, I asked him why he was so afraid of things. I tried to word it respectfully. After all, I just wanted to understand him. "I don't know," he replied. "The woods are just creepy out here. The kids at school keep telling me stories. Old Navajo legends. They say they're real." "What kind of legends?" "They're just legends, though, Rowan. They probably aren't real or they're not real anymore," I said to him. "Well, I asked my dad once, and he said you're not supposed to talk about it. He was so serious, too. If he was so serious about it, then how could it be fake?" he asked. "Maybe he just knew it would scare you, so he didn't want you thinking or talking about it anymore." "I guess." Rowan turned over onto his side. "Dude, what's the legend, though? The one you're most scared of?" "If I tell you, you can't tell anyone else, okay? Or at least don't tell anyone that I told you." Yeah, sure, I laughed. "Just tell me." "Well, have you heard of the Skinwalker?" When he said that, I rolled my eyes. Who hasn't heard of the Skinwalker? Especially with the kids on this reservation. They loved pranking and scaring each other, as all kids probably do. "Yeah, I've heard of it," I said. "What's so scary about it? Do you really believe there are people out there that can wear the skin of animals and turn into them?" Yeah, and a lot of other kids do too, as well as some of the adults." "Which adults believe in skinwalkers, Rowan?" "I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say all of them." What are you talking about?" "Well, if you want to find out, forget about how I said not telling anyone. Tomorrow morning, go up to Mima or Papa and ask them, what's a skinwalker, and see how they react. Just don't tell them I told you." "All right, I'll do it. You gonna watch me do it? 'Cause I want to make sure you see and know it's just a story." "Sure," he said. After that, the conversation went to girls and video games, and we eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I'd completely forgotten about the dare until Rowan brought it back up. So just before breakfast, I walked over to Grandpa, who was sitting in an old recliner. For some reason, I was getting nervous, but I pushed myself forward and approached him. My mom's papa was a gruff man of few words, a man both sides of our family respected, and would often go to for advice. "Hey, Papa," I said to him, getting his attention. He looked over with a raised eyebrow, not saying anything. "What's a skinwalker?" I asked. And immediately, like a light switch, the entire mood in the room changed. My papa's eyebrows got narrow, and I could hear my Mima in the kitchen suddenly stop everything she was doing. For a second, Papa looked mad. Then, as if to remind himself I was just a kid less in touch with his culture, he sighed and loosened up. Then he placed a hand on my arm.
"Don't go saying that around here."
Why? What's wrong with it?"
"There are certain words you shouldn't say, young'un. Just like there are certain spirits you don't want to attract to yourself."
I nodded my head, then walked away. When I turned around, I saw Rowan standing at the corner. He'd been watching like I asked. This time he wore a smug smile, as if to say, "Told you so." A few years after that, when I was 15 years old, and Rowan was 16, my mom's side had come into quite a bit of money. Some sort of investment. I can't quite remember the exact reason. But they bought a couple of ATVs, mainly to go out and hunt or to bring back deer. But on occasion, my grandpa would allow me and Rowan to go driving out on the trails with them. So long as we were careful, he said. Well, kids like us would make any promise to be able to drive those things around. Those suckers were fast and extremely easy to drive. Rowan and I would spend hours in the afternoon, ramping over dirt mounds, racing through muddy trails. We got in a lot of trouble one time because we accidentally ran over a squirrel. My grandpa gave us a stern talking to about being more careful of the nature around us, and grandma made us eat it so it wouldn't go to waste. And funny enough, I thought it was delicious. That being said, I wish we'd really learned that lesson about being more aware of nature around us. This event happened one evening when Rowan and I were riding ATVs on the forest trails. At the time, Rowan had slowly outgrown his fear of the dark and of the woods. He'd become, over the years, much more comfortable with being outside after dark. Losing track of time, eventually the sun set on us, but we kept racing with the headlights on. There was a certain clearing in the woods that the trails led to. We liked this spot because it had a big dip in the dirt that led back up into a massive sort of natural ramp. Rowan and I loved racing down the trail, turning around, and gaining as much speed as possible to go up the ramp. This was the kind of thing that, if Grandpa found out about it, we'd be grounded from the four-wheelers for a while. Luckily, he never did. Anyway, it was after sunset. It was a new moon night, so everything around us was pretty much completely dark. All we had for light were the headlights of the ATVs. At one point, it was Rowan's turn to drive down the trail, then turn around to pick up speed and do the big ramp. Before taking off, he said he was going to go back even further than usual for even more speed. Yeah, we were a couple of dumb teens. Through the trees, I watched him take off, going fast down the trail. Eventually, his headlights in the distance grew faint until they were completely gone. I was expecting to see his headlights coming back this way at any moment, but after a couple of minutes, I realized something was wrong. Perhaps he'd wrecked the ATV and hurt himself. Maybe he'd found something. Rowan wouldn't just abandon me. I kicked my four-wheeler into gear, and I began to drive down the trail. Suddenly, something large and dark ran right across the trail ahead of me. It was so sudden and quick that all I saw was just that dark blur. Instantly, I slammed on the brakes. When I came to a stop, I rotated my head to the left, looking for this thing that ran in front of me. But whatever it was, I couldn't find it. I looked at the ground in front of the ATV, wondering if perhaps a tree branch had fallen in front of me. But no, the ground was just as it had been. Rocks and dirt and occasional tufts of grass, but no branches and no animals. My heart was pumping hard. I had goosebumps all over my neck and arms. I just kept looking around, trying to figure out if I'd seen anything. But still, I could not find anything that would account for what I saw. Confused and a little freaked out, I began to drive, this time more slowly down the trail. As the engine picked back up, I swear I heard a new sound along with it. Footsteps. Rapid ones. Something or someone on all fours. When I heard it, I stopped again and listened. I began to look around once more, but just as before, I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I gulped and began to drive forward again. And like last time, the moment the engine picked up, something began to walk rapidly. It was like it was trying to hide its footsteps behind the engine noise, but they were too loud still. I could hear them. I slammed on the brakes again. The footsteps stopped. I'd never been so convinced that I was going crazy until then. I had no idea what was going on. "Rowan? Dude, this ain't funny. Where you at?" I called out to my cousin, but there was no reply. I kept the ATV on but put it back in park. I stood up on the ATV, trying to get a better look around. Then I turned completely around in the seat and looked in the distance back in the trail. Nothing. I was about to turn around again and continue driving, determined this time to ignore any weird noises or sights until I found Rowan. But then I stopped. I was pointed in the direction of the back of the ATV, where the metal rack was. It was there, through the metal bars of that rack, that I saw something that shouldn't have been there. Hair attached to something that was crouching below the ATV on the trail just behind me. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was so intensely terrified in that moment that I couldn't bring myself to peer over the back of the ATV. Instead, calmly and horrified on the inside, I turned back around, sat down, and clicked the four-wheeler back into gear. Just as I swallowed and began to press on the accelerator, I felt the rear of the ATV shift with new weight. The small vehicle rocked back and forth for a moment, then stood still again. I realized then that I couldn't breathe. I was too scared to breathe, too scared to move an inch, too scared to even look in a different direction. Then the worst part happened. I felt cold, rigid hands on my ribs, like the hands of a passenger holding on. But these hands kept coming forward, up over the front of my rib cage, until cold and pointed nails began to tap on my collarbone.
Gavin,
Came a whisper in my ear, one that I swear made my heart turn to ice. What happened next was completely automatic and instinctual. I took a big, deep breath, preparing the loudest scream I could muster. But before I could belt it out, whatever was behind me grabbed me by my hair and yanked me off the ATV. I hit the ground hard, landing on my back, knocking the air out of me, so I couldn't scream, even if I wanted to, for the next few moments. I swear to God, this person or thing dragged me over the ground at a runner's pace, as if it was so strong that pulling my body was absolutely effortless to it. Finally, I saw headlights. Other headlights. There was Rowan racing up the trail. The pain in my scalp was released. Whatever it was, it let me go. And the moment I did, I turned over onto my stomach and looked in the direction it was running off to. There was just enough light from both pairs of headlights to see it, to know that I wasn't crazy. Because even though what I saw didn't make sense, I know it was real. I know my eyes were not tricking me. What I saw looked like a man hunched down. There was one too many bends in his arms, as well as his legs, and his legs were covered in fur. His back was covered in fur too, but the way it looked loose on him, it appeared more like that fur was something he was wearing. In a matter of seconds, I watched this hunched-over, racing-away form suddenly shift into something on all fours, something that more resembled a coyote, but a bit larger in size. "Gavin?" Rowan called out to me from his ATV. I was slammed right back into reality, throwing myself back up on 2 feet and running at full speed back to the ATV. "Go, go, go!" I told Rowan, and though I said go 3 times, I don't think he needed to be told at all. The two of us went dangerously fast out of those trails, and we didn't stop until we made it back to my grandparents' house. We ran inside and tried to collect ourselves in the spare room, aka Gavin's room, as he'd often spend summers living with the grandparents. "Where did you go? Where did you go?" I asked Rowan over and over. I'm sorry, but I felt abandoned. I felt as if this only happened to me because Rowan had left me. But Rowan explained. As I went down the path, I swear I saw something behind me. Something that was faster than the ATV. It was chasing me. I had no idea what it was, but I didn't stop until I couldn't see it anymore. Then I realized that maybe it turned back and it was coming for you. I demanded to know, what was it? Then Rowan replied, you don't want to know what I think it was. And I knew immediately what he was talking about, because that conversation we'd had a few years ago had stuck with me forever, especially thanks to my pawpaw's reaction. Rowan then whispered, as if he wasn't sure he should even say it, Skinwalker. Now I didn't argue with him. I didn't directly deny it or agree to it. But deep down, I think I knew he was right. I had just witnessed something that defied any explanation I could come up with. Something shaped like a man doesn't just change into something shaped like a coyote. Unless they're a skinwalker. I'm 24 now. I've been back to the reservation. And yeah, Rowan and I never did stop going down the trails on ATVs until Rowan moved away after having a kid of his own. But one thing we didn't do was stay out racing those ATVs after dark, let alone step foot in the woods after sundown, except when we were hunting with family. And thankfully, these precautions kept us from seeing this skinwalker again, at least for now. Outside the tent. From Sane Mantis. My friend Jacqueline and I are co-workers at a call center. Probably the most boring and irritating job in existence. We manage to keep ourselves going by hanging out on the weekends. Sometimes we go to see a movie. Other times we go bowling or mini-golfing or to a bar. On this particular weekend, we went camping. We'd gone camping a few times before. We weren't strangers to it. We didn't camp deep in the woods either. Usually, we'd go to this shared campground place at the nearby state park. The idea was to just stay overnight, eating junk food and probably watching a scary movie in the tent before bed. Just one night. That's all it was supposed to be. And yet, I feel as if the two of us won the lottery of nightmares. We made it to the campground after picking up various snack cakes at a couple of different gas stations. It was 2 p.m. when we arrived. We were supposed to be there by noon, but it didn't really matter. Once we arrived, there was literally no one there. A slow weekend, I assumed. It was kind of exciting, thinking that it would just be me and Jacqueline. Just a couple of girls surviving the woods alone. By nightfall, I'd read the last 10 chapters in the novel I'd been reading, and Jackie had started a campfire in the little fire pit. We cooked some hot dogs and ate them right off the stick. We talked for a while by the fire after eating. Jackie apparently was into a new guy at work, and I talked about how doing some yoga at home helped my head feel a bit clearer. Eventually, we headed into the tent, turned on ginger snaps on my laptop, and fell asleep in the middle of the movie. I woke up alone in the tent. Groggy, I looked around to see where Jacqueline had gone. The flap to the tent was open, so I figured she went to pee. I glanced toward the open laptop, which was still playing the movie. Back then I used VLC to play movies. I had apparently left the repeat option on for videos, so the movie had looped back to the scene where Ginger was first attacked by the werewolf in the woods by the park. If you haven't seen Ginger Snaps, it's probably my favorite werewolf film. Anyway, I felt a chill run down my spine just glancing at that scene. That movie had always freaked me out, but realizing I was alone in the woods with the tent flap open, that was a bit much for me. I closed the laptop, putting my computer to sleep.
Abby.
I heard Jackie call for me outside. She sounded pretty far. What the heck was she doing out there? I wondered. It was well after midnight, but far from the sun coming up. What? I called back, getting comfy in my sleeping bag. I closed my eyes.
Abby, you've got to see this.
She called again. I sighed, unzipping my sleeping bag. I started to climb out of the tent when I saw someone by the fire. But it looked like Jackie. She was looking right at me, eyes wide, with a finger over her lips. Her hand was shaking, yet it was warm outside.
Abby, come on, check this out.
The voice came again. It was distinctively Jackie's voice, coming from the woods away from the campsite, about 50 or 60 yards out, at least. What the? I muttered. My eyes went wide, matching Jackie's. The Jackie by the fire shushed me. Slowly, she approached the tent and crawled back in next to me. I watched her zip up the flap as slowly as possible. She seemed desperate not to make any noise with the zipper. My mouth went completely dry, my chest pounding. "What in the world is going on?" I whispered. "I went to use the bathroom at the tree line. I started to hear something moving around out there. When I came back to the campsite, I heard it too. I just sat there, wondering how in the heck it was possible to hear my own voice in the middle of the woods." Suddenly, noises erupted from the same direction that the voice had been coming from. The sounds of stomping footsteps slowly approached. Whoever it was, they were not trying to hide their presence. Within about 40 seconds, those steps closed the distance and breached the trees entering the campsite. They sounded heavy, much heavier than me or Jackie.
Jackie, where are you?
I gasped. That was my voice, coming from outside the tent near the campfire. Those heavy, slow steps then turned into rapid, skittering sounds, like someone who was quite flexible and gifted at crawling on all fours had begun to circle us.
Jacqueline, why did you leave me out here? Let's go for a walk.
My voice tempted my friend to come outside. However, she stayed put right next to me, the real me. The two of us trembled, watching the tent flap. We stared at the zipper like our lives depended on it. We waited for it to move, waited for that thing outside to come up to our tent and begin to open it. It got closer, suddenly passing between the remnants of the fire and the tent, casting a faint, bizarre shadow over the wall. I saw hair covering the thing, and what appeared to be short, pointed horns. I hoped this was a nightmare, because none of it made sense. I looked again at Jackie. She was looking back at me, shaking her head, signaling to stay completely quiet. But something told me it knew we were here. And if that was the case, why didn't it bust down the tent? Why didn't it just tear through the thin walls? It seemed more intent on toying with us. Maybe it wanted us scared. Then we heard it from behind us.
I know you're in there.
I couldn't hold it back anymore. My fear took control of me. Without another thought, I burst through the front of the tent, ripping the zipper right off. Just before I ran into the tree line, I called out Jackie's name. I heard her reply, "Abby!" behind me. She had begun running too. Together we sprinted through the woods, with no destination in mind, a third pair of footsteps chasing after us. I could hear something inhuman breathing. Whatever that thing was, it sounded like it was gaining on us. I pushed myself harder. I ran and ran. I didn't stop for another 20 minutes or so. And when I did, I burst through another tree line. I came out on a paved road. I screamed for help, hoping a car would pass by and someone could come pick us up. I turned around, facing the forest I just escaped from. Jacqueline wasn't there. I'd heard her. I'd heard her footsteps. I'd heard her voice. I thought I knew it was her. Even if that thing could mimic voices, it didn't mimic the sound of footsteps too, did it? Abby! The sound of Jacqueline's voice calling my name came again. It sounded exactly the same as before. This time, it came from across the road, the part of the woods that Jackie and I hadn't been in. When did she get there? Then I heard something else. From the exact same direction came a hideous laugh. I'd been completely tricked. It scared me out of the tent, made me think my friend had followed me, but all I had done was abandon her. And now I'd found myself outside in the dark, alone, with that thing. As if my prayers had somehow been answered, headlights from a pickup truck emerged from around the bend. They began to drive towards me, slowing down as I waved my arms and called out. They stopped, and a man's arm gestured me to get in from inside the cab. I did so without hesitation. As soon as I got in, the man, having no idea what I'd just been through, asked me, "You okay, ma'am? You hurt? Do you need a hospital?" I was so terrified still that I wanted to scream, but I looked at him and calmed down, realizing how crazy I'd sound if I told him everything. Instead, there was something more important I had to do. "Can you take me back to the campsites?" I asked. "I got myself real lost in there. I'm sorry." He half smiled and nodded his head. "Sure thing, don't worry." He reached his arm behind the seat, pulling a warm, unopened bottle of water from a container of other waters. I happily accepted it. A 7 or 8 minute drive later, we arrived at the campgrounds. I saw my tent. I told the man thank you, and I begged him to stay put while I grabbed my friend. He looked confused, and I could tell he knew I wasn't giving him the whole story. But he breathed a "sure" before I hopped out and ran over to the tent. Jacqueline was inside, staring straight ahead. Even as I peered my head in, she didn't look at me. Her whole body was shaking. I practically had to drag her out of there. Together, we walked over to the truck. Could you drive us to the parking lot?" I requested of the man, and he did as I asked. When we made it back in my car, Jackie's expression of trauma turned into one of sheer anger. She didn't talk to me all the way home, and when I dropped her off, she didn't answer my calls later that night. She didn't reply to my texts either. On the next workday, she did come into work and seemed normal, except when I tried to talk to her, but Jackie ignored me. Now I'm not naive. I know the exact reason I lost my best friend. When you're facing terror alongside someone else that you trusted, and they run off abandoning you, that's something that you don't forget. Something that you're likely not to forgive. The remainder of stories in this portion are from older unlisted episodes that I figured I should bring back. These do seem like possible skinwalker encounters, except for the second one, which sounds more like a Wendigo in my opinion, but it mimics voices like a skinwalker, but whatever. Enjoy the stories. Not Alone in the Woods, from Wyatt 2002. My mom and dad moved us to a small town called Gleason. We lived about 6 miles away from the actual town in the middle of nowhere. Our house was surrounded by nothing but forest. When I say house, I mean house, barn, and shed. So my 3 brothers and I were pretty happy to be in a new place. The first thing we did was explore the new house and land. Everything seemed great for the first 2 months. One day we were playing in the weeds when we saw something. It looked like a bear, so we ran inside and stayed inside the rest of the night. We didn't feel like being bear chow. The next morning came and we go back out into the woods, feeling a bit braver. There was no signs of any bear as far as we knew, so we started playing hide and seek, and we didn't think about what we saw the previous day.
After all, we didn't get a good look, so maybe it was just nothing. My two brothers and I were hiding from our other brother. After a while, he found us, and that was the end of the game, so we were heading back inside. Our plan was to play video games the rest of the day. But around 6:30 in the evening, we were playing hide and seek again. It was beginning to get dark out, which made the game more suspenseful. We were hiding in the woods because the brother that was it this time was afraid of the woods at night. Yeah, it may have been unfair, but we used it to our advantage. A little while later, when our brother did not find us yet, we were beginning to get worried. I felt bad for hiding out here, and I was afraid he may have gotten lost if he did come in the woods to look for us. But something did find us. As we were sitting there being quiet, we heard movement behind us. When we turned and looked, we saw something that scared the living daylights out of us. It was some dark black creature standing on two legs with eyes that reflected yellow in the dim moonlight. It appeared to be observing us. Despite being absolutely terrified, I couldn't move. My two brothers that were with me ran away, but they left me there, scared stiff. The creature began walking towards me. I was crying now, tears flooding down my face, but still I could not move. My body was fighting against my mind. Luckily for me, one of my brothers went to get my dad, who came back out with a rifle. When my dad hollered at me to get inside now, my limbs finally listened and began to move. I ran back to the house as I heard my dad fire a shot at this thing. I'll never forget what I heard after that. A bone-chilling, gnarly scream. My dad then ran inside, making sure all the kids were inside before he went in. He had us quickly lock all the doors with him, as well as the windows. He even armed us with the extra rifles, and we all slept in the same room together after watching through the windows for a while. The following day, my brothers and my dad and I go back outside, rifles at the ready. We don't find the creature, but what we do find is one of the larger trees in our yard knocked down. It wasn't like that the night before, and I think we all were thinking the same thing. That creature had done this. We lived in that house for 5 years, and then we moved a few miles away from the house. It wasn't far, but apparently it was far enough to not have to see that thing or anything like it again. Still, I never liked being that close to the house. Thankfully, another 3 years after that, we moved again. We moved about 45 minutes away to Mosinee, and we haven't seen anything weird again. White Thing, submitted by M. Bird. I live in the woods of the southeastern United States in Alabama. I'm also 17 and I'm still in high school, of course living with my parents. Let me be straight with you, I love it out here, but I can't lie when I say this. Some things happen out here that I can't really explain. Now, my brother and I each have a large Great Dane. Mine is a bit bigger, but every few nights now it's like they go crazy, running and barking like crazy in the deep woods. I get worried and always go out to try to call them back to the house, but usually they are already just outside the door on the back porch, staring tensely and completely rigid. They're always looking into the woods, even when I open the door. At first, I just blamed it on the sound of their barking bouncing off objects and sounding further away than it actually was. Maybe that would explain the barking I heard, and why they were so close to the house when I'd come outside. That's what I thought until the hunting incident. Now I'm not so sure anymore.
It was the single most intense moment I've ever experienced on the property. And as of writing this story, it happened a few months ago during the white-tailed deer season. I'm an avid hunter, but I hadn't been yet that season due to my concentrating on wrestling season, which goes on around the same time. However, one day my dad called me and said my little cousin wanted to go hunting. He proceeded to ask me if I could take him, and I immediately agreed. I love that little dude, and he's obsessed with hunting. An hour later, we're walking down the trail, and I can't stop smiling because my cousin looked so happy in his little camo outfit. We walk down a very large hill, cross a creek, and walk up another hill. Then we arrive at the small house that we hunt out of. It overlooks a large green field that we started planting 2 years back. Off to the right of me, there is a small creek that leads into the creek we had crossed earlier, as well as a bunch of underbrush. To the left and in front of us, there is green grass that goes out for hundreds of yards. Unfortunately, we didn't get a deer that day, but I did see something strange. A white flash through the brush behind the back of the field. It was small, probably 4 feet off the ground, so I assumed it was the tail of a white-tailed deer, as they tend to run with their tails straight up. But even if it was just a deer, what the heck was it running from? We had taken down all the coyotes the year before because they had been stealing chickens, and it was too far away to have noticed my little cousin and I. Anyway, that didn't really affect me much during the hunt, because I had no reason to believe that there was something weird happening in those woods. I was just frustrated at the lost opportunity at the deer. Soon after that, though, we began hearing walking through the woods to my right on the other side of the small creek and brush. I shushed my cousin, and I told him that I think something is walking towards the field. He got a little excited because he thought it would be a deer that we could aim at, but I had said walking. I knew it wasn't a deer. When you spend that much time in the woods as I have, you can identify a lot of animals by the sounds they make when walking through the woods. A deer, for instance, will often take about 3 steps, then pause and look around for danger before continuing on. This unknown creature I was hearing had a similar walking pattern to a squirrel. It would walk kind of fast, then crash like it was coming to a stop quickly. But it wasn't a squirrel. Squirrels aren't heavy enough to break twigs and branches alike. But this entity moved around outside of my sight for close to 45 minutes before suddenly stopping for good. I was unsettled but still operating like nothing was wrong at that point. Another hour passed and it got dark, so me and my slightly disappointed cousin walked back to the house without any issues. We got to the house and my cousin suddenly chirped, "Oh man, I left my camo bag." After the disappointing hunt, I couldn't let him go home without his favorite bag, so I offered to go down and get it for him, even though it was a dark, moonless night. And that was the choice that led me to the single most terrifying moment of my entire life. As I didn't have to worry about scaring off deer anymore, I decided to take our new four-wheeler. It was a Yamaha Grizzly 750cc. Any four-wheeler enthusiasts would agree that it is a monster in and of itself. I quickly made it back to the hunting house and grabbed the bag and a toboggan that my cousin had also left. As I hopped back on the four-wheeler, I looked up just in time to see a small white figure dash out of the corner of the headlight beam at an impossible pace. The memory of those footsteps in the brush came rushing back, and I decided I'm about to use 750cc's to get back to the house. I whipped around at a speed that wouldn't be approved of by many sane people, and I headed down into the creek. Then suddenly, I heard footsteps splashing through the water behind me at what sounded like Mach 7. I can hear these footsteps over the roar of my massive ATV engine, which shouldn't have been possible. And I cannot stress enough how fast it sounded. It was comparable to the speed of a jackhammer breaking concrete, but it was on water. I looked back and saw a small white humanoid with black hair half the length of its body. The only reason I could see it was because my ATV was close enough to it that my red taillight was illuminating the thing. This was enough. I pushed in the gas so hard, it sent dirt and debris flying behind me. I was flying out of the creek and ripping a completely new trail back up the giant hill that leads to my house. I hit a bump at this insane speed, and the four-wheeler went airborne. This didn't faze me at this point, and as I landed 15 feet from when I left the ground, I was already full throttle again. I whipped into the gravel driveway at enough speed that I put deep ruts into the ground, and I hopped off, drawing my buck knife as I landed on the ground, and I looked everywhere. My eyes were darting all around me. The first thing I noticed, the creature wasn't anywhere that I could see. The second thing I noticed, neither was my cousin. I was past terror and getting furious at this point. If you chase me, I'll run, but if you mess with my 6-year-old cousin, you run. I was about to take off into the woods yelling his name when I glanced over and saw him looking out of one of the windows of the house. He was pretty shaken up. I ran inside and asked if he was all right, and he said that he got scared when he heard me flying through the woods. He asked if I was running away from something, and I just said, "No, big dude, I was just doing it for fun," which calmed him down pretty quick. As he left that night, my father asked me why I was driving like a madman, but I gave him a look that said I'm not even about to talk about it. He said to me, "Just don't mess up that ATV," then he left me alone. Since then, nothing much has happened. I still hear my dogs barking out in the woods when I know they're on the porch. Other than that, the creature hasn't made another in-person appearance. Creepy Backwoods Experience, submitted by Carter Q. I'm a freshman in high school, and I live in a house that has a huge expanse of forest behind it. I explore these woods behind my house quite often, and I used to make trips through it to get to my ex-girlfriend's house with ease, since I don't have a car. At the time of this story, I was still dating her. Unfortunately, I had an experience that has guaranteed that neither I nor my ex will ever set foot in those woods ever again. It happened over my 8th grade summer break. I left my house around 10 p.m. to get to hers. It was dark, but I wasn't worried. I had made the trek many times before, plus her parents weren't going on vacation for a week, so I was willing to walk through the forest alone at night, so far as it meant being alone with her for a week. It was about a 20-minute walk going straight north, and I was confident that I would get there within 5 minutes after her parents left. Now, my girlfriend and I had made plans for a Doctor Who marathon on Netflix. We were both major nerds, but of course, I was still excited to be alone with her for the night. After walking for maybe 5 minutes or so, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and I turned to see nothing there. Slightly disturbed, I texted my girlfriend to wait for me at her back door. I was worried that I may have to run from a wild coyote or something, and I wanted to be sure she would be ready to open and close the door quickly if I did end up running for it. It was then that, I kid you not, I heard her say my name, and I immediately knew something was off. The voice I heard say my name said it in an almost seductive manner, but my ex had never talked to me in a seductive tone before, nor did I think she even knew how to sound seductive. Plus, she was at her house, so I knew that whatever I heard wasn't actually her. I began to walk faster, checking my phone to be sure I was going north. Then I saw movement in the corner of my eye. I turned even quicker than before, and I saw it. It was a pale, naked humanoid creature, or at least its head was humanoid. Then, to my horror, it slowly stood up. I'm 6 feet tall, so I'm not by any means a small guy, but this thing towered over me. I was more terrified than I'd ever been before, but I had one advantage that probably saved my life. I have a very strong, very fast-acting fight or flight response, and before this thing had even fully stood up, I was booking it north. I could see the lights of my girlfriend's house through the trees, and I started screaming to her, "Open the door!" I was maybe 10 yards from the door when I saw her open it. I heard her start to reply, "Carter, why are you yelling? What is that?" I didn't reply. I just ran in the house, and without stopping, I grabbed the doorknob and slammed the door shut. I heard a loud bang at the door, as if something had slammed into it. My girlfriend was hysterical. She kept yelling that we were going to die. As I set her down on a couch, I managed to calm her down. We stayed on that couch for the rest of the night, petrified. Later, she told me that the thing had been right behind me, whatever it was, and that it had actually been about to grab me. I'd only barely made it to the door. I still don't know what the thing was, but I can guarantee that no one could ever make me go into that forest again. Southern Ohio Skinwalker, submitted by Anon from 4chan. This happened a year ago during the summer. I'm 21 years old with a German bloodline, and though I don't have any native blood in me, I know all about skinwalkers and Wendigo, mainly from the massive amount of time I spent on 4chan in the past couple of years. I live in the hills of the Ohio River Valley. I'm an avid coyote hunter and fisherman. What time I'm not spending at work playing video games or browsing 4chan, I'm in the woods or on the river. One night after I left work, I decided to go fishing at the pond near my friend's property, to the northeast of my house. I got home, grabbed my rods, tackle box, and trusty HK VP9, because I carry it everywhere nowadays. Then I ran to the store and bought some chicken liver for bait. I should mention that I also brought my dog, a 9-month-old German Shepherd Rottweiler mix that I named Mouser. As I arrived on my friend's property and began pulling my truck into the field surrounding the pond, the sun was starting to set. It was eerily quiet, no noises of nature or any noise at all other than the engine of my truck running. It made me feel kind of uneasy, but I just pushed it to the back of my mind. I got out of the truck with my pup and began to set up my rods when Mouser started acting a little uneasy. I patted him gently on the side to try and reassure him that everything was fine. By the time my rods were set up and ready to go, it was dark out. So I went back to the truck to grab my glow sticks and headlamp. It was then that Mouser jumped into the truck and wouldn't move at all. I said to him, "What do you think you're doing?" Almost expecting an answer. But instead I was hit with the most god-awful stench I've ever smelled in my life. The smell of sulfur and rotting flesh. I began to worry at that point. In an instant, every thread on 4chan that I've read about skinwalkers flew through my mind. I stayed still and silent for a second, listening. All of a sudden, I see Mouser start shaking and I hear footsteps behind me. The stench of rotting meat grew stronger. My heart was in my throat and I had completely forgotten the handgun clipped underneath my steering wheel. I stood there for what seemed like hours, even though it was only seconds. I slowly started to turn my head back towards whatever was behind me. It was 50 feet away, and it was barely lit up by the light back by the pond. That's how I was able to see it, and I was completely horrified. It was easily 9 feet tall and had the head of a deer with scraggly antlers, as well as a deer's legs and a human's torso. But it was rotting. Fight or flight had hit me at that point, so I jumped into my truck and slammed the door shut. I held tight to my holster and rolled down the window, ready to fire at it at any moment while trying to back out. In seconds, I was out of the fields. I thought I was safe and getting away, but I was wrong. I looked over and saw Mauser with all his hair standing up, teeth bared, savagely growling at something behind the truck. It was then that I felt the back of the truck drop, as if something had jumped into the bed. I didn't dare look into my rearview mirror. I kept driving towards the dirt road to take me from the field back to my friend's house. I heard a loud screech coming from right behind me. It was close, but somehow at the same time it sounded distant. I drove for another 10 minutes, hearing tapping on my back windshield the entire time. Once I got back to my friend's driveway, all was silent. I gathered the courage to get out of the truck, forcing my pup to stay inside. I'd rather have something bad happen to me than him. That was almost a year ago now. I often go back there to do target practice sometimes, but I always have a feeling of dread around that pond, and I can still hear the screeching sometimes, as if I could ever forget that sound. The Creek, submitted by Sighting. This story is truly something I wish I'd never experienced. A couple of years ago, I lived in an apartment complex that had a creek to the back of it. I always wondered how deep the creek was, and if there was anything interesting there. One night, me and my father and his girlfriend were walking back to our complex, and my dad had to go to the bathroom. So me and his girlfriend walked up when I turned around to see where my father had gone, when I saw a black figure approaching from the edge of the creek. I simply assumed it was my father, and that's where he'd gone to pee, so I turned back around. My dad soon came back, but he came from the opposite side I'd been looking, so I asked him, "Hey, Dad, did you go to the creek to do your business?" He shook his head. At this point, I just wanted to get to the apartment, and my dad and his girlfriend were talking. That's when I felt something was behind me, and I turned around once more. It was so dark, and I had this sensation like someone was watching us. Suddenly, my dad perks up. He turns around and looks into the distance, and I see his eyes widen. I was wondering what he was looking at. Before I could look around, his girlfriend froze. That's when they both suddenly screamed and began to run. And that's also when I began to hear a fourth set of footsteps coming right towards us. We didn't go home that night. We were too scared of that creek to go all the way back, so we stayed in a hotel for the rest of the night. I don't know what the figure was. It could have been someone playing a prank on us, or it may have been something that lived near the creek bed. Creepier yet, some kids went missing a while back from the bus stop, which was very close to that creek, and the three of us, me, my dad, and his girlfriend, all think something very strange is going on. The Beast, submitted by Rainy Day 16. 2 years ago, my cousin and I had gone out on a camping trip in the woods of rural Pennsylvania. The nearest house to his was about 3 miles up the road. His place was surrounded by woods. Him and I decided we were going to go about a mile or two into the woods and camp out. Little did we know that this would be the most creepy experience of our life. My cousin was 18 and I was 16 at the time. We began our walk through the woods around 6 p.m. that night. The sun wasn't quite setting just yet. We found the perfect spot, and I started a fire while he set up camp. The sun was beginning to set fast, so we decided to start cooking our dinner, which happened to be hot dogs. I was cooking some hot dogs when I noticed some faint footsteps coming up from behind me. I could tell by the way the leaves were crunching that the animal must have been pretty large. I looked at my cousin with wide eyes. "What is it?" he whispered to me. I put my finger to my lips and pointed behind me. I could tell he had heard it too. He gestured to me to move, so I slowly moved closer to him. He grabbed his .22 and loaded it as quickly and quietly as he could. But this thing must have heard him and stopped moving about 500 feet away from us. I could see the outline of it from there. It had to have been 7 feet tall, and it looked like it was covered with thick, matted fur. I've never seen anything like it. It was weird. I didn't feel fear per se. I felt like it wasn't trying to put us in harm, but just wanted to pass through. My cousin must have felt differently, because he lifted up his weapon to fire. I put my hand on his shoulder and told him to lower it. By the look on his face, I could tell he thought that that was a bad idea. We watched the thing standing there for a minute, and then it took off to the right of us. My cousin proceeded to scream at me about me telling him not to fire. I told him that I didn't think it was going to hurt us. He paused for a moment, and I could see his eyes growing. He was looking at something behind me. He still had the weapon in his hand. I quickly lowered myself to the ground so he could have a clear shot. He pulled the gun to his shoulder and turned the safety off, then fired 3 shots at the thing. I think he hit it, because immediately I heard the thing growling and screeching. It made an almost coyote-type howl, but 10 times as loud and deep. Then it took off heavily through the woods. My cousin and I decided that we had had enough of camping for the time being. We packed up and put the fire out and made our way back to the house. We had flashlights guiding us all the way, but I still felt like something was following us. I could have sworn that I heard footsteps every couple of minutes, but my cousin told me I was just paranoid. I haven't gone camping since that day. Skinwalker in Sika Hollow by Native Legends. I am 21 years old and legally blind. I also live in the northeast corner of South Dakota on a reservation. I am of Sioux heritage, and I grew up with all the stories of my people. This particular story that I experienced took place when I was 21. In fact, it was on my 21st birthday. The day started like any other. My brother, his girlfriend, and a couple of our friends went to Fargo, North Dakota to go to the mall. We had spent a couple of hours there and were now ready to make our way back. My brother decided to give me one of my birthday gifts. Then we stopped at one last store and bought something. We headed back to our town and made a quick stop at our Jesus tree dealer's house, if you know what I mean. Once we packed back into the car, we were arguing about where to go smoke when I blurted out Sika Hollow, which actually translates to bad ground. I, my brother, and 2 of our friends agreed, but my brother's girlfriend was saying no. Despite her protest, we went anyway. As we headed out to Sika Hollow, a car began following us. We were starting to get worried. My brother didn't have a driver's license, and we had an ounce in the car, so we weren't sure if this was a cop or not. Yet the faster we went, the faster the car was going. When we pulled into the parking lot of the hollow, my brother's girl said that her sister was following us, so we all finally felt relieved. We started walking along the trails of the hollow. These trails go all over the place. As we were walking and talking, I think I was the only one who noticed that there was a sound of branches snapping and footsteps on the hill next to us. It sounded like another person, but not part of our group. I looked around, wondering why someone was up there in the brush. It was at that time that I realized that I forgot my glasses in the car. I may be legally blind, but it doesn't mean I can't see. It just means I probably shouldn't be driving. In that brief moment of realizing my glasses were gone and that someone was out there with us in the woods, I looked back up and saw that my friends were gone. I remember thinking, what the heck? Why did they leave me like that? Suddenly, I heard a thud, like someone jumping onto the ground. I quickly turned around and already knew that someone was behind me. I saw the silhouette and asked, "What's up, cousin?" Not entirely sure who it was, but my greeting was met with an unholy scream. Goosebumps flooded over my body. I began to feel beads of sweat forming on my skin. This was no person on the trail with me. This was something else entirely, and at that moment I think I knew what it was. That's why I pulled out a cigarette, unused, and ripped the tobacco from it, sprinkling it on the ground in front of me. I knew to do this from the stories I'd been told when I was younger. "What do you want with me, spirit?" I managed to say with a stutter. "You have no reason to be here." It took a few steps closer to me. I could hear sickening popping sounds coming from its mouth and limbs, as if the thing's body was imperfect and constantly morphing. Then, in a voice that was almost like my grandma's, it spoke to me. It spoke to me with human words.
Go home.
The most disturbing part about hearing that was the fact that my grandma had been dead for years. There's something sickening about hearing a voice that makes you warm inside and nostalgic, used by something evil. I panic. I fumbled and turned around, running right into my brother. "Whoa, man," he said to me. I looked back in the direction where that thing had been. The two of us were alone now. Whatever had been on the trail with me had disappeared. We met back up with the others, and before I could explain to them what had happened to me, we all heard this god-awful scream. We began to hike back down to the car, no longer wanting to smoke. There was just something wrong, terribly wrong, about that place. But when we get back to the car, I guess the group was mostly feeling safe. We decide to roll down the windows and smoke a bit right there, passing around a bottle of liquor. I didn't feel very good about the situation, so I didn't participate. After an hour or so, it was beginning to get dark. Suddenly, one of my friends begins freaking out in her seat. "What is that?" she screams, pointing to a trail we had come from earlier. There it was. I could see it more clearly now with my glasses on, even though it was darker out. An all too thin, not entirely human-looking thing, covered in fur. I was moments away from screaming when the creature went down on all fours and in a sickening insect-like motion, crawled right up against the car. It happened so fast, it was almost like it teleported from the head of the trail to right outside the car doors. Then we all were able to scream. We burned rubber down the road, heading home. All the while, that thing is chasing the back of the car, screaming like someone in pain. When I made it back home, I burned sage around the house, hoping that the spirit we angered would not follow us there. The Sioux have many disturbing legends, and quite often, these legends become reality. And for those of you who do believe, never think that you'll smell the rotting meat smell first, or that the woods will go silent before you see a skinwalker. There are many different ways to encounter one, and sometimes there will be no warning.
Early Morning Skinwalker from Cody S. This is a story from my childhood. I was 10 and my little sister was 9. I had an encounter that horrified me, and every time I tried to tell someone, they would tell me I was a child with an overactive imagination. But now, even as an adult, I know these stories to be true. It all started when my little sister began to say she was seeing and hearing things. She said that she saw black figures close to the windows at night. She said that these dark men would ask her to let them inside. She said they scared her, and that she would just cover her head and try to ignore them. Upon telling this to my mother, she wouldn't believe her, so she came to me with these creepy stories. I wanted to trust my sister, to make her feel better about this situation, but I was skeptical, to be honest. I mean, boogeyman outside the window? It just sounded like a story someone told my sister and scared her with. Even still, I wanted to help, so I would check the doors and windows and lock them if they weren't locked already every night, letting her know that everything was safe. After the first night, though, it was kind of eerie when my sister said that they came back and they were angry now that the doors and windows were locked. I tried not to let that get to me. Years go by, my sister continuously talking about these dark men, and I still hadn't seen them for myself, until I finally had my first encounter with them. My sister began to open the windows at night. I'm not sure why she was doing this, but as the breeze was beginning to chill my room, which was next to hers, I woke up in the middle of the night and went to go ask her to put it back up. What I didn't expect when I entered her room that night was to see a tall, dark figure standing above her. It was as tall as the ceiling, looking down with one claw-like arm hanging over her head. I immediately screamed. The thing jumped out the window in one fluid, unnatural motion, and my sister looked at me, saying, "Why did you scare him away?" It was then that I realized that everything my sister had been saying was true, and I no longer felt safe out here in the middle of the woods in this little house. But I know my sister would continue to open that window at night. The only thing that was different was I was too terrified to go and confront her about it, because I heard things outside my door. Things that asked why I wouldn't let them in, why my door was locked. I convinced my parents to nail her window shut, lying about her sneaking out at night, and I thought that would be the end of it. But contrary to what I believed about these figures, was that they don't come out just at night. One afternoon, I was walking along a trail near our home, one that went into the woods and circled the property. It was a nice area to walk and to take things off your mind, but I stumbled upon something in there that I won't soon forget. A clearing just off the path caught my attention because there was something darker than the night standing there in the middle of the day. It seemed to be tugging and chewing at something on the ground, a dead animal of some kind. When I saw it, I gasped, completely surprised to see something that unnatural. Then it looked at me with white eyes, shrieked at me, then ran away. I had never run so fast before to get back home. I ran back into the house and swore I would not take that trail anymore. A couple of years later, when we finally moved, I couldn't be happier, because nothing was more torturous and terrifying than living in that stupid house.
They call it Ye Nadlushii. From Leto Smith. Let me begin by saying this is a very real event. It seems like everyone starts off their stories like this, but I do feel the need to put that there, because you need to take this story as a warning. I still don't exactly know what was really out there in those woods with me that night. Where I live, there's a rather large forest surrounding our home. That forest turns rather sinister when you understand that my family has had several paranormal experiences there. Both my mother and her brother have seen and heard inhuman things out there. The most terrifying experience was when my uncle heard my mother screaming for his help in the trees. When my uncle rushed to her aid, he found no one there. On another occasion, he heard the screaming of my father in the forest, but by then he knew that it wasn't actually my father. My uncle is quite familiar with the Native American legends and lore, and for a long time now, he has believed wholeheartedly
and the legend of the Skinwalkers, or Yi Naldlushii. On the occasion that he heard my mother in the woods and ran out, he realized his mistake quickly and left the forest, but not before witnessing a dark and shadowy figure leaning on the tree nearby, with yellow eyes staring at him. When I was a teenager, I went into those woods with friends in the dark to camp, or as we called it, get drunk in nature. On one occasion, my friends and I decided to take the truck into the woods that night. My friend Jody had Greg and David load the keg into the back, and once everyone was settled, I drove my truck into the woods. Now the trails and paths here were all green and kind of overgrown, because nobody really drove down them. At one point, I let David drive, because he was better at it, and I was too afraid of popping a tire on something. So I settled into the back beside Jody, and we started to talk about some gossip. After what seemed like only a few minutes, we pulled into the clearing, the one David and Greg swore up and down was perfect and safe for camping. David managed to get the keg out of the truck. Jody and I went to gather some dry grass and twigs for kindling for the fire. We were only armed with our phone flashlights, and Jody had a hunting knife that she'd brought along with her. The woods were so quiet and eerie that day. I was at Jody's side the entire time. Out of nowhere, I saw a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye. I yelped and clung to Jody. "What happened?" she asked. I explained to her the shadowy thing that I saw out of the corner of my eye. "Well, it's the woods, duh. You're gonna see some things moving out of the corner of your eye. But if you're really scared, don't worry, I'll protect you." I trusted Jody, and I admired her confidence. We continued to gather the dry brush and twigs. Once we had enough, we brought it back to the boys. They managed to get a small fire going, and with the kindling we had brought, we were able to build that up into an actual campfire. Like any teens would, we gorged ourselves with beer and pizza, and of course, s'mores. After that, we sat back and relaxed in our chairs, which encircled the campfire, keeping us warm and toasty. We all sat together drinking and eating. After a few hours, David was the first of us to get up. "I need to go take a leak. I'll be back in a moment." He let us know. Then he drunkenly stumbled into the woods, just out of sight so we couldn't see him. We all chatted and waited for him to come back. After about 10 minutes, we were beginning to worry. "I'll go and check on him. You two stay here," Greg said, walking to where David disappeared. He probably tripped or something. Probably too drunk to get up." "Be careful," I called out to him, with me and Jody still next to the campfire. We didn't talk much as we waited for the guys to return. After all, we were both kind of creeped out and worried that something may have happened to David. When the two boys sauntered back to where the light was, I was so relieved. "So what's going on?" I asked. "This idiot fell down. He ended up wandering really far into the woods." Greg answered with a shrug, sitting back down and grabbing his cup of beer. "Yeah, but I could have sworn I heard Jody calling my name out there," David said, forcing my blood to run cold. He had a look of fear and confusion on his face. "I think we should go." I sat up, letting everyone know what I thought about this. My friends looked confused at this. "Look, I know it's crazy, but my uncle used to talk about things out there. I don't think we're safe." I was begging for them to listen to me, but it was like whatever was in those woods with us understood what I was trying to do, because the sound of a cracking tree branch made us all look over to the left. "But what about the keg?" Greg asked, and I shrugged. That didn't really matter now.
"Greg, come on. We need to get out of here." I continued to beg. I wanted to leave immediately, get out of that forest as soon as possible. The next thing that happened will honestly stay with me for the rest of my life. Sometimes I even still have nightmares about it. This was all 5 years ago, but it feels like yesterday. Another branch broke, and this time, something stepped into the clearing with us. Something that only barely resembled a wolf. Our group jumped and gathered up. I was behind Jody, who was behind David and Greg. Even though I was behind the three of them, I still had a clear view of the creature, and I didn't feel the least bit safe. I knew immediately that something was wrong, because this forest did not have wolves, certainly not one of that size. The thing was eye to eye with David, and he was 6'1". He was the tallest of the four of us. "We need to get to the car," he muttered without turning to us. He seemed not to want to make any sudden movements. Smart move on his part.
Leave.
I nearly fell back at the sound of it. That voice. It had come from the wolf. That's impossible. I let out a terrified scream. All common sense was out the window as we rushed from the clearing and over to the car. I unlocked the door. Greg jumped into the driver's seat, and David sat beside him. Jody and I crawled into the back, Jody clutching the hunter's knife close. Greg started the car. We sped down the narrow grassy path. The small campsite disappeared from the rear view very quickly, and we all thought we were safe. We all thought it was over, until we saw those yellow eyes peering at us through the window. I screamed, burying my face into the neck of Jody, afraid that we weren't going to make it back alive. Greg was driving nearly 60 miles per hour, which was already terrifying enough on the small and thin path. But this thing was not affected by the speed we were going. Either it was stuck to us, or it was somehow keeping up with that pace. David kept his eyes on the thing the entire time. He swears to this day that he saw that wolf-like creature smile at him before disappearing. David and Greg could never identify the point where the wolf skinwalker disappeared, but it was gone out of nowhere suddenly. Greg continued to floor it out of the forest. Jody set me up in my seat and reassured me that it was okay. Though the thing that haunts me the most is that I saw the same thing my uncle did. I honestly believe those yellow eyes were the same one he saw that day. Though what he saw was more of a deformed man, but what I saw was more of a deformed wolf. I have a feeling that this thing changes shape, which would perfectly match the legends of Yi Nod Lushii. To this day, I think it was a skinwalker. The friends that I had that were there still don't talk about this event much. My father ended up having to be the one to go back the next day to retrieve the keg and other things, and to make sure the fire was completely out. He came back home with the keg completely fine. Later that night, we talked about the event. He told me that he felt as if he was being watched when he was in the woods, and telling only me, he said that he saw those yellow eyes for himself as he drove back down the narrow grass path. After all these years, I still think about the event every day. It has caused me major anxiety and paranoia. The least I can say is that my friends all witnessed it with me, and though we don't talk about it, we all know and silently agree that it really happened. That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. More terrifying stories are on the way soon, so subscribe and smash that like button. By the way, did you know this show is available as a podcast called Unexplained Encounters? Just search for, follow, and rate Unexplained Encounters on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. This show is part of the EerieCast network. Go to EerieCast.com for more scary podcasts, such as Freaky Folklore, which explores your favorite monsters, myths, and mysteries, as well as Redwood Bureau, a fictional horror podcast about an agent on the run from an evil secret organization that captures supernatural creatures and entities. Well, thanks for tuning in.